virtual.
Good morning, Berlin! Moin, moin, moin for Google, for anybody coming from, I guess, Magdeburg or Brandenburg here joining us in Berlin, not too far away. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Six Major Berlin. I'm Alex Medic, your host, and we're in for day number 2 of our playoffs. Tomorrow, by this time, we'll be starting with our grand final pretty much, but still got to go and see the 2 teams that'll make it there. We went from 8 teams yesterday in 4 best-of-3s to 4 today that are fighting for those spots in the final. So let's have a chat about what happened yesterday. And my beauties on the desk, NAL colleagues. Jesse J. Chick, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Milos. You know, it's a beautiful day here in Berlin, as it always seems to be. The gray skies don't upset the mood. We still got a good crowd here ready to watch some Siege. As you mentioned, 4 teams, but only 1 European hope left. Let's see if they make it to the finals.
I'll talk about that, of course. Beauty on the other end of said desk. Mr. Anderson. Good morning, Jacob.
You're only saying that. You're only saying that because there's a Matrix reference hidden in there. It's the only reason you're saying it.
No, we are in reality.
Because I'm anything special. It's because it's a movie. That's all.
That's what you'd like to think.
That's what I like to think.
That's what you'd like to think. Well, everybody, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. Let's recap and talk about what happened yesterday with our matches. We're going to go through them one by one as they did in that order. So let's start off with our first matchup. We'll pull up some videos to kind of play in the back, and I'll ask my great analyst on here if they can guide me through a lot of the action, or the entire action that went down. We start off with W7M yesterday in the morning. So, Mr. Chick, help me out.
Well, Milos, W7M versus Elevate was APAC's last chance to make it to the semifinals. They were the last hope for the APAC region. They put up an amazing fight. They managed to bring it all the way to 3 maps, all the way to 14 rounds, overtime on map number 3. But unfortunately, they were the ones to fall. W7M coming up, representing Brazil, making it to the semifinals, meaning that we have an all-LATAM Game 2 today here in Berlin. Still, though, it was a very fun match for both of these squads. W7M, for a lot of people, came into this playoff bracket looking like the favorites, came into the major looking like the favorites. First in Brazil, second out of Copa Elite 6. They're looking very, very strong with KZ leading the charge for them as a team. This has really been a squad that I think has surprised a lot of people just because they weren't really in the scene, they weren't really around, they weren't one of the big names coming out of last year, but right now, W7M are looking so unstoppably good, and they're going to be fighting for that finals tooth and nail today.
Yeah, unfortunately for the crowd that loved a bit of Elevate yesterday, it's W7M that come out on top. They finally get the great performance they were looking for ever since Charlotte and all that happened then. But now we turn to game number 2. Wolves really tried their best, but it was not enough against the set. Everybody's repping that set. Set on the other side that make it through, Jacob.
Not enough against North America. The boys are still here. They're still kicking. And in spite of what you might think, I'm not going to hear any of the Brazilian is actually NA slander today. They still made it work against the French. They've yet to find a team, either Wolves or BDS or maybe the old Train Hard team from back in the day, that is able to go far in Rainbow Six at a major capacity. So it was XSET getting the dub. Spirits had a good game. In spite of not being flashy on the scoreboard, still had the marquee performances on Clubhouse to push them over the finish line. And very specifically in Wolf's case, there were some very questionable players or maybe needing to rein some players in that didn't quite happen, and XSET took full advantage and did not let the pressure get to them today.
Well, that was game number 2, but then moving on to 3, one that I know a lot here are looking forward to, Rogue versus G2.
Was that a fun game, by the way? How did we like that game yesterday?
It was fun, wasn't it?
Oh,
there's a lot of G2 fans
it.
still on here, and I know they'll be cheering for Rogue later on as we move on with the day, but Jesse, can you help me out with that?
Well, Milos, there's a guy sitting right there in the front row who was frowning when the game was mentioned, and he's in a G2 jersey. That's because it wasn't a W for G2. It's 2 hometown teams, Rogue and G2, coming in against each other in Berlin, but it was a close game. 2-0 favoring Rogue at the end of the day. It ended up being a really tight matchup, though, really aggressive, really fun match that we saw. I think Alamau for G2 had maybe the best performance that we've seen from him on this European team since the Brazil days where he used to play down on Team 1. All in all, though, this was Rogue's show. show. They got very aggressive in that second map. They really did pull things back after going down 4-2 in the first half. Spoit was a big reason for that. Spoit's got a lot of fans here in Brazil, and he's really been showing, or in Berlin. He's been showing up. Maybe he's got some Brazil fans too, but he's been showing up and having a great tournament so far. That's what we wanted to see from him.
Well, that was G2 unfortunately not able to make it. Rogue continue on with the run. As you say, the sole EU team continuing on here. But on the other side, you spoke about Brazil and LATAM in general. Furia versus FaZe was our final matchup. We went to map 3, it went the distance, and it was an exciting one to end a long day.
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like this was Furia's series to lose. They were statistically favored in so many categories out of the group stage, where FaZe Clan had a couple of stutters that made people wonder exactly how far they'd be able to go. Again, FaZe was the 2 seed, so a lot of people figured no matter what matchup they're in, will someone be able to take advantage? Not in a Brazilian case. It's actually quite funny that now the winner of this game has to face the Brazilian gauntlet. They have to face W7M in the quarterfinal. High chance that they might end up even facing XSET in the grand final. So no matter what happens, the winner of this major is probably, I heard the booze, I heard it.
Leave the heckling to the pre-match.
It's probably going to come down to which Brazilians are at the top. So it's a W7M FaZe matchup, and both of them did look really good yesterday.
And here's how our bracket looks like at the end of said 4 best-of-3s in play to number 1 of our playoffs. XSET 2-0 versus Wolves, Rogue 2-0 versus G2, 2-1 W7M versus Elevate, and finally 2-1 FaZe versus Furia puts us at XSET versus Rogue and W7M versus FaZe Clan. Our schedule for today, it looks like this. Probably be coming up right here on the side, and we'll get to see the matches and how they'll be. Starting at 3 p.m. local time, 1500 CEST, which is in just 25 minutes. On the dot, XSET versus Rogue, and then W7M versus FaZe Clan. That's how all things are set in for today. 2 BO3s, of course, half as many as we had yesterday. That's basic math and quick ones at that.
Well done.
But they're not going to be any less exciting than what we had yesterday, Jesse.
Certainly not. And with the schedule that we've got for us coming in today, you know, it's clear we're going to have one Latin American team in the grand final. That was going to be from the beginning, unless Elevate could punch their way against all the BR Gambit.
I thought we were done with this.
It's going to be LATAM on top for a long time, at least near the top. Their opponent, either from NA or from EU, a bloodbath to start us off in Berlin. It should be an extremely tight game between XSET and Rogue.
I don't know, man. Today's going to be a good day. There are some things I want to say that I'm saving for the pregame that I've been just preparing in the back of my head, being like, ooh, how am I going to piss some people off today? But we're going to save it for later, mostly because I do think that XSET Rogue game, no one really thought XSET would probably make it this far. Maybe even 3 months ago because of their coaching debacle. No one really thought Rogue was going to go this far with Spoit's first stage in competitive play.
It's his first event ever. Do you know this?
I mean, it's
He's
true.
Never
it's
even
true.
been.
And how many Spoit fans have we got in the house today? Huh?
Oh.
There's a few of them.
The boy wonder himself is getting a chance to show what he's capable of and what he's been molded into over all these years of still not being able to go professional. First stage, first event, and the stakes keep getting higher with every single game he plays. It was just a matter of getting past G2 yesterday. Now you're playing for the opportunity to play at a major grand final, which should not be lost on any of the guys on Rogue, but especially not him.
That'll be a tough one. And then W7M on the other side, they're looking for an actual big showing. They've been smashing everybody in Brazil and finally had the opportunity to show it off in person.
Yeah, W7M are that team that all year long have been playing so well inside of the BR region. And of course, in that stage 1 major, they went to Charlotte, or they were supposed to. They didn't quite make it all the way. Now they're finally here playing on the big stage, up above us on the stage. You know, they're finally going to be able to play in the arena that they've wanted to perform in, that they've wanted to show that they can.
We don't need to bring cardboard cutouts anymore.
No, exactly. Right? The days of cardboard cutouts for Brazilian players are finally over, so we can have these players playing here on LAN. And you know what? They've already shown they can play online. They've already shown they can play when the stakes aren't as high. I will say, in back-to-back Copa Elite 6s, they've stumbled at the grand finals. Not as big stakes, not the same scenario, certainly, as what we've got here in Berlin, but that could be a problem heading into this final Grand 5 if they make it.
The machine itself can be stopped.
Yeah, maybe.
But can it happen here in Berlin? And you know what? We're going to introduce our first teams, XSET and Rogue. So thank you guys very much. We'll be back to break things down for that matchup, but we'll leave it to our good friend, Mr. Ian Chambers. Please set the stage.
4 teams remain. 2 epic semifinals ahead of us, and 1 fired up European crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rainbow Six Berlin Major! I know we talked about it this time yesterday about it's been a long time since we've been able to be all together in the same place at the same time. So for anybody who didn't make the trip, for anybody watching this who's thinking, oh, maybe I should go to the next one, should we all let them know how loud it gets in here? And this is just the very beginning, all right? So please, let me hear you scream! Now, what's really cool about this is my first live event in Germany. And it would be rude, because I'm English, right? I don't speak German. There's a lot of German people here in the crowd. That we bring a German host and caster. You know this man very well. Tuga, please, come on up onto the stage.
Wunderschönen guten Tag, Berlin! Ihr seid wunderschön. Es ist so schön, dass ihr endlich hier seid. Rainbow Six Siege in unserer Hauptstadt. Und nicht nur das erste Mal seit Januar 2020 vor einer deutschen Crowd, seit dem Clash of Nations in Leipzig. Acht Teams haben sich gestern auf dieser wundervollen Stage unfassbar gute Matches geliefert. Aber wie es ist, nur 4 können um den Einzug ins Finale spielen. Darauf mussten wir lange, lange warten. Und wenn ich von wir spreche, spreche ich nicht von mir oder Ian, sondern von dem gesamten deutschen Talent-Line-Up. Berlin. Gebt mir einen herzlichen Applaus für unser deutsches Talent-Line-Up auf dem Balkon. Verdi, Shutter, Silver, Fox, Agony, Harris, Mini, alle sind da.
How do I say hi, guys, in German?
Hallo, Freunde.
Hallo, Freunde.
Bevor wir hier gleich anfangen, müssen wir eins noch klären. Ich sehe so ein paar Jerseys hier in der Menge und ich würde mal gerne nachfragen, wo sind die Fans von XSET? Lone Ranger?
There's one.
Ja. Wo sind die Fans von W7M Esports?
Maybe they're at the merch stand.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Wo sind die Fans vom FaZe Clan?
Come on, guys. FaZe Clan.
Okay, das Beste kommt zum Schluss. Wo sind die Fans von freaking Rogue?
Now, I don't speak German. But I'm pretty sure this man said, Rogue? Now, look, we're all excited to see all 4 of our teams in action here. We've got 2 amazing semifinals. Thanks again for all of you for coming out to this amazing theater as we get set to welcome our first 2 teams. Should we get into this?
Yes, sir.
All right, to kick things off. Now, they are the only North American team to grace this stage. And they've already sent 1 EU team home. Can they do it again? Ladies and gentlemen, it's XSET! Yesterday, in the quarterfinals, they sent Wolves packing. Now they've got their X's set on their next targets. And I can tell you right here, right now, that these lads are extremely confident. However, in a few moments' time, we will welcome onto the stage their opponents.
Europas letzte Hoffnung in diesem Turnier. Können sie den Titel dort behalten, wo sie ihn gewinnen? kann Rogue dieses Finale am Ende gewinnen? Begrüßt mit mir, mit einem riesigen Applaus, Berlin. Hier ist Rogue!
Big personalities, big characters, and a whole lot of European support from this crowd, ready to try and help back their team onto victory against a very game XSET, ready to take them down. Tuche, thank you very much. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Actually, you know what? Briefly, who's taking the win here? Who's taking the win?
No doubt, Rogue is gonna win this
He's
shit.
going for Rogue. I can see XSET might disagree with you there. It is time to get into our first semi-final.
Rogue definitely caught us off guard on the first game that we lost to them, but I think we were all nervous. We weren't ready for it. On our last game versus Rogue, we beat them and it was the obvious result, like we're better than them. I think Rogue's weakness is that Spoit is always going for clips and content instead of trying to win the round, so we just exploit that and it should be an easy win every round.
The team's feeling for this major is definitely, we think we're going to win it all. I think this is the most confident we've ever felt and the best we've been as a team, and I think this is our major to take. If we play against XSET in the playoffs, we know their strengths. Obviously, they play like us, so we have a good idea of how they're going to play. So we're just going to keep our normal game plan and make sure that we're just adapting correctly. Our strategy in games is going to be the same as it always is. Just get in their faces, play aggressive, and just make sure they get shut down early.
Oh boy.
Right, okay. Now you can hear me. Our two teams, as you can see on this stage right now, are ready to get sat down and get stuck into this first semi-final. Berlin, you've waited a long time for this. XSET, Rogue, please shake hands and get into position. Or are we not going to get it? I don't know if we're going to get it. Leon's looking through his shades. Okay, here we go. All right, before I throw down to the desk one more time, as our two amazing teams get all set up and ready for battle, I want to make sure that this crowd is here for it. XSET versus Rogue. Are we ready? Down to the desk, Milos.
Thank you so much, you beautiful man, Ian. We are back on the analyst desk and getting ready for match number one, XSET versus Rogue. It's on home soil here in Berlin. I got the NAL desk on here to talk shop and kind of disrupt things for these two squads and what they'd have to offer. Let's start off with introductions. And since we've kind of introduced these teams over the past week, we're going to keep that part short for now. XSET, what can you tell me about them, Jesse?
Listen, XSET are a squad that have not always been at the top of North America, okay? They've bounced around in that top four. Now this year, they've of course been consistently making top 8 at both of the majors, but back at Charlotte, I think they had a little bit of a disappointment finishing just in the top 8, couldn't make it into the semifinals. Now they've already pushed it past where they've ever gone before. XSET, the final North American team, of course got some Brazilian blood mixed in there, but they're still repping NA with the flags or not, ready to come in against Europe, trying to shut down a whole continent here for the finals.
And they're definitely going to need to try their best for this. Rogue did not look too bad at all yesterday, and their opponents shake up.
Yep, they are, but Milos, I gotta be honest, it feels like Championship Sundays come a bit early because I think this is when North America knocks another European team out of another tournament.
Come on.
Gotta be real with you, man, because Rogue looked good yesterday in 2 overtime maps against a team that, according to Prano himself on Twitter yesterday, said that he already knew he wouldn't be playing with that team for all that much longer. He said that team, even though he would play with it all the way through to the end, maybe because of that there was a crack that formed in the midst of it. The problem is, I don't even think beating G2 is necessarily that impressive yesterday, so Rogue actually have a tough task ahead of them here.
Yeah, you can boo him. It's okay. Give him a big
Just
L.
saying, man.
We'll be giving another one when we're done with it. We'll have a chat, I guess, about these two squads when it comes to actual play style, right? Because we can talk trash all we want, but when it comes down to brass tacks in the server, there are differences between these two, and we've seen them reverberate over the past few days. So what about XSET that really pops in here, Jesse?
Certainly. Well, I think XSET are one of those squads that, sure, they've got that firepower. They can rely on their gun skill. Obviously, Spirits has been a huge player for them, but I really do think this is a team that's had the real strength in their supports, right? You've got Kino and Diaz being such a strong combo on that defensive side, as well as going for attacks. Their survival rating for Diaz, he's always alive. He's always in the right spot. It means that they can play a game that really does rely on him. They can have a little bit more aggression in the early rounds, which means that they can play a little bit more aggro, so they can rely on him. And then Kino, just the perfect support in many aspects. He can get that kid on the ground, but he can also pop off. His smoke is insane. Probably the only player that consistently gets the operator banned against him. So this is a team that can really surprise you. They can go aggro, they can take the fights with you, but also they don't need to rely on that. Their site play is extraordinarily good.
Now, highlighting a player's spirits in this case, you guys will have some stats to kind of work with in this, but you're familiar with this player and this entire team for so long now, Jacob. What sets him apart from the rest?
Well, other than the fact that he's one of the 2 players that share Finca or frag duties alongside Gomez, and that's been the case for all of Stage 2, it was more the fact of what XSET could do when he wasn't a statistical giant, because yesterday it wasn't the fact that he was a top frag, that wasn't his job. Instead, he was the guy who clutched up in moments where you probably expect him to not. He was the blitz round 1 on Clubhouse, that play that absolutely shouldn't have worked. He was the 3K on Rafters. He's the kind of guy who, when you play late round, he is able to secure those last couple of frags. He doesn't play reckless when a round starts, even though he's in a lot of those opening engagements. That's not the kind of thing where he's playing haywire or doesn't have a lot of patience. It's a lot of calculated timing on Spirit's side, which is something that he's been able to refine a lot over these past several months.
Well, since you're still on here, how about you talk to me about Rogue and their playstyle?
I don't know if this crowd wants me to talk about Rogue.
You have to. Your job literally says.
All right,
you cannot
sure.
trash talk all the time.
I can do that. No, that's true. The thing I notice about Rogue is that oftentimes they play in like 2 separate teams within the team. You'll notice a lot of the time it's a tag team between Spoit and Cryan off on one side of a map, and then Deepak drones the other 2 guys in, and it feels as though that's a lot of the way in which they attack centers around, trying to split it up a little bit. It doesn't happen nearly as often, but when it does, it's the sort of idea that gives 2 very focused angles all the time for this team to work with, and it's that level of coordination that I don't really know if it would exist if these guys weren't really, really good with each other behind the scenes as friends as well.
Well, one player that you both talked about and kind of hyped up the crowd at the beginning of it is Spoit. So we got some numbers about him. We'll show up on the screen for just a moment. So Jesse, what sets him apart? What's his story for those that might not know? All 3 people in the 7 billion on this planet.
Yeah, Spoit, he comes from the realm of content creation, right? And he's an incredibly cracked player, just 18 years old, being picked up for Rogue, very fresh onto the scene. It's his first event, we've talked about that. But really in the server is what I want to highlight for Spoit, because he's one of those guys that can really get Rogue back into a game. Okay, we saw this in the second map against G2. They go down in the first half, 4-2, looking like we might be headed towards the map 3. But what does Spoit do? Back-to-back, spawn peek into a run-out. He gets super aggressive. He gets out there. He starts making plays that are upsetting G2. Citizens going down. People are falling. They're starting to get a little tilted sometimes. And he's really the guy that can get that into your head. He can get inside. He can really pressure you. He puts on so much that's going to make you second-guess yourself. It's going to make you slow down. And so when Spoit's popping off, when Spoit's having a good game, he can be the carry from the squad.
He's doing a lot of things that work very well for the clip, but it's not that he's playing for the clip. It's not that he's got that in his head. The nice part about Spoit is that he's playing with a very team-centric focus. It's not about him or the individual performance. If it means it helps the squad out, he's going to do it, which is ultimately probably one of the most mature aspects you can come into a series or a competition like this with in the first place. It shows a lot of maturity on Spoit's side, and they're much, much better for it.
That's true. You can be the best in the world at anything. This doesn't just apply for competition, but anywhere. But if nobody wants to work with you because you can't function within a team, it's a team environment, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Sport's that guy that you saw him just up on the stage before they were doing the handshakes, gave Kino a little bit of a hug. There's a lot of rivalries between Europe and North America, but hey, there's some love there as well.
Yeah, in the server, it's competition. Out of it, it's pure brotherly love and sisterly sometimes, too. How about we have a chat then about our map bans for the series? We'll still continue on with best of threes until we hit the BO5 Grand Final tomorrow. And what will be our 3 maps? Ban, 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 a 9-map pool that was changed a while ago, just in case you're just joining us for the first time in a while. So happy to have you with us. Rogue will pick Bank first. XSET going for Chalet and Oregon, our decider. Let's talk things macro. 3 maps. Jesse, your thoughts?
These are all great maps for XSET. I don't think there's a single map here that they're upset with. I think obviously they're great for Rogue as well. The one map that's not amazing for one of these teams, you've got to be looking at for Chalet. Rogue do not play this map. Their last win came November 8th, 2021 in the city of Gavle against an Oxygen Esports playing with
Yavle.
You just said it.
Yavle.
Gavle?
Yavle.
Levle.
North American. Listen. It's
yeah.
It's one of those maps that Rogue maybe didn't like to go to too often over the last couple of stages, but they've obviously been prepping it. I'm sure in the back lines they would have banned it out in those first 2 bans if it had really been something they thought would be a problem. Otherwise, though, Oregon and Bank, I think both of these teams can feel very comfortable here.
Overall, I look at XSET as, I mean, other than the fact that Rogue themselves are still undefeated on Oregon, it's the fact that they still have only played it twice over the entirety of the season so far. One time at the Berlin Major, one time in Stage 2. Yes, they were both victories, but the problem is that there's not a lot of things for XSET necessarily to look at. If they are confident in their VOD review game, then maybe we'll see something very special brought out specifically for this series. We're starting on Bank, though, and that's something that we've seen Rogue go to. Name a time where they've banned Bank. They basically never have. It's the map that whenever they have the option to play it, they're going to do it full force. The only problem is that XSET themselves are still pretty damn good here too. 4 wins, 2 losses over the course of this whole year. Both times they've played it in Berlin, they've won it. That is the same thing that we were looking at for several other maps from previous ban phases on XSET side. There might not really be a map that they're bad at, but there are ones that they haven't played very much recently.
We talked about a play style here, but also in the green room, we're all sitting and discussing things. And I guess the idea was Rogue play fast and loose sometimes. They can flex all around the map, and that kind of late round flank, you see Cryan either attack or defense, and then duoing up with somebody else on the team, that helps them out a lot. Bank fits within that, of course, but what are the kind of multiple pieces of the puzzle that have to align for Rogue to make that work?
Well, I was talking with some of the UK casters this morning over some breakfast, and what Dez and what Emmy were able to tell me was that, listen, Rogue are a team that don't necessarily go into games with super structured strategies. They're not going in saying this is exactly what's going to go down top to bottom. Instead, what they focus on from their coaching staff is going for a lot of that VOD review, right? Learning what the opponents are going to do, and then making sure your players are comfortable, making sure they're feeling themselves, understanding that if they've got that knowledge, they'll be able to take any of those gunfights and they'll be able to dismantle any of those attacks. So I think for the fact that we've gone 3 maps that XSET have quite a few VODs on, that might help Rogue out. If they were able to predict this map ban phase, they could come into this with a lot of extra knowledge and be feeling very comfortable.
I'll add more on that. Rogue are known for their support staff. They got so many people in the back really helping them out, being able to VOD review, prep themselves for it. How does that factor in for XSET? How do they prep themselves for it, Jacob, from your experience knowing the team for so long?
I'd say if for some reason you let XSET break you on the first map, especially when that was your pick, then you've got problems coming your way. So it's more about shoring up your own mentality for going into Bank specifically. If you win Bank, you go into Chalet, you're a map up, it's your opponent's pick, but you understand you won your pick. The whole job, this is what a Lycan quote from forever ago that I keep referencing, your job is to win your map pick. If you don't, then there are other issues to focus on. You then have to bring a whole new playbook out for whatever your opponent's map might be. And as far as XSET's concerned, when we're talking about Chalet later on, they've only had to play that twice this whole year, and they didn't play it until like in stage 1, and then they played it yesterday. There was a huge gap in between that. So the only real VOD you have to look at is their one from yesterday. Unless XSET have a really big playbook for Chalet, then Rogue's job is simple. Win Bank. Focus here. Don't think too far ahead.
then what are some things that XSET can kind of ban out to limit that flexibility that Rogue have shown, and the fact that they're so good at anti-stratting because of the amount of staff that they have in the background?
I mean, I think Bank's one of those maps that you really can get kind of creative with the bans. I think we've seen a good amount of Nook bans on Bank. She can be very powerful, walking through the garage, trying to get up some main stairs, server stairs as well. A lot of avenues for Nook to try to sneak in and make things difficult. It's also not an operator that I think you see XSET playing a ton of. Spirits and Gomez kind of flex around with it every now and again, but it's typically not going to be ones that they're jumping on. I think the other thing that we're going to be certainly expecting, although that expectation has been toppled a couple of times already, is likely the Finka ban. Rogue loved the Finka ban in EUL. They didn't ban it every single game here in Berlin, but of course you take Spirits on Finka, you take Gomez on Spirits or on Finka. They're both very good on that operator. So attacker bans will be a very interesting story.
I wonder if they go the other way. I wonder if they go shields. I wonder if we see Monty get taken off the board, because we did for both of Rogue's maps yesterday. We've seen, like, what? Elevate on Bank. They didn't play it a single time. They bring the Monty out. All of a sudden, they win, and they force W7M to a map 3. That's a very potent option as well. And if it's not a Monty straight up, Osa continues to be a menace on Bank, and it's being used very effectively. But I think every team in this pool, at least for 2 or 3 rounds every time it gets played. So
I mean, we've seen Blitz also in play. Like, there's a lot of flexibility that people and teams.
Spirits is in the lobby, and if Blitz is open, that's an issue. So
yeah, and then the question of, do you ban the Ying also, which has been a staple for so many teams. The amount of flexibility that you have on both sides, either they're attackers or defenders right now. Yes, go ahead.
I will say, these teams, obviously, they met in groups twice. We saw them play already. And one thing that a lot of teams have tried against XSET and found varying success with was banning smoke against Kino. Kino, one of the best smokes in the entire world. I'd argue the best, but I'm biased. Kino really can be really amazing with the shotgun, SMG-11, Toxic Babes.
True.
It's a power combo for him. And in the NAL, we saw teams figure this out and start to ban it. And initially, it was a big problem for XSET. They were losing games left and right against opponents that had banned that smoke against them. But what they did was they went back to the drawing board. They figured out how to do some of their strats, some of their setups, some of their rotates without that smoke shotgun, and they felt like they got a lot more comfortable with it. Both of those group stage games, drawing back to our history, we saw Rogue ban smoke against XSET. Now, was it effective? They won one of the games, they lost one of the games. It's tough to say. I think it's going to come down to the map pick as well. Bank can be one of those maps that smoke is good on, especially in the basement, but other sites not so much. So we'll see what they end up choosing here on Bank.
the map ban phase itself was also probably the main reason why XSET beat Rogue in the group stage as well. Because remember, they're 1-1. The win was early in the group stage. The loss was when XSET decided to tweak the ban phase and force a theme park instead of a bank, when it looked like all signs point to we're going back to bank again. Instead, they whip a map out that they very well know Rogue just don't play that much, and XSET have been scrimming on since stage 2. Problem is now you're going to a map that is a very, very known commodity for both teams this entire year. So just from a stats point of view, it's going to be very tight.
And since we're also talking stats and we're focusing on bank so much, I think my final point will be about site rotation. Because we've seen flexibility on every single site, but quite a bit of open area also.
Oh yeah, open area has really come into its own as probably the second best site for the majority of teams. CEO is okay. I think a zombie being up really does kind of dictate this as well. A zombie on the top floor can be pretty powerful. Even when you're roaming and you're playing open area, having a zombie up above you really can help things out. You can block off a lot of those angles, but still, moving around those top floor windows can be tough for a lot of teams. Teller's Archive is kind of the black sheep of the sites. We really don't see it very often. I'd be surprised if either of these teams ended up going there throughout the match today. But yeah, typically the rotation, basement, open area, top floor is kind of what we see from teams these days.
Everything he said.
Jacob, I love you, man.
I'm the greatest analyst.
Honestly, I miss having you guys on here. It really has been a while. It's a shame that we couldn't see one another over the past few months.
Oh, but we're doing it now, though.
We're doing it now and having a lot of fun. And on that note, I think the biggest amount of fun will be had once we get into games. How about we get that started?
Let's do it.
All right. Jesse, Jacob, thank you so much. Berlin, are you ready? I'm sure you can do louder than this. Berlin, are you ready? That's what I want to hear. Let's then take a short break and then toss it to our casters. It's Hap and Fluke.
Welcome, Berlin! Are you ready for XSET versus Rogue, our first semi-final of today? I think you are. My name is Hab, this is Fluke, and we're about to get going with a best of 3 between Europe and NA.
It's exciting, and I think we feel the excitement in the room. It's been a lot of cheering for pretty much anything and anyone that enters the room or enters the stage, but here, I don't want to put a little bit of weight onto this. This is NA versus EU. One of these regions, it ends now.
Now the majority of you at home vote for Rogue. 71% think it's a European team that will be making it through. And they're ready to whip up that crowd as well. As we get going with the first map, Bank. Now these two teams, they met each other in the group. They know each other. 7-4 Rogue on the first attempt, 7-4 XSET on the second attempt. Which way will it go this time?
I wonder if this is going to continue from the end of yesterday. Oh. It is. Nook is gone. Nook, first off the board, removed there. It plays very well in the hands of XSET.
Yes.
They love to get in with those grenades. NA find themselves a sneaky route through. XSET have only dropped one map this tournament. It was the first one. I'll let them go.
It's a finger to be removed.
Applauding a finger ban.
Honestly, the finger ban gets more claps. Oh, quick one. The echo. Deepak not going to be able to use that drone.
Is there an operator you think the audience would boo if they banned?
I've no clue, actually. The Chunker, maybe?
Yeah. They'll applaud me. Nobody got a bigger applause than a Finker being banned. Okay, as I was saying, XSET, they've dropped one map this tournament so far, and it was to Rogue. It was the very first map they've played. There's a Let's Go Rogue.
It's a different Let's Go tune, though.
It is.
We have started to evolve here. If you had any doubts on who the favorite here is in Berlin, I think that is about to be wiped off. Let's get going onto the basement here. The first site we'll head to. It's going to be Rogue on that defense. Are we going to see any roam game? Probably yes. We have the Oryx on the board. We have Kanto onto the castle. So a setup around the open area will more than likely be in place, and it will have to be dealt with by XSET.
All right, Rogue, we've seen some superstar performances from a superstar roster, but you're here to have a good time, and you're the only thing EU's really got left. And I'm not going to try and throw too much bias into this, because at the same time, XSET have played a very impressive tournament so far. Both teams have had huge moments. Both teams have deserved their spot here. And to be honest, either of them deserve a spot in the final, but only one of them is going to be the one that makes it. It's been a back and forth, a map traded a piece. Can the energy of Rogue knocking past G2 be enough to carry them through in what was a hell of a showdown, or will XSET, dispatching one EU team, find one more on the chopping block? It's an approach of an XSET attack, first of all, something they've done very, very well. There's a consistency. Multiple XSET players will try and find themselves against a single opponent, and Spoit might be that first engagement. Who else but the young superstar?
Spoit having an incredible tournament so far. And we've seen him play around this top floor so many times. He is being droned currently, though, and thus has to fall back. Wants to make sure he keeps control of his own life. And on that top floor as well, by not taking too much risk this early on. Klein is ready with a pre-play C4. There comes the repellent from Yoga. Is this going to be the detonate? No. Not yet.
A little bit misplaced and played. Kino's found his way right round onto server. He's alongside a creep and Diaz. They're hoping. They've gone undetected, and there's not a huge amount of support and structure around the site itself. In fact, only really a single backline player and one locked in towards Garage. Diaz gives the game away that we have this territory. He knows there's other work to do. They're hoping to force the Rogue players to fall back against them, but there's not too much of a stress that's coming against them as of yet.
There's a couple of alibi prisoners set up outside of the garage, so they know no one's going to be coming from that direction, because the majority will be trying to go for a CC plant. You see the Monty stacked up there, Sport trying to retake that top floor under control to allow himself to at least draw a bit of attention to that top floor. Make sure they cannot go for a direct breach onto the side.
Well, it's a 1 versus 1. They have a bit of an angle down towards each other. They are closer than they think, but in the meantime, they're close enough to the site to start thinking about a plant. It's forcing a little bit of Rogue attention to be paid. Leon is stacked up on one side. He's kind of in that sort of stock position of calling it to Kanto and Deepak, who wants to swing the C4 over the top. They're waiting for just somebody to try and hold F behind it. The frag goes for a roll, and it's not that connection. It's Leon. Takes care of Diaz. Kino, he's trying to get the stick behind the Monty. There's the C4. There's a lot of damage. They stop the plant. Gomez suffers, but Yoga gets Kanto. Kino, he's trying to go for a second stick, but Spoit from the top rope. Will he go for the drop? Leon, and Leon finds 2 apiece. Now it's a Monty, but Spirits gets 1, but Deepak has that cover. There's Yoga. He gets the down onto Cry and leaves just Deepak and Spoit left. There's 25 seconds. They know exactly where the kid is. The Flash is going to come down for a roll, but Spoit's still on the top floor. There's a ping towards him. They're looking for an engagement, but he's a man more than happy to find them of his own. 15 seconds. Waste the time, waste the pressure, waste the point. Yoga, you've got to find 2 stories worth the damage. You're in the middle of 2 players. And I think it's fair to say this round, this opener, this start, it's Rogues.
1-0 to Rogue as they started strong onto the basement. That was a good attempt from XSET, though. They had the shield, they had the players inside. All that was necessary to get the plan down. It's just that that top floor control did not hold, and they weren't able to deal with Leon going aggressive through the servers, fighting back, stopping everybody but that Monty. But there's nothing really Montaigne can do from there on. And you see it here in the replay, just the aggression, taking down the first, finding the flick onto the blue stairs as well. And after that, dying by the Monty, but the job already done. The diffuser dropped on the ground, and the round secured for Rogue.
They alluded to it on the desk. They said Rogue's a team that plays good Siege because they're having fun playing Siege, and that's that sort of bottom line. If you've got Leon, that core of the team, happy, able to go for those bits of movement against a team like XSET, who also play happy, upbeat Siege, it's an important factor to keep. The games that Rogue say they lost was because of their own mental position. They went in with the idea that they went up to scratch. That first round gives me lessons learned.
As we continue, we are up at the top floor now. The castle to be used to look off of these long angles, especially towards the outside. Ryan was debating whether or not he should have gone for a spawn peek, but decided against it. So Mr. Rogue is finding himself safely. Deepak inside the Janitors is going to be absolutely crucial for Rogue. He has the opportunity to look through smokes to make sure he will not get flashbanged out. And as long as he's alive, a repel in execute is not going to be sticking around too long for XSET. So they need to deal with him one way or another, even though their execute doesn't revolve around flashbangs or smoke canisters. Deepak in that position still will shut you down if you go for a plant.
Leon, what are you trying here? Oh, he's tempted by the idea of a jump out, but both players are pretty aggressively watching this. He's in the middle of a danger spot and he doesn't quite get it. Spirits was holding off the side of the angle, able to find the early pick. It's always a gamble. You assume your life is forfeit for the jump out anyway, but he couldn't even get one for the trouble. There's Kanto! Lanto Raketti with a little bit of a response. Kino, can he catch the third in this leg race across the board? XSET, they're holding at bay for now, letting some of the structure and demolition happen on the far side. Krein's tucked, and he's still protected.
Playing on the Kanto spot near the elevator as well. There is a drone on one of the lights. The Spirits will find Kanto. Shuts him down. A man advantage still there for XSET. But there's a lot of work to do still, and most of the players of XSET are still outside, still need to make their way in. And I said it before, they are on that rappel, and as long as Deepak is currently in that position, it's going to be very difficult for them to get a plan down.
That's it. They're trying to get the loose angle here. Spirits is spraying against the soft. You can see Spoit wanted to try and just tap a bullet towards, but they're not giving it over too easily. So XSET, they're structuring around here, the push up the spiral stairs. They did have the drone with the recon and the intel, but are they entirely sure on the positions of Krien? The wall starts to get cracked open by the sounds of it. There's some ideas, and Krien isn't going to sit around and find out what those ideas are. Hot droned up Yoga towards the top, gets an easy pick onto Spoit based on the rolling hot world. It's a 4 versus 2. XSET still stacked on the windows, round on the back. It's an important fight for Krien, and he wins it out. There's the next, and it's Deepak to bring us back into a 2 versus 2.
He sneaks out, goes to the top of square. He needs to be careful though, because there is, of course, the Kali still watching with that 12-time scope, holding off the tight angle. Diaz looking to push in as well as Kino makes his way into the actual bomb site here. They want to go for a plant. Deepak takes a bit of damage. Krien still below though, has a nitro cell. It has detonated that, but hasn't found any of the remaining XSET players. A missed headshot tap there from Diaz, but 45 seconds will be on the clock as Kino completes the actual defuse there. Does a little bit of team damage. Not ideal, but they continue fighting against 2 low HP Rogue members.
It's a tricky fight, and they do a little bit more scrap. They're putting him low, but Kino has a rifle that's heavy, and Diaz is just as 1-to-1.
No need to boo here. It is going to be a fair fight between NA and EU.
I think he knew how it would go.
Of course it would go that way. But it is only map 1. It's only map round 2. Indeed, that's how we respond to these kind of situations.
It's a sign.
It is a sign. There's multiple around. Not quite sure if we can read what's on it, but we'll definitely get around that.
Okay, a bit of a better start here for XSET. They had a response. Rogue, a couple of pulls apart. They went for the risky run out. Obviously didn't quite have it. XSET, they know the team they're up against. They lost the first. As we said before, it was a bit of a surprise. They almost didn't seem ready for the sort of game that Rogue likes to play. Learned lessons, came back, and had a much more powerful second performance. And here, again, that awareness that a Rogue player is likely to throw themselves out of a window at the 2-minute mark. Okay, they can try and net a body from the exchange of that.
Top floor again, going to be at least a bit of a focus point as you see some of these hatches to be reinforced as we are headed towards the open area. Now, cameras being set up as well. Information network slowly starting to be created by the hands of Rogue, but I need to be careful because XSET is already quite close to the building. 13 seconds had passed. We already find some on the doorways here. Diaz droning into the ATMs, wants to make sure a quick entry is about to happen. Yoga already repelled up together with Spirits to take that top floor under control. How will the C4s net this time though? Last time they were a bit too late, but if they are ready to go for them again, we might find some success there for Rogue.
Krien, sort of hoping somebody swings a little bit closer to him, but the drone game is consistent here from XSET. They know, well, you don't really want to try and face check players that do that for practice. It's a spread out approach, but Kanto first off the board. Yoga, once again, able to drive himself in. A great couple of openers here for him. And he's, again, if we're going to talk about the players you want to see from Rogue, as a Rogue fan to step up, it's definitely one on the side of XSET here.
Taking top control. Slowly headed over towards the balcony, finding out about these reinforced hedges, of course. Verticality coming through. Now, luckily for Rogue, even if he loses verticality, it's not meaning the end of the world. Spoik ready to toss up a nitro cell, hoping one of the XSET players is coming to open up the hatch very soon to create a bit of extra rotation speed. Doesn't seem to be the case quite yet, though. Spirits is quite close, actually, on that.
Seems like it's turned into a fight. Spirits versus... Oh, Spoik, but it's Diaz, actually, that gets the confirmation. Once again, Rogue have found themselves a couple of bodies down. As it was before, they fought back into the 3 versus 3. There's the ping on the player just round on the corner. And they kind of want to go for the angle in the fight, push the momentum. But when the break comes from behind, Leoni's isolated. He's in a bit of a scrappy engagement with Spirits. Does enough, but Gomez and Cryan have one apiece on the cover. The kit's cold. A minute on, they're on the top of the stair set. They want to see if they can get one more for the trouble, but Deepek almost entirely dropped. More of a flash and a push. And they force them away from the kit. The 2 remaining Rogue players, same pair as before, but more opponents to try and work with Cryan. Sprays and pre-fires the soft, draws all the focus and attention towards him. Yoga's inside the site with the kit.
Plan soon to be underway, 45 seconds on the board in just a matter of seconds. The Yoga actually goes off. Of course, the Evil Eye still around. Deepek wanting to use that to at least deal a little bit of damage, maybe even completely deny that plan and give Cryan some opportunity to retake here. He's fully blinded, deals a little bit of damage, but stays alive somehow. Swaps over to the Deagle, another flashbang comes out, not quite hitting the mark. 45 seconds on the board now, a retake needing to happen on the sides of Rogue.
They went for the aggressive fight on the top. Diaz saved by the blind there. The pre-fire almost connected, but Cryan and Deepek, massively low amount of health. They've got to take this first engagement. Diaz able to win out it. And he's looking for the next fight. There is the spray over the top from Deepek. Gets the down, but not a lot of time to get the remaining 2 players. There's a hatch, there's angles, there's opener, and there's a Maestro cam that might be able to get some impression of where they're at, but barely any time left. They're keeping themselves tucked. One on the hatch and one on the door itself. He might not even be able to make the distance to the kit at this point. And here, XSET, they drive themselves 1 round ahead.
XSET now leading here against Rogue on Bank. On the attack. Good second round, or good third round for them to come in, the second on the board. Rogue needing to regain themselves, pick themselves back up, because usually they do like this map. It is the map where they have beaten G2 over the stage, taking their revenge for what happened in stage 1, of course. So they are quite comfortable around here. But we have to mention it, and that is going to be in favor of the Rogue fans. It is a 50% defensive win rate for them. If they pick up 3 rounds, they'll be more than happy with that. Their attack is generally way better on Bank.
It is something that works together on Bank. Bank is a good map for attackers. You can really drive yourself into it. It's sort of, even in its previous iteration, it wasn't one too far away. We're on a Rogue timeout, as you can see now. Just get a conversation in, try and bring themselves back around. They know that they want to not hand any momentum over to XSET because they are purely at points a massively momentum-driven team. They know how to sort of grab a fight and hold on. Over the past couple of rounds, we've seen an XSET player just sort of slip and slink their way into the site. We keep seeing just spaces from the big rotates that Rogue like to play. They're trying to go for these retakes, and it isn't quite coming together.
Of course, me be a mastermind. And Siege is going to be able to give these pointers out towards his soldiers. Make sure that they make the differences that are necessary. As round 4 is about to get underway, we're back towards the bottom floor, back towards the basement. The side that Rogue has been able to win before. We have to say, though, it was on the back of Leon going quite aggressive, able to swing with the Monty there, taking out the player onto the blue stairs and the player right behind the Monty on that cover. Cannot rely on that happening twice. So you need to bring something else to ensure yourselves of success. And in just a matter of seconds, we'll find out what it is that they exactly have brought. Now, luckily, there's no Monty on the board this time. That does tell you it's going to be a bit more of a usual kind of take coming out from XSET as Cryan pulling out in time, realizing he had been spotted by that drone.
Yeah, the drone got an early ping on him there, but again, it's something we've talked about with XSET. It's a very complimentary drone game. They know that they sort of want to have eyes and ideas across the entirety of the approach. It's not just generally a funnel down a single route, but a single player will start to drone an entrance and allow the others to find other points of pressure. Spirits and Yoga once again Doubling up on these windows, covering in case anybody goes for a swing here. Safety first seems to be the MO, and up against Rogue. And with the current scoreline, it's something that's netting them some success. Spoit still fighting and dancing with drones on the top floor, but with a single player outside stock, and I think one was roughly around the other skylight as well. He's not gonna risk it.
For now, Rogue just trying to hold on, waste as much time as they possibly can, so XSET don't really have any good control. The first D1D pops, some red pings are coming through. Yoga would like to respond to that, but it's a bit too slow with the actual skeleton key. Cryin is able to make it out in time. Now, together with Kanto in the open area, there is some castle barricades, there is some reinforcements, there is a form of security and safety.
Leon, he suffers a little bit. He was around the top floor. There it is. Gomez was on square hatch all the way down towards Leon. He's not going to try and double with that again. There's pings and sprays coming through from the Vout cams. They're trying to find a loose player. There's obviously still the potential of some destruction. You have the C4 in the pocket. I'm not sure if one is loose yet or not, but still. It's a slow angle. Cryin, who are you thinking about fighting? Lion just comes around a split second. You actually try and lean back into the fight. It's not an easy one to take. There's the ping. You assume they're not going to push too much further. There's the drop on the hatch, and it's Yoga once again finds the opening.
Kanto again, taken out first here now, opening up onto the open area a bit more. They want to get control. A Spirits will find Cryin. Bit of a dangerous rotate there, caught off, and again, XSET find themselves with a two-man advantage here on Bank. Looking to build towards their third round, but Spoit has something to say about that. We'll find Gomez. He is quite low on HP, but it's definitely going to be an entry that is more than welcome for Rogue.
XSET pop another E1D. They're all out of those charges at this point. Every push and rush has to come from the back of their guns, and it's Spirits that goes down. Swung around and locked out by Spoit for a second. Diaz is going to step his way towards the break as the breach itself comes together from the remaining pair. Hopped actually against the fight. Going to use the hard breach charge to give themselves some width. Kino going to see if he can sneak the plant in. Hey, here's a C4 delivery system. There's the wrong end of it though. Yoga able to find a kill with the cover. They're tucked around. 15 seconds. The hatch open. They're concerned about a drop on it. The blinds are coming through. They're going to see if they can stick the plant once more. There's the blinds again. Really throwing everything to make sure that this stays locked. There's a swing round. Deepak cannot quite get the full two, but gets one. Diaz above the hatch. He's holding himself a little bit further away. Pre-fires the Prisma. Trying to find the angle. Spoit, he's good at this game, but Kino's good at that too. More blinds, more hatches, more vertical control. Spoit can't find it.
And XSET able to pick up another round. 3-1. And again, I mentioned it before, if it is a 3-3, there's nothing to worry about if you are a Rogue fan. But that does mean they need to start getting these rounds in right now. Are they going to run it back? They're going to go for a different site? Who knows? XSET definitely more than content with their current performance so far, and if they continue, will be finding themselves at a very good first half. Rogue trying to fight back, just losing out on these early entries is really what is starting to hurt them here.
I mean, it's a well put together push it from XSET.
Yeah.
The flashes, the combination, all of that control of the intel is something where we said before they learned the lesson of what Rogue like to do. And it's really being put across the boards here on Bank. When you're looking at the follow-up maps, you're looking at obviously Chalet as the next possibility, something XSET, again, more than happy to run the boards on, something we haven't seen so much.
So, this map matters a lot. You want to make sure you pick it up, and
5 seconds remaining.
Rogue in need of some energy here. Just to fight back, just to put round 5 into their own pockets and give themselves that extra bit of breathing room for the second half. And again, they are at that bottom floor. They are in the basement. And what happened here last time is those two early pickups. The Lion led in, basically spotted Kanto out as the hatch drop came through. It was impossible for him to win in that situation, but you kind of have to put yourself in these areas, in these situations where you have someone to cover you, where you can play on contact with each other. And that's what we're seeing more of Rogue now. Spoit and Cryin out and about above, trying to give each other some support, whereas the rest is on site.
More drones, more Lion, and more trying to hunt them quicker than anything else. They're trying to offer each other a little bit of a support structure here, and Cryin actually maybe wants to lean in. The push comes through on the far side of the soft. Yoga, as I said, he's got a very good record of this entry statistic. He's looking for this fight onto long. That's the ping, and the pre-fire is his. Yoga once again spirits very quickly. Gets the second. And the E1D just means, once again, Rogue's loose game has been pretty quickly shut down.
Not even the E1D, but also the drone game. Rogue just unable to deal with the drones that XSET have either rolling into the site or pre-placed, because you see it every single time they're about to take a gunfight, the yellow ping comes out and they're being completely obliterated as a result of it. And XSET again find themselves with a 2-man advantage here. Of course, Rogue, they managed to find some back every single time. There is going to be another red ping. Kanto drops. Wasn't able to find Spirits in return. He's about to go into a second gunfight, though, as I believe it is going to be Leon that pushes up and finds a kill.
All right, Leon, now's the time to shine. We are once again in a 4 versus 2, weighted towards the favor of XSET and NA. A minute 10. Deepek playing around on the stairs. The connection, Kino's holding it off, though. They seem to have an awareness, and it's a risky move. And, well, I think the bullets give him an idea. But look, they're chasing him. They want to put the pressure. Gomez is underneath as well. He's got to try and fight his way out one of the 2 doors. But unfortunately, surrounded just leaves Leon not for very long. 4-1 to XSET.
The drones are too powerful. Rogue is unable to deal with them currently. And as you give them their energy, they need to put it in finding a way to deal with these drones. A Vigil, perhaps. A Mute and Mozzie combination if you want to go for the roam.
Kino on stage, he's doing his best to try and get the XSET fans to rally against the might of Rogue, but I think when you're in the heart of EU and the heart of Berlin, well, it was like when we were back in Charlotte a couple of months ago. XSET, they're leading well on that control here on Bank. Obviously, it is a map that does lead well to attackers, but you have to give credit to how quickly they're able to get an idea on where the Rogue players are and then just force them into trickier and trickier situations. Rogue obviously have taken their time out. They've had that conversation early on, and they haven't been able to win a round since.
Are we really seeing a Blackbeard and Kali combo about to be making an entrance here at the Major? Blackbeard?
I
Operator
believe
we
so.
haven't seen for a very long time.
Could this be the first Blackbeard player
during this
across the
Major?
tournament?
Possibly. It'll be good to see how that works out. But I was just calling out the Mute and Mozzie combo, but Mute has been banned, of course, and that might be the reason why Rogue is struggling so much dealing with these drones.
It was their ban.
Of XSET. Yeah, it was their ban, but it's like they kind of would have liked to have it right now because they are struggling so much. They keep on being yellow pinged. The drones are everywhere. They're unable to deal with them at this very situation.
There's the pressure from the Gon 6 over the swing of Banana. They're hoping to try and force out the position of anyone that might be there, but otherwise not quite caught out. It's still this XSET game, still this XSET approach. Rogue, if they can try and find a second round, then they might be able to make something of it, and Kino takes the header for Kanto as the open.
Again, the entry here for the side of XSET. Rogue, they really need to turn this around. This map is slowly but steadily getting out of their grasp right here. As Kino finds that first, you just mentioned it, still active on these windows, wants to open up now for the Blackbeard to use that shield to its advantage, hoping to find Deepek, who usually plays in the janitor office. Finds himself here again. Holding. He's important for this hold because he can stop any pushing. Now, flashbangs are coming out. He thinks there might be something underway, but of course, no smokes on the board for XSET to use.
That's it. He was waiting to also hear if anything came behind it. Leon's a bit of backline support on the long meeting desk. There's still more drones. There's a grenade. Takes care of Spoit up in the Kanto corner. Leon wants to see if he can maybe try and retake it. The C4 ripped over the top. Doesn't quite get it. Cryan has to pull back before the fight goes against him. Leon's trying to watch from the top rope, gets down on one. There's a swing in on the window. He's reloading. Gomez, reaction Spirit takes the shot. XSET.
5-1 for XSET, but the side half is coming through. And if there's anything we have learned in Siege is that comebacks are always possible because it is a game of 2 halves. Well, you might struggle on that defense. The attack might be more kind to you. There we go. It takes one loud voice and a willing crowd.
As as we've said, XSET have all the weight of NA on them at this point. This is the first time all of EU has its weight and its hopes and its dreams. For the first title in a while, behind a single entity, they were able to push past some of their opponents. That's a cool count.
I think I just heard a Vuvuzela. It's like,
oh, that takes me back.
There's something out here.
All right. Is this a map that's really leaning heavily into the statistics of being attacker-sided, or is XSET pushing the pressure on? They are only 2 rounds shy of taking this first map. They're 2 rounds shy of doing it in an impressively dangerous fashion as well. Rogue really need to find an energy that they haven't had since the opening round, the only round that they've been able to take across at this map.
The bad news is that the overall percentage over the major so far has been 49% defense. So slightly favored towards the attackers, but not 5-1 favored for the attackers. Now, Rogue's attacking percentage, though, is higher, so should be giving them a bit of an easier time. And if they do start to get into that momentum, if they do start to chain 1, 2, maybe even 3 rounds in a row, it's definitely going to be possible. They do have information themselves as well. They know someone's out there. Spoid goes for the first attempt, misses the head of Gomez, but he's definitely going to be stuck on this square area right now.
Not the most traditional thing for Spoid to miss, but Gomez doesn't. Catches the drone on the way out the door as well. The opener is XSET's. Once again, a statistic that has been so consistent for them across this game as of this moment. Kanto concerned about a watch now as they've lost the control in the fight over onto square. There's the glass, looking for the angle. The smoke canister pops through, and there's the side of a smoke. He's poppering. He cannot quite get the full connection. Not entirely sure.
A little bit of a box out there is protecting him. Protecting Kino as we go. Another smoke canister will be tossed in. I think they might just go for a bit of a plant right here for Rogue.
Well, it's a dangerous take to try and do it on. They're just throwing the smokes across the board. They have the Candelas in pocket, but they don't really have much else. Deepak and Cryan, they're trying to retake the chance at a square lockdown here, but they've got to go further and further out because those players on the top floor, Yoga especially, they're still not really threatened. He's on the 3 OKD. He's doing some big business so far, and the longer they're just sort of finding themselves stuck sitting here. Here's the break, here's the breach, there's the catch. The C4 isn't shot out, it's a double for Gomez, and Kanto can only look into the blinding whites of the Candela from a second before. It's Spirits from the top of square. And Cryan, to keep this game off of map point, has to pull an ace clutch, but it's a team talk, I think.
It's going to be a team talk, so there's this 6-man crowd right here. Make sure you make that noise. Give them all your power. I know you've been trying to do so, but they're really going to be needing it. They're trying to go for a bit of a new chant, but not quite connecting yet. Cryan taking a lot of damage, realizing that on 10 HP, it's not going to be working out for him. So falls all the way back towards the old garage. He's going to be sitting out here next to the bins, actually on the staircase, and he's going to take these next 30 seconds to discuss what can we bring, because 6-1 is inevitable right now, but we can still come back from this as Gomez locks it up for the flawless round with a quad kill.
You can't argue with the fact that XSET are hitting some shots right now, and Rogue, some shakes that we haven't really seen too much of throughout their run throughout this tournament. Whether it's just the stress of this first map, their map going away from them or not, some of these little slip past are things that maybe once a game, maybe once a round, but here they cannot get a handle on this. Again, a tragic C4.
And it was always going to be common. I mean, it was ripped, and you just tried to go for a straight-up plant. There was no other control. You didn't have that first floor. You didn't have the hatches. You basically allowed them to just toss in that utility for free. 1 piece for 1 piece. You gotta make sure that that doesn't happen. And at this point, though, the map is quite, looking quite dire for Rogue. 5 map points they need to fight back before they find themselves for an overtime situation where they can still take it home. Now, luckily, it's a best of 3. It is not over after this map is over. But it's definitely a heavy blow they would be receiving in their chase towards a final spot.
It's one of the things that was highlighted about XSET. They lost their very first map of groups because they were warming up. They sort of said they had a bit of a struggle at the beginning of their first map yesterday, but then obviously pulled it towards a win, and then the second was much more lightning. Gomez and Gomez! A double tragedy. He's looking for a third here. A jump out as Cryan suffers the wrong end of the spray. The Valk doing what Leon wanted to do, but it's Spirits that gets the kill. Spoit finds one, and another 4 versus 2 in the favor of XSET. A consistency of this game. Leon, he's looking for a fight and finds it. He pulls the body back. There's one more around the side of Janitors. You can see Spoit on the top of the skylight.
If there's a player you want to have in a situation like that, it would be Spoit. Getting some pings out, they're getting some drones out. The last 3 members are finding themselves on the site. Rogue, they need to make some thunder happen here. They need to strike hard and decisive. Most importantly, accurately against the remaining XSET players. Spoit on the janitor hatch, just quickly getting a drone in, wants to find some extra information, has the Gemini replicator as well to use, of course, but wants to isolate one of these players, won't spot it out. Not quite sure where he's gone though. So Connects will follow, not landing quite close enough, a little bit of damage done, but nothing too decisive as his entry gets locked off.
They have time to start trying to formulate something, but it's not an easy map. It's not an easy site to force a fight like this. There's a lot of routes and rumbles and corners for your opponents to play through, and there's not really a direct sort of straight way into open with any sort of cover. Spoit with the slow creep, but he doesn't get much further than the rotate. Leon gets all that's left of Rogue's hope here on their map pick, the opening map on Bank. He has a minute. He's trying to get lucky here, but XSET doesn't feel like tangoing and dancing. There's a bit of a spray underneath, and it's XSET with a 7-1 demonstration.
A blowout, as you may, on Bank. And now Rogue is going to be 1 map down. Luckily, it's a best of 3 for the European team, because they still have that opportunity. There is still going to be Chalet.
They'll need a bit of a team talk, and then probably a lot more of a team talk there. Reset, find themselves, play it like it's a bit of a best of 1, and then see what you can do afterwards. But for now, for us and for everybody, probably you more than anything, let's take a quick break before we're back with the desk.
Welcome back, friends. We continue on after map number 1. It's Bank. And Rogue really did not make it work. Man.
Europe who?
Yikes.
Europe who?
There's a couple of XSET fans out there.
We got some people repping the set in here. Let's see how that goes. Let's talk about Bank, because that looked like an absolute washout on a map we're all hyping up as Rogue could be so flexible on this, but they were shut down.
I mean, it started great, right? Leon going off on Alibi down in the server, getting aggressive. We saw it on the replay. It was a nice little pickup.
Then 7 rounds in a row to the North American team. What did I tell you? I told you they were going out.
Brazilian team.
It's 7 rounds in a row. The one time Rogue ended up winning anything in this game is a time where Leon gets a 3K with Alibi, is mobile with it, sure, and it kind of looks like it puts XSET on the back burner a little bit. And then the other times that we see Rogue go to that same site, when they go to lockers, what happens? They lock down the roam. It's not as simple as, oh, all we have to do is hit the site. They realize exactly what Rogue is doing, go upstairs, deal with the roam, counter it, and Rogue don't have an answer for that or any other attempted bomb site defense.
Rogue were playing Rogue's game, right? Like, they like to get aggressive, they like to move around. They were all over the place on defense. It just felt like all the time they were being caught out by those players on XSET. The biggest player that struggled with this was, of course, Kanto. 3 opening deaths of the 6 rounds that they played on defense. Just really struggling to be able to fall back when it made sense to. Just always being found out by these players, whether it was Yaga, who consistently got him on the clear, whether it was Spirits. Didn't really seem to matter. There was always somebody hunting down Kanto.
Dude, they're playing a Blackbeard. Come on.
I told you they were.
It's 2022.
They were going to play Shield Ops. That's what they did. Shield Ops are on the table. Spirits plays a Monty. Spirits played a Blackbeard. How do you lose to a Blackbeard in 2022? What is this team?
I mean, the Blackbeard made sense with the strat, right? Because it was a Blackbeard and a Collie. They dominated the windows.
It's a good look.
Off-floor take. I mean, yeah, it's not every day we see a Blackbeard, but it worked really well here. I think this is the second Blackbeard of the tournament. Bibu had one in groups in a game that wasn't super important for them. This game, though, all on the line. He rocks it out, and it works.
Okay, let's go and talk about Yaga for just a moment here. This man was popping off, and we've got player highlights, so we'll have some stats for you guys to work with and just put them on the screen. There it is.
Oh my God.
2.25. He is.
He's the GOAT.
He is.
Listen, 3-0 on entry. That all came in one stretch of rounds, back to back to back, getting those opening picks twice onto Kanto, once he found it onto Spoit as well. Really was a strong showing from Yaga this game. He's not always that person that you expect to be first in the building, getting those opening picks, but he was playing the buck this day. He was swinging in through those windows. He was popping open the floorboards. He was doing what a soft breacher does, and he did it so well today here.
It's like you didn't have to include the fact that he has 0 clutches in that stat. You didn't need to, but what does that show? It means XSET were not in positions where a clutch was necessary. The closest thing we ever saw was round 2? I think it was Kino playing Kali upstairs, ensured that it was like a 3v2. They had to bring things back. They had to worry about a post plan. XSET were not in positions where they had to worry about anything that Rogue was doing on defense. The drones were there. The intel was phenomenal. And when they got time for roam clears, this is what happens. 7-1 on one of Rogue's self-professed best maps.
There's only one opening death as well. Diaz Lucas, he's the man who died to Leon in that very first round where Leon dropped his 3K. Not a single person on Rogue going positive, not a single person on XSET going negative. This was an incredibly dominant game from the numbers to the rounds that we were watching. From start to finish, this looked like XSET's wheelhouse. And this is the map that Rogue picked.
Yeah, so off to a good start. Not really, at least not if you're Rogue and a Rogue fan in here. But we move on to map number 2, Chalet in this case. And this was XSET's pick. So let's look back at the stats, how often it was played, the win rates, multiple sites, the rotations. Jesse, help me out.
Yeah, it's not a great map for Rogue. As I mentioned in the pregame, this is the map that they're on a 3-game losing streak on. They haven't played it since Yavle. They haven't won it since Yavle.
They haven't won it since Yavle, right?
I don't know. I've messed this up once. They haven't won the map since they played Auction with their coach way back at the Stage 3 Major from last year. It's a very rough record for them, 0-3 since that game. And XSET, this is a map that they enjoy playing, right? This is a map that they picked against the Wolves, worked out well for them once. For a guy like Kino who's saying, we're not going to drop a single map, going to a map like this for your potentially last game of the semifinals is a great way to do it.
I'll go out of my way to say this is probably the worst map that Rogue could have gone to that wasn't like a permaban, so to speak, that wasn't a theme, unless they've been prepping something for it, which I don't think behind the scenes they have been. I think this is one of those cases where there are a lot of maps in a best of 3 in a pool that's this big, a 9-map pool, where there will always be some that kind of slip through the cracks, and you kind of have to prioritize sometimes more defensive bans, maps that you know that you're not that great with. So Rogue behind the scenes need to have something in the bag here. On the flip side, there's not much tape for XSET to have drawn, or for Rogue to draw from on XSET's side, because they've not played it very often, but when they've had, it's looked pretty darn good so far. It's a 66% win rate this year, only 3 plays, just won it yesterday. The question is, do Rogue actually have something different prepared based on what we saw?
Map 3, yes, no, quick. We're about to go.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I've heard you enough. No.
Hold on. Kino said in the interview yesterday they weren't going to drop a single map, and it looks like that's what they're about to do. I'm just going off what Kino said.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, Jacob and Jesse. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it'll be time for map number 2. It's on to very cold and cool Chalet. Let's see how that goes. See you in a few.
Welcome back here to a rough bit of energy in Berlin. The first map may be better forgotten. It's a rough pill to swallow, apart from the fact that there was a couple of thousand people booing Caliber Jacob.
That's a good one. We don't ever stop that. But I think it's time we give some help with the energy right here. I saw Jerry. I just saw you out there in the crowd. You were really trying to get the crowd to go in.
Jerry was doing his best.
We're going to be manifesting this, and we're going to steal one of his chants. So when I say NA, you go for airports. All right? Everybody listening? NA airport. NA? NA? NA! Exactly! Let's send them home. Rogue for this map too. On Chalet. Can I do it?
I guess we're going to have to find out. And as I said, before the turn of the break, Rogue have to come back here with fresh mindset. Because whatever was going for them last map, something better to forget. A 7-1 scrubbing across the side of Bank was what came through from XSET. The guns looked hotter.
I've got the first cheer here. disappointing.
No, they did a bit.
A little bit.
A little
Needs
bit.
to be louder, come on.
There's a lot that's on the stakes.
There's a lot that's on stage.
Not just booing the operator selection.
I'm gonna woo for the operator selection. Is there Thatcher to be removed? Finka will see play. Has been banned quite long actually throughout this tournament, so it's a bit of a change. The mirror removed as well, as slowly everybody's starting to get back and realize what's going on. It's the operator banged. One more. Valkyrie, possibly. Echo. Zami.
Well, there it is. All we have ahead of us now from the side of Rogue is a technical best of one if they want to survive, and then another one right after to drive it one more map, and the crowd is getting noisy. They know it's not just these two teams hitting heads. They know it's two regions that have always had very kind things to say about each other. Here, Rogue on Chalet. Not a map that's a big tour de force for them, but at this point, they got to go off books if they want to try and make this happen.
Starting on the attack here. What do they have to bring as we're headed to Snowmobile and Garage first? It is going to be a tough test for Rogue. We said it before, it's not really their map. It is the site choice, a map choice, not site choice, of XSET. And thus they need to come with something surprising here. Now, if they have been watching Ace of Pirate streams, they know exactly how to attack this side. They say it's a 100% success rate.
Ace of Pirate, he's got a 100% success rate.
Exactly.
And I think that's everything that Rogue need right now. XSET, if they get off to a strong start here, sure it's Chalet, but still, with the energy and momentum they had in the previous round, I guess it's seeing what happens. Spoit picking up the role of the Finker. That isn't the most sort of common stand-in. Let's see if he can try and make this LMG make a little bit of noise across the faces of the side of XSET. They have their full stretch here. Some attention paid down towards Trophy, trying to get the catch onto Yoga. Gomez is stacked up on the top floor. It's obviously the full extension onto what is the Snowmobile site. They're wasting time, we're wasting a bit of this stretch. XSET, they can try and pull themselves back at a later date, but it seems like they might want to try and just draw the Rogue players towards them and scrap on the windows. Gomez, what sort of start are you thinking about having here as the pressure comes onto double window? He takes a bit of the wrong end of it, sprays back, slips away, and XSET tuck tail.
Grenade popping through, is not finding spirits. Looks to go aggressive here on the double windows, but decides better of it. Falls back, stays in that bathroom, doesn't want to give away his current position, but he has been droned out. Will be taken care of. Spirits takes a small amount of damage through the wall. Zjok in the meantime, there gets taken out as well. Crime with the first, Kanto with the second.
Spirit's massively injured. He's going to slip away, but not very far. Kanto Raketti had the cover. Rogue played that perfectly. Gomez almost takes the head off of a bit of a wide stray from Deepak. The two remaining players have brought themselves back down towards the site. Rogue now, they have the rest of the building under their control. They've just got to try and find a way to force the site, force themselves through. They've got the hard destruct. They've got the abilities to break apart anything ahead of them.
But will they? Two members left on XSET. You shouldn't be losing this as Rogue right now. You got to make sure that you play this patiently. You have a minute. You have the time. Hatch is being taken under control by Crime, making sure there's no defender that can sneak back up as Deepak close around the corner, ready to toss the Candelas in to blind whoever is inside. There goes the first, takes care. We'll see a laser again. The exothermic comes out. It's a bit of an aggressive push. Gomez is around to come the corner. Leon will not be picked up. Gomez finds the first before he gets punished.
Now it's just one more Diaz on the back line. He went bold, he went aggressive. There's the breach itself. They've got all their cams, they've got the intel on if anyone swings on the other side, but they're trying to tuck themselves for the wine plant, and that grenade sort of says the statement, we know where you are, and the drone is the punctuation at the end of that sentence. The plant being tucked on the corner. The cover is either side, and it's Diaz to get one, but Kanto looks off his triple round.
And this is the energy they need after that round, after the map previously. But they need to carry this along to round two. Again, Wine, no, we're changing that one up. As you see, Rogue having a bit of a discussion quickly, like everything went quite okay this round. Let's keep up this energy. Gotta make sure we do. Kento again. Pressured, headshot, following up right after. And finding a second from that same window, just a rotation through. Whew. It's kind of the sharpness. They missed in that last map on Bank. They were in the right positions. They just were unable to connect their shots.
That's it. That's the sign of confidence we need from Rogue. And touch wood. That's how the first game opened. And then from that point onwards, XSET were able to put a pretty strong showing back through. So Rogue, what else can you drive here on a slightly different side of bar, the second story control? Leon picking up the role of the gridlock, and Cryin picking up the role of the Amaru. Hey, do you remember casting a Cryin Amaru? I believe it was an ace.
I believe it was an ace, yeah. So if history repeats itself, we might see a second round in favor of Rogue here. But, we can never really rely on that happening twice at the same time. It would be a miracle if that would be the case, but they are looking to go quick on the side of Rogue.
That's it. There's a bit of pace here in the pockets of Rogue. They have obviously Deepak playing on that role with the Candelas. They might try and drive themselves directly into the site itself. There's the swing onto the top. There's the throw out. You can see Kanto on the far side of the balcony. Maybe hoping to find a fight here. Could roll the grenade to remove that utility. Has done that before, but just holding onto the door for the second. Rogue, they're trying to find the thread to the players inside. They're ready to try and cause a bit of noise. They don't want to be tucked directly under the window in case there's a spray through. Leon is going to try and find that corner stick player of Yoga. The gate's burnt. Yoga, is he going to drift into this engagement or wait for the pressure to start to come towards him here? It's a very tricky, close to suicide spot that you can really play. More grenades, more breach and break. There's Deepak with the smokes and the cover. There's the spray over the top. There is a missed opportunity for Spoit. Cryin is ready and raring to go. They've boxed the top of the blue stairs, dropped the fight there. One close tucked onto the box. Spoit's concerned. Someone's going to find him, but it's Leon and Spoit. Dropped from the back line, but they're inside the site looking for the pantry line. Cryin look left. He does not. Caught out by the corner player, Diaz. Puts them into a 3 versus 3. Still trying to keep the pressure hot, though.
Didn't properly check the corner there, and now we find ourselves in even numbers. A good start for Rogue, but it kind of diminished quite quickly there. So let's see if they can get that pace back into their own favor. Deepak has that diffuser ready to go in. The drone will be checking out whether or not Diaz is still inside a pantry. We'll confirm that now. That's a valuable piece of information as Diaz rotates out. The Sir Laser Gate has been reactivated, and his head has been taken out.
Well, there's Kanto, takes revenge now, and they're going for the verticality here. A minute on. They have plenty of time to try and find the two loose players. They are slightly separated, but they're wanting to reconvene. You can see Kino around the bottom of the stair set itself, down in Snowmo. He's holding off. Spirits is going to see if he can find the fight. Rotating behind Kanto. Does he know? Well, it's either side. Leon takes the burn to get the kid onto the window. There's the wide. There's Kino back up the stairs. Leon, he takes a bit of pressure, pops round, but they're inside the site at this point, and the Banshee gives the game away. Does not know. The rotation has come back through. It's scrappy. Neither of them gets the full lockdown, but the impact.
Gotta catch them all, and with that, another round in favor of XSET. Again, round 1, Rogue, round 2, XSET. Now you gotta make sure, though, it doesn't turn into another 7 consecutive rounds if you are a member on Rogue or a fan standing behind them. Now, of course, it is not their favorite map. Talking about Rogue, they will be fighting an uphill battle throughout the rest of this semi-final as they lost their own map pick. They're now onto a map they basically never play, but at the same time, that could mean they have something up their sleeves. Unfortunate that Cryin did not check his left corner there. That could have been the round changer.
Oof, I mean, credit to Diaz for that second follow-up. He got into the aggressive position. Unfortunate timing, the gun 6 on the swing so low. When you have that as your secondary, 1 for 1. Now it's up to Rogue to see if they can make sure there's not a repeat of the previous map. They're back onto the site they took pretty well before. A great close down on the top loose players. I feel like we might not see so much of a tall extension from the side of XSET before. They were massively punished on the looser roam game. Probably still at least a player, but maybe not all 3 fighting it out.
Of course, maybe falling back a little bit earlier if they are all on that top 4. You cannot afford to lose that many players that early on into that round. You see them as well right now. They're playing a bit more patient. They're just all around. They are playing around these hatches, so they have Quick fallback opportunity. Bit of pressure being sent out from the bedroom there, so bit of attention will be paid by Rogue as the front doors are being knocked in at the same time, but Deepak as well.
Okay, Rogue already tucked, ready to try and strike. You can see that XSET, they've pulled themselves back. Kanto puts some pressure onto the window and suffers a spray back. The first player slips on through and takes the hot drop over the balcony. There it is, XSET. They've generally pulled themselves back. And as I said, left a single player, Spirits. He's going to sit, he's going to wait, he's going to put his feet up and hope that nobody finds out where he is. Yoga, he's going to take the drop onto the hatch as well. All of the rest of the players have fallen back closer and closer towards the site. They've got themselves more of an awareness. Rogue, steady drone ahead, but the difference now is, oh, Gomez gets that early catch.
Waiting for the drop there on that hatch, finds the kill onto Spoit. The young superstar player made his debut in stage 2, instantly found into a semi-final on the international stage. The question will be, is Rogue going to be with these changes instantly to begin contention for the grand final? Well, if they are, they need to step it up now because XSET is definitely seeming a bit sharper here today, especially on Bank, and now looking to turn the tides on Chalet as well.
Putting the breach onto West Main. We talked about the importance of the hatch. If you want to try and get this down, they've obviously got the air jab on the door, but it's still a threat that they've got to try and keep locked down. Gomez tucked around on the shield with the swing, has obviously the Aruni gates ahead of him. The drone's going to get the reveal. 2 ADSs and still a loose Spirits on the top floor, something to strike a little bit later. XSET, they have the man advantage as well. They're well aware of where the push is coming from and where they're going to want to try and drive themselves towards. Diaz has the glasses to stop this. A couple of impacts and a C4 pre-fires from Yoga, but his position's known. It's Gomez. Swings wide, takes the head off of one, waiting for a second to come through. Rogue, they're trying to butt their head against the closed door here, and Gomez is happy to play either side of it.
A 2-man disadvantage for Rogue. Still a roamer out on the board as well. They need to deal with this round. Is not looking very likely to be won. Spirits comes down. These blue stairs now is about to be coming right face to face with Cryin. Both take damage. None will kill the other as Kino will pick up Leon in the meantime though. Is Cryin going to be able to turn the tide? Gets one. It's a start.
But it's a 10 seconds towards an end. Diaz puts one more down. Cryin is all that's left with 4 other players to find their way through. And here, once again, XSET take the lead on the 3rd round.
XSET in that lead is going to be dangerous to deal with because they haven't really been put under any pressure yet by Rogue. Rogue needs to put up that pressure. Rogue needs to come in to this game a little bit more. It's not the crowd. The crowd is all behind them. It might be Nurse. It might be XSET having studied them through and through and knowing exactly how to deal with this current Rogue. The dining in the kitchen will be playing right afterwards. You saw it there. Gomez holding that drop perfectly, able to shut down Spoit. And after that, well, XSET just took him down one by one. Not really, again, under any pressure. The site gets opened up, but that's about it.
It was better play there from XSET. They pulled themselves back. There's a couple of cosplayers with maybe a little bit of an NA fan base.
A little bit. They are the loudest voices for XSET currently.
But it was better from XSET. They pulled themselves back. They knew how good and how much focus Rogue were putting onto taking them across the top. And then couldn't quite get it from that point onwards. For the first time, we see a 3rd site, Kitchen. Can they complete the 3-site rotation here? Obviously, it's XSET's map. But again, if we talk about how Bank is something that works well with attackers, Chalet's the same.
It's going to be the same. You need to get these rounds in now, Rogue. And even though it doesn't look like, you know, these last 2 rounds, you had much to say about the outcome, that could still change in just a matter of seconds. Back on the Amaru. What's it going to be bringing? The pace towards Spirits, maybe? I mean, he is watching these double windows, so surely not. Ooh, seen someone on the rappel right there. It's going to go for the pre-fire. That's Leon gone. It's a diffuser drop, but Cryin steps in. It's a go for a double reply. Noser is a 3rd, looking to try and chase it down. The Sport tried to help as well.
That's the kind of energy that they needed. Their Rogue instantly bit themselves towards it. Gomez with the pre-fire off towards balcony. but they've tucked themselves in, taken a second to reevaluate. You can see Diaz, he's drifting a little bit closer, but a little bit by himself on the far side. Spoit, he's got an important fight on the boards right now because Gomez is trying to retake. Do they know? Doesn't matter. Gomez sprays it out, puts us back into a 3 versus 3.
Had the pings and knew exactly where he was, yet unable to pick up the kill, unfortunately. XSET, they bring it back, 3-3. Gomez still up above, is dangerous in that situation, can just come in and wait for Rogue to go for an execute because the time starts to tick down, only 80 seconds, and the diffuser still dropped on the ground, needing to be recovered. I don't think they'll actually go for it. I mean, Spoit might actually go for it now. I thought he was going to go in downside, but it's going to be pick up that diffuser, so at least they have the opportunity to go for an execute, the 3 remaining members.
What choice do they really have at this point? The structure and control that they have isn't really absolute. They've obviously sort of had to hand over a bit of the verticality, and as soon as XSET realize that, they might try and fight their way back through, holding the long angles and going for the rotate all the way underneath. Maybe hoping to catch somebody up the swing onto the west main stairs, and Spoit by himself. Deepek is tucked a little bit closer, giving themselves some soft 40 seconds. They're trying to evaluate just if anyone's behind the chassis and where the tucked players are, but once again, XSET playing this game very well. Nobody's overextending. They're going to see if they can just stick it. The pings are coming through, but it's Spoit to get a huge take. There's Yoga, but a little bit too late. Swinging with the pops of post plant. Kanto's gone. There is Spoit with one more. Can he get the last? It's deep.
And Rogue managed to reply. There's not going to be another 7 rounds in a row for NA. They need to keep this up. 2-2. If they manage to get 1 or 2 more attacking rounds on the board, Rogue will find themselves in a good spot to fight.
Hey, there's Jerry.
There he is. The man of the chance.
And there it was, the great combination. The Gun 6 just sees the tail end of Spirits. There is.
I was going to say, I heard it earlier, but it's like, I don't know where it is.
All that matters is that it's here.
That's all that matters. Just the sound.
All right, Rogue, 2 for 2. That's a good cam. Big reactions, you might make it onto the big screen. 2 for 2, Rogue, you found, matched and improved on your performance in the last map, but there's still a lot left ahead of you here. XSET, they've been able to take 2 of their defenses. They still have more of an opportunity to pull a couple more at this point. Rogue has got to see if they can try and drive themselves through. Once again, back towards the bar site. This one, it was a little bit back and forth. 1 kill potentially goes the way of Rogue, and you potentially have a different round. But it's not a game of potentials. It's a game of what's on the board on the top center of your screen. And you can see it starting with a difference on the top center of your screen. Rogue is all the way on Solarium.
Spoit looking to put some early pressure down. Drone coming in to get that information. You might want to get a grenade to follow up shortly. Spirits is playing close around the bathroom door, but will fall back. Knew that earlier on, the grenades were coming in quite close, so you don't want to have that happen again. Kanto up onto balcony, managed to pick up a double kill earlier here today. Gets picked up this time. Gomez shuts him down.
Sprayed over the top, XSET. They have their opener, Kanto Ricchetti removed. Earlier on, still a lot of Rogue, but this has been a kill that's gone without an answer, which has often led to disaster. Spirits is about to be under maybe a little bit more pressure. There's a player inside. Do they know? Well, not that close. The next, they've all slipped away. Spoit, he started to activate with the roll of the finger. And there's the next, I said it. He finds another. Gomez taken out. The Swedish Wonder Kid isn't quite done yet.
Deepek now offering some help as well. Onto the balcony he goes. Just quickly opens up that window, realizes there is some phones that can be hacked. Give access to the camera network that the defenders do have set up. You might be able to find 1 or 2 as a result of it. Still a player though inside of the library. Yoga has the hatch to drop down and will be using that at the least amount of pressure that comes in as well. Kino sneaking up the staircase, looking to provide some support to Yoga in this 3v4 situation. Rogue taking it slow because they can. They have 60 seconds. They just need to make the right decisions here to attack in time. As it is Kino picked up from Crime from below. Sport now goes aggressive, but they've already fallen down. They're both in the sight. As Zilga falls, it's only up to DS now. He takes a bit of damage. He knows he needs to hold on. He's in the back of the supply line here. It is going to be the entry soon, as Leon is already around the corner.
Tucked into the corner of bar stock here. They knew where he was last time after he got a couple of kills for his trouble, but for 30 seconds and pre-firing all the angles he can. There seems to be a Rogue player every which way, but no way. Moved closer and closer. Cannot get the first. And the Spoit Crying combo moves Rogue back into the lead.
Getting into that rhythm now.
Was that "Who Are You" chant?
I heard a Rogue is on fire currently coming down.
Rogue is on
Sliding
fire.
in the background.
Spoit is on fire.
Spoit is on fire,
Your
yeah.
defense is terrified.
It's wonderful having all of you back here in the venue.
Yeah.
As Rogue take the lead here on the map. 2-3. Slow-mo cry from Kanto there. War chat. And now round 6, the last opportunity for Rogue to truly lock this off as a 1/2 with a 4-2 scoreline. But for XSET to bring it back. We're back towards Snowmobile and wine. It's 50-50 success rate so far today.
It is. But I think this round is something that has a lot more importance for the side of Rogue. Going into their defense with a 4-2, based on how the first map went, based on how defenses on this map go for anybody for Rogue, and based on XSET's exceptional attacking, they got to make sure that they get a little bit more than an even split on the side. XSET, can they pull something out here? They don't think it's worth taking that attack time out. To be fair, it's still par for the course for a lot of teams and a lot of showdowns. Kino getting himself the rotations there across the top. Cryan gets the drone and gets the reveal. You can see they've gone for a little bit more of a direct route through once again. Quick pressure, Deepek opening up routes and rotations out of there. They're going for the same sort of catch play.
Jabon coming in as well, just trying to make sure there's some phone calls going out to the XSET players. Not finding anything as of yet, though. Here it comes, activated now. So Spoit is in, hunting down a sound. Doesn't hear any ringing, so knows that this part of the top floor is going to be clear. Still checks it though, just in case. You never know.
You never know, and that's it. That's something which has cost them before. There is obviously one loose player just round on the corner. Spirits, will he get found by Leon? How thorough is your drone in?
Oh, they haven't checked it yet.
This could be risky and dangerous.
Oh, he went down.
Moved on. Well, I guess they hope that they get the call, because Spoit, his back is turned around on the side of the hatch, and Spirits plays it perfectly, does not move or breathe, and waits as the approach starts to come through underneath. They think it's clear. We know it's not.
We definitely know it's not, and that is going to be coming back to bite them sooner rather than later. He's still sticking still onto that part of the library. He's waiting for Rogue to go for the execute. He's waiting for Rogue to start pushing onto the side, because that is when he does most damage.
There it is. The pressure comes around. The pop onto the Banshee. We could see a grenade pin being pulled, but nobody was on the wrong end of it. At that point, around the minute mark, you're still sitting on the side of Spirits thinking, when? Well, he has all the time at this point. As long as the players on the side are alive, he doesn't feel like he has to go for the rotate. Here's the movement. There's the first. There's the second. Spirits! One slip on a drone, and the round slips a bit through their fingers. Got a quick hot foot it all the way back up to the top. He gets his third.
One missed drone and so much damage done. Basically tells you need to check all these corners. You never know if someone's going to be hiding in one of them. And yes, he is quite low. Kanto now going on that chase. Picked up as well. It's a quad kill. He jumps down, chasing that last kill. He wants the ace, but it's Cryan on the other side of the map. We'll be chasing him through that top floor, headed towards the piano. Spirit has that diffuser in hand. He's just going to be waiting for the attacker to make a move. 14 seconds left. The time is going to be running out. It's an XSET round already, but it might be an ace to lock it off. But Cryan hops down towards the library side. He hopes to go for a bit of an exit here, but no one will find either way. XSET lock it off at 3-3 after a huge play by Spirits and the missed drone from Leon.
A deadly round from Spirits there. He was in the right time and the right place to do the perfect amount of destruction on that approach. A 3-3, it's still obviously far from over, but an even split there. It does not make things easy. Great exchange there from the side of Spirits. The premonition to know when the next was coming through. And the fourth.
You can only praise him for that round. He did everything right. Of course, helped a little bit by a small mistake, but he did everything he needed to do, and the round goes to XSET. But hey, it's a better half for Rogue. They managed to get 3 rounds on the board.
It is.
Now they need to find 4 more to push us to Oregon, to map 3, to have the hopes for EU in the finals.
Well, one of the slight concerns for me for the side of Rogue on this is that on their attack, Spoit is always a big drive. The superstar player has a heck of a way of moving through a map when the map's being moved against him. Sometimes he cannot quite find the same energy, and in that opening half, he was a big draw and a big reason for them to take the rounds that they did. So if he cannot quite find some of that energy that he's had on his attack here onto his defense, this could turn into another sad, quick story for the side of Rogue, not to put all the pressure onto him, but you hope that the pockets of Rogue can find a little bit of depth they don't always get. Gomez, the thinker, is going to make a bit of a loud statement here on the window. They're going to swing into it. Gets it, Spoit!
A great front entry there for the side of Spoit. A good start to a round for Rogue. And that is completely the opposite from what we've seen on Bank. Every single time it was Gomez finding Kanto first. This time is the other way around.
Diaz gets one of their own, holding onto the long angle towards the double bedroom window. Takes the head up for Deepak. Gone. Those Maestro cams will just be cams at this point. The bubbles can be popped. There's obviously the aggressive positioning of Spoit around box. Spirits. Is he going to try something quick, or is he just hoping that he drifts to a position he can pre-fire? The pings are coming through. He might be able to knock a couple of these boards out. There's the drift, but it's a grenade and a second for Spirits. A bit of a missed moment there from the side of Rogue. Leon tries to control the SMG at a range that is far from comfortable, but here, and I hate to say it, it's another 4 versus 2.
Perfect synchrony though from XSET, that grenade, and at the same time just punching through as Scryan goes for a hop out and will be taken out. Leaves it only in the hands of Leon Gids in a 1v4. Tries to get back towards the side, but instead decides to go top instead. Might be able to isolate 1 or 2 players, but they're all close around each other, and he might just walk right into a crossfire here. It's Kino that looks it up. It's XSET in the lead.
I mean, that couple of moments, that knock onto the balcony door, the play on the 2 players, they definitely knew where Spoit was. I don't know if they had the full read on Kanto, but they read him to bits on the back end of that. Rogue, they find themselves on the back foot once again. The first attack taken away from them. And it's turning into a little bit of a struggle here. Back and forth there, Kino. He was waiting for that game.
Of course, you have the man advantage. You can afford to stay out there just a little bit longer, especially with the time that was left. And now, slowly but steadily, the dreams of Rogue start to disappear. Slowly but steadily, they know that their spot in the grand finals is a massive threat. And as under all the cheering, they will head down back towards the basement floor. Rogue need to reply. Rogue, they need to send an answer to XSET's aggression.
Down towards the basement, down towards cellar, as he said, a bit of a back and forth. Then XSET were just able to get a little bit more of the swing on the momentum. Rogue, they're not even currently around it. You can see they've got themselves that big sort of stretch and extension. The Kaid to keep a little bit of safety, the freewheeling energy that might be slowed down. The Lion was a consistency in the first and the previous map. They knew how they wanted to try and control the loose players. Drones can be just as deadly on this map, combined with the Jackal of Spirits, who has been pretty deadly across this series. Rogue got to make sure that there's at least somebody else to lean into when the pressure starts to get.
Kento aggressive on potentially the first position that will take some fire. It's XSET that take control slowly but steadily of that northern side of the building. Of course, they do need to go all the way down towards that basement, but these roamers are deadly. You need to take them down as the first grenade pops but flies too far. It's Kento that does deal the first amount of damage, or tries to at least, as he has to fall back.
Yeah, they knew where the position was. He was trying to get the catch on the swing round. The grenades were heading towards the top of the stairs. Luckily not bounced towards his position. Does he get this next one? Spoit looks away at the worst possible second, but the drone gets a reveal. There's the player pre-fired over the top. He's concerned about the hopping on the window, but XSET's just forcing the players for now. The knock over the top. Spoit is out of there, takes the drop on the hatch. The smart move. He's not going to sit around again, as I talked about before. This is what XSET did really, really well on the first map, was isolate those loose rogue players, push them, knock them around, and then have the player to catch the kill itself. Rogue, they're making sure they keep a bit of an arm's length, rebuilding the structure, the movement of the shield towards the plant. Now they've got the idea, okay, they're putting pressure onto Kitchen, they're putting pressure onto that hatch.
A bit of a retake is happening though. Cryan and Leon together with Kento looking to go back up to the first and second floor. They want to fight back to XSET. We said it before, they need to send a reply, and as they just finished droning, this might just be it.
Yoga still sitting on the balcony, waiting at the door itself. They're trying to get the break. I'm not sure if there was anything to try and stop this, but the breach pulls through the wall itself. Spoit, he's utilizing those glasses to try and keep it. They have the control of the hatch, and again, this is Yoga on a massive flank watch here, going for the slow movement, the pull of the feet tucked to the corner, swings into it. Kino gets revenge. There it is. The take onto Leon on the top, Cryan. They've gone on an adventure. The breach is there, 20 seconds. Spoit's doing everything to stay alive. Takes the head up for Spirits on the wide swing. Kino, a sliver of health. Needs some support to come through from the rest in the pockets of seconds they've got left. Still has 2 smokes. Isn't going to use them. Opts to just try and stick the plant. There it is. The drop of the kit. The swing on the second.
And they send the answer they need to send. But they need to keep this up now. I told you it's there.
I love it. I love it.
It's a lot of noise being made.
Whee! There's flexing. And T-posing. Ah.
The cuddles as well. It's needed as Rogue fans. It's a tough game for them so far. 7-1 loss on the first map. Whew. Now fighting back, and what a shot that was from Spoit. And again, the decision-making here from Cryan is on point. He takes down that diffuser first priority. After that, you shoot at the person that can fire at you, just to make sure that they have to restart that 7-second timer. Any means necessary. 4-4. Games and Bar up next. Rogue will be extending themselves. Some rotation holes will be created in dining and in the kitchen area. Hatches to be opened up as well, so it gives you a bit of an idea how they would like to play this. They think XSET is going to be moving in from that northern side of the building, and if you look at the previous amount of rounds, they definitely have been putting a lot of pressure towards that area. This way they can challenge, this way they can try and go for some fights and maybe pick up a kill or two before the side is truly reached.
Rogue, we're starting to see some of those little moments, those little sparks. I'm still not going to entirely put myself behind the performance because it's just a couple of the players that couldn't show up on the previous map showing up now, but on the side of XSET, all of them have been able to have a very solid contribution. It takes more than a hero play to have consistency. We've always said this. But if your heroes start to really show up, then it turns into a bit of a superhero tale. Cryan, the man built like one, is having himself a little bit more of a better time on this map.
Needs to continue as well. First set of Excars just been shot out, I believe. Not quite sure where that was. So it's a total of 2. Someone with very high lung capacity in the background there. But either way, Yoga looking to put up that first pressure. Just some taps, just to make sure that if a head crosses, they'll be able to pick up the actual connection. Smokes are being tossed in. We'll confirm there's no current active ADS, and does a grenade might follow soon, especially with these flashbangs. Scanto, you need to get out of there. The Spirits will find him, and that's the entry.
A very well played use of utility there. They read that there wasn't the ADS and then read that they can do everything else behind it. Spoit either side of the shield. He knows it's a position that's going to be under the next set of stress. He's currently alone, and we can see, obviously, XSET on the roof about to roll some drones around to get the read exactly just on how alone he is. But they're not giving away the awareness on the chance at the rotate background as well, because obviously there is the player down towards Trophy, towards Kitchen of Crying. Doubled up with an extra. They're hoping that they can try and offer some support, but XSET, they don't put things to chance. Spoit's next under pressure. Swings either side. He went for a retake here, a little bit aggressive with Leon for some support. Puts a bit of doubt into the side of XSET, but the drones are still able to roll their way through towards the shield. Crying got spotted. He's going to have to get out of there. The sprays come through, the pings as well.
Rogue under immense amount of pressure right now. They're slowly being pushed back towards the site, just where XSET want them. But 45 seconds left on the clock, and as long as Spoit can hold on to this top blue staircase, he might be able to deal damage as he gets one. He's completely stunned, but a Glade comes in, doesn't take him out though, as he falls back to the actual site.
XSET push behind the use of the grenade, make sure that momentum works in their favor with waves, because they've only got 30 seconds to try and wave and break the shores of the site. The verticality is falling into their favor. Trying to hunt those loose players who have pulled themselves further and further away. All that watch on the hold is now going to have to come down to the hold and the break itself. Leon, he sprays towards the side. Tart cannot get it. Gomez with the drop. The kit's just behind him. Right round on the corner, takes the burn. Crying gets the down. The rest of them finds the one up to the front line as well. They have to come off the stick. It's a great take, Aquino, but we're out of time. Rogue!
Somehow managed to bring it back. It's slowly starting to fall away from them. They had 3 people drop quickly. The Blento's going down, but with the beautiful injured to come through, that was clutch. That allowed him to stop it. It is Banana, yes. Signed by quite a lot of the talent. Have you met Banana already?
I haven't yet, no.
I haven't yet either. Technical timeout by XSET. 45 seconds to discuss. As Rogue is starting to get back into it, this is their map pick, and of course, they won Bank with a 7-1, a very convincing scoreline. Rogue nowhere to be found. But the replies, the answers are being sent back now. Rogue is trying to make sure that Oregon is up next.
You're starting to feel like Rogue are hitting their shots a little better than they were in the first map. We did see towards the tail end of Bank, whether it was because of how Bank had gone, or just how they came into it, things were a little bit shakier than what we expect of that roster. And XSET, they have been as steady-handed throughout this showdown as they have so exceptionally to get here. But we are starting to get the semi-final, I think, that people wanted from these two teams. Who is going to be the first to put themselves onto map point. It has so far been pretty much blow for blow. Nobody has been able to thread more than 2 rounds in a row in this map, obviously. The first was all 7.
Yeah, that was quite a performance coming out from the side of XSET. Rogue has been unable to give a complete reply to that one. Not 7 rounds on their own, but at least they are managing to get back into it here. Giving everybody their time to shine. Now, Rogue will be defending the kitchen and dining. XSET on the attack. Top 4 will be crucial. You want to take control of that so you can actually start to dislocate the players of Rogue with that verticality and move them out of position.
I love the, because it's like being at a football match. This is.
It is.
All right, XSET, you've had your timeout and your team talk. And now you've got maybe a bit more attention paid towards the loose threads of Rogue. Rogue's been able to play a couple of rotates that they would not have gotten away with on Bank, based purely on how precise XSET seem to be with their knowledge of where those players were at all times. Kino has demonstrated that they do still have aspects of that on their earlier takes it. But it's still work to be done. It was an even first half, 3 apiece.
Now looking to make the difference here. Rogue are playing around on that top 4, and ping's already coming down. The information is there about Spoit, and he needs to try and survive for as long as he possibly can. You cannot afford to lose another 2 players as quickly as they did the last time around.
Spoit, almost face-to-face and face-checking a Rotero, sees the breach on all the sides. The double window is clear, so he slips his way through. Looks for the fight onto the balcony. Tucked into a Nuno corner. Kino suffers a little scrape, not enough to give him the full fear of a death, but enough to make him slightly reposition. Focus round again, Spoit very aggressive against the role of the intel. There's cams, there's calls, there's ideas of roughly where the players are. They're looking to try and get that vertical control before they can focus down on the plant behind the big, long dining table. As you see, most teams start to roll their way through here, but without the semblance or a sniff of a smoke plant, it's going to be a lot more of an aggressive take here. DS is going wide towards the trophy window. Yoga's trying to get the catch on the bathroom, but Spoit gets spirits, removes the Flores and Kanto. They quickly head down.
Some red pinks coming out of Nitro to reply as well. 3v5 Rogue expanding on their man count, or trying to continue to do so as well. Gomez though has one locked in but misses the opportunity. Are you aware of the second player out there though? Spoit hiding where Kendra did before. Is it going to be able to strike surprisingly? Gomez finds one.
Gomez swinging on the stair set, 40 seconds. They have the vertical control, the bounce of the grenade round the corner itself. Spoit, he's got himself in a position of causing trouble. Kanto's got himself a position of offering some support. Might go for the first swing. It's risky. How aware are they of that location? It could just be a spray through, but they need to stack themselves up. XSET, the pressure on the hatch itself, the bounce around the corner. They're trying to remove any player that's close. There it is. Misses the foot. There's the catch onto one. There's the second. There's Spoit with the triples! Spoit playing in the Kendra spot. Gets it. There's one more for Spoit!
The young superstar out of Sweden, his first ever stage, makes it to the major straight away. He hides and he finds success. Rogue now on map points. One more round and they'll find themselves going to the decider map to find out who's going to the grand final.
We'll just let the audience, we'll let that bleed into the mics for those of you watching from home. You may have thoughts about how noisy this audience has been, but I can tell you inside the room, well, it's deafening. It's deafening. 6-4, Rogue back down to Cellar. The first of their sort of swing round on their rounds that have been successful on this defense. It wasn't always sort of set in stone. It was a bit of a scrappy fight. We've seen a massive step up from a couple of the guns here from Rogue. XSET, they're still balanced, but they don't quite have that same sharpness that they had on Bank, whether it's because we've got more of that energy from Rogue or not. They've had their time out. They have 2 more rounds, 2 more opportunities to bring this into OT and have a fight over 3 rounds instead of potentially another 7.
They have the opportunity between 2 of these sites to try and lock it off. The first one will be here. Leon gets with the flag. He gets it. Fight Spirit on the spawn peak. And that's an amazing start for Rogue as they look to chase. It's Spoito that goes down. Will be confirmed momentarily here as they try and lock in the last piece of information. The Charlotte peak comes in and Gomez will find him. It's a shutout for the top player of Rogue. They've found Spirits before, so just the 4 and 4 for now.
A very, very important fight back there from XSET. If that had gone unanswered, even though it was a kill on the other side of the board, he's still got to have a response within that, the 7-second period after blood has been broken. XSET steady clear here over the top. They've lost the Jackal, which they've used pretty well, but it's not the only tool in their arsenal in terms of trying to find exactly where Rogue have set themselves up. Crying with a C4, will it catch?
Oh, it does! And it's another kill that Rogue will take into their pockets and try and fuel their momentum with. Now, XSET, they have no other choice. They just need to head towards the site. Clearing out these roamers is proving to be too difficult, too costly as well. So Gomez waiting onto the door entrance, waiting for Kino to come through so they can start using these exothermics to open up directly onto the site. They want to go for a plant. It's the best way to get. Try and go for it! A beautiful shot from D-back. Finds 1, 2 more to go, and Rogue will go to map 3.
XSET, it's the 4 versus 2 for the first time. It's not in your favor, Diaz and Kino. All that's left here of a chance at continuing the run onto Chalet, their map and their pick, and keeping us off the 3rd map, the decider. They're stacked up with a minute to go. The burn on the utility Rogue, they're offering a little bit of a shoulder, a little bit of a peek, but nothing too deep, nothing too much of a swing. Kino, he's going to see if he can stick it. Currently, they're just tucked onto the door itself, not for very long. Diaz gets one as a response, but the kit is right in the firing line of the player watching on blue door. He's well aware. The bullet's over the bow. Rogue win map 2.
We will be heading to Oregon. Rogue is not willing to die. Get in the bin, as they say right there. And now, as they bring it back, they stop the bleeding from the 7-1. They need to fight one more time.
I mean, you can see the faces in the audience. It's a bit of relief. You can see some of the other EU teams out there. Wolves is in the audience. You can see there's a lot of eyes watching it and a lot of Rogue energy. But XSET still have a chance. It's just one map. We'll throw it to the desk and we'll see what they have to say before we go into our next.
On the board. What a chalet we've had, and the teams winning one another's maps.
Yes, they did. Milos, the streak is over from Rogue. You know, we were backstage, we were talking with some of the Rogue analysts and support staff, and I asked them, are you worried about Chalet? Instantly, no. And it's clear why.
They got a crowd ready for them here in Berlin. They're loving every part of it, but they're not through yet, Jacob. Still able to make it on XSET.
They're feeding off the energy a little bit. It's nice to see, considering they had no energy in map 1. It felt like it was very flat, very stagnant. Not the case anymore. It feels like not only is the crowd back into it, but Cryan and Spoit as a tag team fragging tandem is a scary sight to behold.
Yeah, and it's a good thing they are too, because the rest of the team that game was not really showing up frag-wise from Rogue. I mean, we saw some players pop off at the very beginning, right? Kanto had a 3K to start off the game. He had 2 kills for the rest of the match combined. So really, really struggling on a couple of those other players, but it doesn't matter when you've got Spoit. Doesn't matter when you've got Cryan. They were the stars of the show this game for sure.
Let's pull up Spoit here as kind of the top player for this map, specifically being able to pull Rogue back into the fight. We've got some numbers to help us out with explaining how this man has been able to play so well and push the team so far into it all. But you're talking about this duo of Cryan and Spoit. This whole team has been built, or at least it feels that it's built around Spoit and allowing him to play that comfort. So how did it all come together?
I mean, it came together with, I think, him playing in, spots where he's not expected to live all the time, right? He's not expected to be able to get every kill and then get out. Top of library stairs comes to mind, in recent rounds. But this was the spot as well. Playing in a spot where he should never survive, and then, well.
I mean, he's just prone in trophy. He was talking earlier to NIP about rat plays being the way to play Siege. This is a pretty pinnacle example of that. He will hide in this spot. He has other teammates there essentially to cover for him. They think Kanto's the only one sitting in this position in trophy, and you're going to watch him pop up and shoot 3 people in the span of about 2 seconds.
Already got the opener this game.
He already got the opener in this round, so wait for it. About to make the push. They already killed Kanto, so they think it's free, and there it is. 2 to make it a 3K, and then 1 more on the back end to clean up Diaz. That kind of coordination, the sort of flexible play, and the way in which you use the element of surprise. If you don't drone everything, it felt like XSET's drone game actually was off in this game a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the aim was a little bit shaky when he pops up at a
still got headshots,
but he finds
man.
the heads, man. He finds the kills. That's all that really matters. And in that situation as well for XSET, they just don't have time to drone, right? No team in the universe is going to check that spot. It's just way too difficult to try to pinch in and get the kill. This was that nice little round from round 1 where Kanto started to pop off. We've got general highlights going through now. I really did feel like this was a game where we saw Spoit and Cryan steal the show.
Well. It seems like this team is back in business. But if you want to make it to the final, you can't just rely on the duo to work together. So what are some things that need to be improved for Map 3 before we start talking about Oregon in detail? just specifically that you noticed on Chalet?
Well, I think in that first half, it was a 3-3 split, and when you're attacking on Chalet, typically you want to see maybe a 4-2. It can be a very attacker-sided map, especially for Rogue. And I think that a couple of things that we saw going wrong were issues where maybe something would go wrong in the initial plan, and you wouldn't see great adaptation coming from afterwards. That initial push where they're going in for the Ying Amaru play onto Games way back in round number 2. They tried for the push and ended up in a 2-2 trade, but then they had no more smokes, no more Candelas, no more nades. They had no way to actually make the 3v3 push work, to actually find picks to get the round going in their advantage. Then you take a look at the final round where they went on attack. That was a round where Spirits was misdroned up on the top floor. He was hiding inside a library, and he doesn't get away with just 1 kill or 2 kills, which would have been a minor inconvenience. He gets 4 kills from that position. So those small mistakes have been really tumbling into bigger ones, and that's something that I need to see better from Rogue going forward.
Yeah, and for XSET, it felt like their defenses were always explosive, but it's almost like they went back to the old XSET attacking team, which is the one that was middling in NAL in Stage 2, the one that we had a lot of problems or question marks about who's calling the shots, how are they IGLing. They had plenty of pushes in this game where what they did on attack was simply falling apart at the seams every which way. Attacks that took until the last 20 to 30 seconds sometimes to get going, to a point where I'm like, are we back in 2019 scene? Just 20-second meta thing again? Which is not a good thing to say.
No.
This XSET squad has cleaned up so much about their attacks over just the past 5 weeks or so, and to see it go back on itself, almost like they just hit Control-Z, is very concerning.
It's a great point, Jacob, because prior to this game, XSET were the best attacking team at the entire event. 58% win rate on attack, and then to go with just 1 singular round win on attack is a disastrous result. They can't have that happen again.
The other thing about it was, based on the result of the last game that Rogue played against G2 yesterday, they were only about, I'd say, 4th place in the group stage. Because of that G2 game on attack, they jumped right into 2nd place on the attacking rankings, directly behind XSET. We knew it was going to be potent for both squads, but it was the defense that really, really held this together for Rogue so that their attacks didn't have to worry as much.
Well, you're going to have to worry about attacks on Oregon, because there's a lot of teams that still struggle for those attacks. The way that teams can hold on to power positions inside, and there's many of them to work out for map 3. We'll pull up that graphic. As you can tell, Oregon is our decider in this case. So let's start it off here. Jesse, your thoughts going into it?
Yeah, some teams can struggle attacking this map for sure, but not these teams. These are both squads that love to play on Oregon. We talk about XSET first on this map. 7 plays this year. They've got a positive record, 4-3, 2 plays through groups. Now, they did lose it to Rogue at the start of the tournament, but that was one of those games that it felt like they were not really into their full form yet. Their next game that they played on this map was against Dom1, 7-1 victory, extremely dominant from them. You then take a look at Rogue as well, undefeated this year, only 2 plays. Not a huge sample size to draw from, but still I think a confident result that they can try to pull from and try to make this be another map that can convert into a win. 1 game, of course, versus XSET in groups, and then 1 game over Secret in EUL Stage 2.
True, but here's the discrepancy. Rogue have only played this twice, but when they have, on defense, they still hold this year 78% win rate on Oregon. When they drop around on defense, it is a once in a blue moon thing. It's like you'll never see that happen if they play their cards correctly. For XSET, because they have played this map 7 times this year, you've got more middling stats. It's like 60% attack, 69% defense.
Those are good numbers.
But those are great numbers. The only thing is, for Rogue, because you've played it so little, and XSET's played it so much, you've got such a support staff that will be able to manipulate those VODs exactly the way that Rogue want, and it means XSET actually might have given away over this year maybe a little bit too much if you're going to a map you've played this frequently.
Yeah.
This is the way how Oregon might work out. It's more the 50-50 maps, and even more now with how attacker-sided seems to become at the top of the board with these teams. You got to make it to that grand final. There's 1 map that stands between both of these teams. We've got XSET fans in here that are really all in for it. I understand it. Back in the NA crowd, repping the set, as a lot of people like to say. But we got Rogue fans in here, do we not? And they're pretty loud too. So how about we take a quick break? When we come back, it'll be time for a classic Oregon. It's Rogue v XSET. See you in a moment.
And everybody watching at home, hello, 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 and welcome to this one map between NA and EU, one map between XSET and Rogue, one team, one region will be going.
Face off against Latam. Well, the eventual one is going to be a maximum of 15 rounds. We will see here today in Oregon. These two teams, they met once before on this map. Back then, it was Rogue that took the victory 7-4 as the very first game in the group stage. Group A, of course. XSET are looking to take revenge in Oregon and make sure that they can continue their win streak in overall matches. Right now they're on six matches in a row.
Now I know we find ourselves just having a moment. We make sure everything's ready to go. They set it on the desk a little bit earlier, Oregon. It's familiar territory. And I think it's fair to say Bank was pretty one-sided. Chalet, a little bit of a swing back in the side of Rogue, but here, there is nothing else to come into this other than the game that we have ahead of ourselves, the energy, the momentum that they've built up before. They've got to spend it now. And they don't just have the weight of their team. They don't just have the weight of this fantastic audience in this huge theater. They don't just have the weight of everybody watching from home, but it's the whole region.
The entirety of NA looking towards XSET. The entirety of Europe looking towards Rogue. Only one region can progress from here. And after we just had an amazing map 2 on Chalet where Rogue was able to bring it back. I love this shot, by the way.
I love this shot. Yes, true.
Beautiful.
For those at home, they're not actually playing like that.
No, they're not playing like that, don't worry.
I'm hearing some great chants. I'm hearing a
They're starting to come up.
Venezuela.
Yeah, some air horns as well here and there. I want to know who's using them, though. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Just want to know who's as passionate.
You want to find them by the end of the day, like finding the banana person. Oh, it's exciting. Oh, it's enthralling. And I can only imagine what is going to be thrown back and forth depending on who takes this. I have a feeling if XSET wins this, Jacob might need an escort from the building.
He's definitely going to be...
Might need to shuffle him out the back door and get him out of here.
Definitely loud.
There's a lot of waves.
Some waves coming in. Hello, hello.
A bit of a wiggle. There's some great signs in the audience as well.
There is.
Seen some great signs. There's a Deepak and drone.
Yeah, Deepak plus drone equals death.
Deepak plus drone. There's a waving banana.
Yeah.
It's not really a sign.
Waving banana is also one to
there's a
come
few
into.
from a very dedicated fan base on the balcony. They've also done a couple of chants. Some I can repeat, some I can't.
They do. Get in the bin is just one of them.
And here you can see the Rogue roster. It's fair to say they've built themselves back in. They came into that second map with an underdog status. A very tricky situation. Just letting the crowd's filtering their way back in now.
Very nice.
Wow.
For those of you who don't hear at home, the Let's Go XSET is being replied to by In the Bin.
I know, obviously this crowd has a very vocal favorites. You have to give it up for the XSET fans. They are set right in the middle of the ground floor. They could not be more surrounded, but they could not be more dedicated to supporting XSET. It's wonderful to see teams and their fans fly in from all around the world. I can say from experience it was exactly the same in Charlotte. You wouldn't have expected anything different.
No.
And if we got the joy of returning to Latin America or APAC, you would assume the same. But here, this room, well, this is EU.
We are getting underway. It is Oregon, the final map to come through. And as we go in, the players are set, the players are ready. Let's decide this matchup.
Oh!
That's a nut gun.
Every game.
Every game. Okay, dude, according to Crying.
Maybe there was something.
The Nuck really hasn't been, seeing any play. The floor is to be removed as well. Logical choice on a map like Oregon, where especially Elbow is quite, easy to take care of with Floor's drones.
Leon, look. I'm not sure what Kino's doing.
Kanto's joining in on the wave,
Kanto's getting
by the
the
way.
wave in on the bands.
Yeah, they definitely are. Sport is joining in now as well, as you see on the cams.
Joining. The thing about this showdown, these two teams, I'll let this one play out. Ramai removed. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. The thing about these two teams that I love the most is both of them love playing Siege. Now, sometimes you'll see a lot of frustration up on the stage from players. You'll see a lot of energy, and you obviously still have a top tier, but I can't imagine Kino not smiling, can you?
I haven't never seen him not smiling.
I can't imagine Cry and have a bad time, can you?
Definitely don't, no.
That's it. And that's something that I think really shows in these two teams' gameplay is just having a good time playing a game of Rainbow Six.
And playing that with a wonderful crowd here in Berlin as the first round is soon to be underway. Towards the basement we go. Now, if we quickly take a look back at the bands, the smoke has been removed. Kino not going to be allowed to play that operator, so instead the mirror will be coming out. Now, elbow is usually one of those hard points, those strong points that need to be taken care of by the attackers, and a Flores could be of good use, also banned as a result. So, you know, with that smoke also being going to counteract each other a little bit, you don't really have to take full control, possibly. Mirror windows will be in place instead. And that's a Twitch to be repicked in by Prime to take care of these mirror windows, take care of these one-way lines of sight.
XSET starting here on their defense. They've obviously got themselves the mirror, the extension round onto elbow as the timer starts to tick. They're going to see if they can try and keep it down. Yoga on the far side, punching early windows and hoping to get a bit of a spray here down. Start the mark, but Spoit's got the pings. The players of Rogue are going to see if they can isolate the Warden.
Oh,
there
what
it
a
is.
shot!
Takes the head off the man very cleanly. Over there on small tower, it was a bit of a risk by the Warden, and if he'd gone unchecked, it can be a disaster, but they had Yoga's number.
They found him, took him out, and made sure they found themselves with the entry. Also, drone snap coming through. They know where Spirits is going to be. It's only up to Deepak, though. He's alone. Slowly coming around the corner, Crying. Finds a second. Gomez somehow losing the gunfight to Crying. Just a bit quicker on that trigger. And I think Adrenaline Surge will get him back up to about 70 HP.
Well, XSET, they're pulling themselves quickly back towards the site. They're saying, well, we've got the structure. With 2 bodies down, there's no point in risking it anywhere further out of field when we still have most of the field to tend to. Rogue, all the time in the world now to go for this clear across the board. Very quick early pickup on the 2 loose players, and now they can pay attention towards the site, the hatches itself. There goes the laundry. In just a second, the next will be the follow-up. Obviously, Kaid is an option on the board, but hasn't got himself into this early round. It'll allow a very quick breakthrough on this and make Kino's position kind of uncomfortable.
Twitch drone coming out soon. They need to take care of some of those utility pieces before they do start to push in. Be careful though. There's still players around. They will be watching for the Twitch drone to come through. So a smoke canister they want to deploy first to at least block that line of sight. They cannot instantly take it out. And now on the hunt for the mirror window, this little drone goes. Crying comes around, will find it. No, he doesn't get the shot off. The mirror window will stay closed.
Yeah, Diaz, he sort of knew the game. Spirits, he's trying the idea of pushing Predator onto the hatch, but couldn't quite find the catch there. You can see Rogue there pushing, they're prodding, they're trying to fish for the XSET players. XSET aren't quite handing them too much, and with that mirror window still intact, there's not going to be a straight route down the laundry stairs. 30 seconds, Rogue, and they've got to start trying to put the pressure on towards the site itself with the hatch open. Leon takes the drop right into the box, but it's the pillar swing that's his. Just gets the connection, they retake elbow, but it's Deepak that locks it in. The swing behind the last mirror window. Well, it's not going to come through as clean as it was. Going to try and stick the plant, the C4. It doesn't quite get the full catch on both. Leon's down, they can recollect it, but they don't need to. Rogue take the first round.
Diaz wanted to take the fight there. He knew the time was slowly running out. But Deepak holding down left mouse 1. Able to lock it off the angle. And Rogue, they have 1 on the board. Not quite sure what it is currently, but does Rogue have a bit of a discussion? You know, a great first round. not really anything they stumbled upon here. The first great shot, taking care of small tower, removed a lot of the stress they had. And Crine as well finding one onto the rotate back towards the actual site.
So across all of the maps of this series so far, we've obviously seen the first round go the way of Rogue every single game. Is that a Mexican wave? Okay, maybe we can try and run that later, but as I was saying, we've seen the first map, or the first round of every map go the way of Rogue. However, it's always been on the back of a bit of a 3K or a 4K, something kind of big from a single player. It was Leon's swing against the Monty in the first. I believe it was Spoit in the second. Here, this is the most spread that we've had of these early kills. More than 2 players have got them.
Drone on Yoga, they know where he is, he's falling back down. Information will be outdated, there is some pre-fires going through, and aware of the fact that he has fallen back as the MPX fired right through back at the Rogue players. The big tower, though, is what they want to take under control. That needs to be Drone now cleared out. As soon as they do, you might see Deepak go all the way up with the grappling hook, with the Gara hook, to find himself some early control, knowing they no longer have to worry about that part of the map.
They haven't quite been able to get an early catch on an XSET player. XSET, they've pulled their cards a lot closer to the chest because, to be fair, if you're looking at when Rogue's push came through, it was quite late. They locked in a couple of the kills, but the kit was cold from the C4 at around the 15 seconds left mark. It's something that XSET can play into. They can sort of try and force that time a little bit further, and as I also pointed out before, the Kaid is on the board, the hatches now. They're going to be a lot more troublesome for Leon to be able to pop his way through. So this, 2 drones ahead of Spoit, right down inside. They're looking for that. The claw caught out. There's one on the hatch itself. The next to the Twitch drone might be able to roll a bit further, but Leon can buy Spoit a little bit of safety.
At least puts up that pressure into that hallway indeed, and that allows Spoit to start moving up a bit, only having to worry about the hallway, potential mirror window in the little side office. Still pre-fires going down left, right, and center. The drones haven't digging through yet. I'm not sure if that hit,
I think
or if that was
did.
Diaz. I think he hit Diaz. Not a Twitch drone left, though. No, mirror window still closed.
Diaz. You're correct, but as you said, Crine has the next one, but he's got to go across a bit of tricky territory. There's the drone hole. He wants to take the risk, but he's not going to get further. They knew that it was coming, and at that point, Rogue, they've got to rebuild and restructure. They're not quite going to be able to force them out of laundry the same way. The chains of the hands of Kit. One of you's got to take it. Well, they'll leave it there just for now. See if they can try and swing around, get the control of it. Deepak down onto blue. Took a fight here before. Krine's there for support, but Spirit sitting around in Shaiko is going to cause more of a problem.
Drones come through, they know one is around in this doorway here. They need to take him out. The first grenade, not far enough. Will find not the injury even. Spoit still lives. They will take the gunfight instead. Kanto wins it out. They shouldn't have lost that one. Crine aggressive now as well. As Spoit gets grenade kill, Crine fights long. It is Gomez. They will find a reply though. At 2 and 4, 30 seconds left. He goes aggressive in the pillar and dies. Leaves it only up to no one. Rogue with a very decisive bottom floor attack are able to find the second round.
Well, the crowd was loud after the first round. Portions of the crowd were on their feet for the second. And even some of the Rogue players. XSET, this is the first time they've not been able to take the second round of a game and had an instant response for what's being put ahead of them. But they're not going to see if they can try and, I guess, get stuck in that. We're going to find ourselves pushing on a little bit here. It was this, almost the moment that Spirits could have found, and to be fair, a moment that Spirits probably would have found on the previous Leon round on the backside.
I'm going to be even more specific about that. If Spoit would have been found, that grenade would have been dropped, and it would have been a team kill as a result of it as well. It would have been 2 for just a single bullet to come around the corner. So for them to fall back, for Spoit to stay alive, and Kanto to instantly reply, really turns that round around. Top floor, we're deciding to not double it back or triple it back. The next set have chosen a different battleground to try and find that reply to Rogue.
I mean, 2 rounds, 2 kills from the side of XSET. It's a wise move to pull themselves away from that position at this point. But what's the point of the next start on a push here? Spoit, he's looking, he's eager. He wants to try and do as much damage on these attack rounds as possible, obviously. Quick clear and clarity underneath. They want to try and do some depth charge fizzing with grenades. There is one player around servers, around the swing, just to the right-hand side. Do they have the ping? They have an idea that somebody's in that territory. They're waiting for the full call, and just where they are, make things uncomfortable. Kanto's there to offer some support. There's the exact ping. They're tucked in. This is probably going to burn the gate. Will Spirits get the shot off? Yes. Keeps that gate alive. Means they're going to have to try and force it elsewhere. Maybe with a grenade, maybe with the drone.
It wasn't completely reinforced off though, so there's only that one doorway you can really put pressure on. All for the hatch below. You might be able to get a grenade over the actual top to find him in that position, in that corner. And Spirits just holding tight, wants to make sure no one can jump in that window, but he's super stuck in that position.
The hatch is open underneath Spirits as well. He can take a very risky rotate out if he wants to see if he can find his way around. I'm not sure if Rogue have the call on that, but with grenades, they might be able to cause the reverse problems over the top. Just going to get that taken care of, and they should be able to breach through the corner of this and give themselves the route into Attic. Leon, he's tucked around on the window, getting the clarity with a kit just around the site itself. He wants to keep this a surprise party. The party is putting bullets in a player that rotates out of Trophy's face. The call comes through, and there's the follow-up, there's the hit, and there's the strike. The Azami barricade makes things trickier. There's the swing of the shotgun. It's Kanto that ensures they connect with the kill. They're underneath now. It's not entirely safe. Kino, Diaz, and Leon all took scraps and scrapes throughout the engagement over that window.
2 grenades though in pocket, just one left though, and Kanto could try and get that in from below as Crime puts a bit of pressure onto the Attic to support to Deepak. Yog, of course, playing in the pit. Looking to go aggressive, wants to find a jump in. A grenade coming through towards the kid's bedroom. Is it going to be succeeding? Yes! Kino somehow still lives.
Just hit the side of the bed, and he's going to tuck in with his life as he was almost tucked right into it. Deepak's holding the angle. Gomez and Yoga, and Gomez goes down. Leon has the final to the story he started earlier. Yoga's the next to suffer, but's crying. Takes a lot himself. They pull off the shield, 30 seconds. Kanto right up wide, and Deepak right in the business. Gets one! Cannot find the second. Swung round Yoga with a huge and important take. They're looking for it. The Azami is the last! 3 in a row for Rogue.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tactical timeout now to come down for XSET. Because they're starting to lose grasp. There you go. We have a tactical timeout. You don't see it, but it is there. 45 seconds to discuss and try and stop the momentum that Rogue is building. Because they were 1-7 down on map 1. Then they managed to bring it back on Chalet, which isn't their map pick. And now, on the map where they know each other, where they've met each other in the groups, it is Rogue again taking the lead.
Well, you can see it on their faces, on their cams. You compare them with how they were in the first game to how they're flying at the minute. And Chalet was a confidence builder. It was scrappy, and it was engaging, and it was almost all the way till the end.
I'm sorry, I started this NA.
Is it an NA airport?
It is NA airport, Chan.
You started this.
I started this.
This is your fault.
I'm sorry, but I'm not really. NA? Thank you.
XSET fans, I know there's not many of you in this crowd, but you got to keep your energy high as well. You're surrounded by Rogue and in the territory of your opponents. It's their home ground, and away games are the toughest.
Bottom floor, they only managed to find 2 kills so far here. XSET, what do you have? What have you up your sleeves to make sure you are able to find a reply? Now, you just had a tactical timeout. You had those 45 seconds. Surely there's something that stood out, something you can change to make sure you find that reply. You send the answer right back to Rogue and find that very first offensive round. Now, the last time these two played, it was only 1 attacking round, 1 by XSET, 3 by Rogue. They're already on that mark, 3 attacking rounds. If they do any more than this currently, they're improving onto their group stage game, which many called a wake-up game for XSET, a warm-up game for the rest of the tournament. So Rogue is definitely on schedule for a repeat of last performance.
Oregon does have a habit of being a little bit back and forth for teams, and XSET could still pull out an even half. Last time they had a tech timeout in the previous game, they lost every round after it until the very end of the round. So they got to hope that they have a little bit more here. 3 rounds, 4 kills. Something has to change. They did obviously try and pull themselves a bit further away from this, the Rogue approach. They have sometimes been in a position of not quite having a second body to trade out on their defenses. It's something where we saw Rogue going for the double push right onto the single player, these single positions. They're not quite something. XSET's been able to have it.
Jaeger's playing with a shotgun here onto the freezer stairs. Spirits looking to find that early pick. Now needs to be careful, the ADS is temporarily disabled. Frag grenades could be coming around the corner. They have plenty of them on the side of Rogue. 4 in total. But this is the change they want to make. They want to take out one of these players. A bit of a surprise factor. They definitely know now with this first one coming through. Kento gets picked up. He goes even more aggressive. Takes more damage than he deals though. As another swing comes through, Spoit just feeds it to him. And so does Scryan. A triple kill from Spirits. And he's looking for more on the freezer stairs.
I mean, that is something that XSET desperately needed. Spirits starting to put some of this pressure in. He got shut down a few times towards the end of the last game after a fantastic first. But here, the triple kill on the stairs with the M870 waiting and taking pretty much every single Rogue face that dared to turn its face around. Deepek and Leon, the backline support structure. What can they offer here on the rest of this? A minute to put themselves down towards Laundry, the site that's fallen to their favor twice. Here, that single change and a bit of a focus elsewhere is buying them a little bit more.
I'm calling a meeting.
Dodger bomb going off will be giving away at least some noise. Attackers could hear someone is quite close. Not the case. Leon goes for a pre-fire. He's not going to be able to quite connect. Kino will find Deepek as Spirits will finally die. The shotgun will not find a fourth and will not close out the round, at least not now. As Leon, the last man standing, having to recover that diffuser and find 4 more kills. Onto XSET, it's not going to last. Yoga finds a response, and it means so much to XSET. They stall, they stop the momentum of Rogue, and they put one on the board.
Well, there's the XSET coach doing what you want the coach to do at that point, which is bring some of the fire for the boys. And that's the round that you want if you are an XSET fan, the one right after the timeout to try and drive yourself. They still, as I said, have the chance of bringing this even, putting them on a 3-3 on the turn of the half. But for the first time, I mean, we're starting to see them get their teeth over maybe the past about 7 rounds, including the end of the previous map.
I mean, Spirits in that one little, battle onto the freezer stairs had more kills than they did in the previous 2 times they played this site. So definitely the response that they needed, the play that was necessary to get themselves going. And a small oversight from Rogue to challenge a shotgun like that, without any flashbangs to blind the man, without any grenades to follow up as well. Maybe a bit overzealous, but small mistakes can be made, especially if you're 3-0 up. You need to make sure to get limited at that spot. There's another shotgun on the board this time around. It's an FO12 on Ella. Kino running it. Gonna be playing on some close angles.
Well, it's not the most common. It's not the one that you see the most in this sort of situation, but to be fair, if it's the change of pace that they need, I mean, sometimes when multiple people throw themselves around a corner, Kino can hit the heaviness of that gun that it can offer. And I have a feeling on these speakers it's going to sound pretty impressive unless you're Rogue approaching it. The Army of Spirits, they're causing problems. Just saw, actually, the sliver of a thing, but we're helped by the fact that there's an outline. They're going to see how much time they can waste here. The rotation over the top. They're concerned about somebody going for the swing on it. There's the ping on the player. Spoit wants to take this fight, but they have grenades they can try and apply the pressure else with. Spirits gets really aggressive, doesn't have the angle. Spoit heads to the top floor. You will just see at the tail end of that rappel, and they don't trust taking this fight, not without a cleaner read, not without a clearer picture. Spirits does suffer. I think that was right from underneath, or from the cross angle even. That drone's calling it all, rolls its way around. Again, all of this time, Spirits didn't probably play this with the expectation of survival, but has taken a minute off the timer.
So waste as much time as possible, and so far doing a good job. Rogue, though, we're starting to call in a bit of a rotate, it seems like, as some of them are moving over towards the dining area. It's going to be the next point of ingress here. Leon heading into the showers corridor. They are looking to take control of the kitchen, try and go for a plant on the backside instead then. Let them have the tower, let them play out there. It doesn't matter if you want to go for a completely different take.
Leon, he's got himself all the way up to dorms. There's a bit of a rotation. Will he catch it? Ooh, do they know how close he is? It's Leon! He's able to find out the Gon 6 pops, and it's Leon who pops one more. They flooded their way in. Gomez, he's the next to suffer a bit of a scrape on the opposite side. He's going for the retake attempt with the shotgun. There's a swing onto the window itself. They cannot quite find him inside Trophy, but they took that second minute after losing the first.
And they made up for it. More than likely, Cryan finds Kino. Gomez needs to create a rotation as the site, or at least the kitchen, has fallen. Spirits goes aggressive, had a bit of information, but he gets picked up as well. Spoid is going to be able to shut him down. Gomez now in a 1v5. This might be a flawless right after the tactical timeout as they manage to find a response. Spoid! And a flawless round from Rogue. 1v4 in terms of score. Rogue has outdone themselves compared to the previous time they met XSET on Oregon. And they can do even better than that. There's another round to be gained, and so far, Rogue on their attack have seemed unstoppable.
That was the second for Leon Gids. We talked about him being a bit of the engine of the team, the heart of the region, and now he's in a position where he's able to try and drive them further and further forward. He was a bit quiet in the first two maps. He's being as loud as he needs to be on the second XSET. One more chance to see if they can try and put themselves on the wrong end of the 4 versus 2. We have not had that yet, but we have had a 5-1. And I think this very hefty EU crowd remembers that it was not in their favor, but I have a feeling they wouldn't be against it.
Definitely wouldn't be against the Rogue 5-1 to be on the board next here on Oregon. Now, a slight bit of calm right before the storm as the prep phase ends. An XSET defend for one more time unless we do reach overtime. Rogue on the attack. They've only really lost out to one round, which was due to the Jaeger shotgun on the freezer staircase. The 3K to come through. You need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Now, Jaeger's not running a shotgun, luckily. Sleepback is rappelling up. They want to take care of Spirits this time, but again, similar kind of barriers around. It's going to be difficult to get rid of that player out there. So what are they going to do about it? Like, are you going to get grenades in from below, maybe?
Well, Kanto, he takes a bit of a scrap. They've offered him some support this time, but Yoga pulls himself away. He's just going to keep himself causing a little bit of a problem and awareness. They want to make sure the Rogue players don't feel truly confident. There's also obviously the swing from the opposite, the top of Armory stairs itself. Spirit loses it. Deepak out of nowhere. Biggie T takes over the top of T3. It's all his. One kill. Now Yoga has to pull himself back, get himself down towards Pit as the drones start to roll their way a bit closer.
Using the Gera hook to take control of the tower out there. Leon gets now droning out small. They have big and small under control. Now they need the site. It's on that top floor, but there's still going to be a roamer around. On the first, it's Cryan that shuts him down. Gomez not allowed to continue in that round. And again, it's looking very dire for XSET for the remainder of this round. 90 seconds. They need to slow down the pace. Rogue is droning out. They're using everything they have to their advantage. They want to get all information they have.
Diaz, he's inside Trophy, and they're going to see if he can be the next one that they mount on the Rogue wall. Pushed over Armory stairs. All of this from Rogue has been so quick. Spoit pre-firing towards the back of the shield, but look at Deepak on the rotate on the opposite side. Kanto's there to offer them something. The shield will get dropped. He needs to lean in, and he does. Now he looks towards the next possible fight, but it's a grenade over the top. Doesn't quite get the full catch. Hits the back of the box. Kino suffers on the side. Forced back. Yoga's going to move back into it. Cannot quite get the full onto Kanto. 50 seconds. Diaz on the double window, waiting for the hop-in, and Kino waiting for Deepak to drift a little bit too wide. He wants to go for a bit of a flat push. The blinds come through. The push behind it, Cryan. He suffers. There's Deepak! There's Deepak! Biggie T on the back line! We are sitting on 5-1!
What a massive play from Biggie T! Not just that one, but also into T3 earlier. They distract Spirits. They go in, get that kill, and now as well. Onto the attic they go. Use the attic, use the speed, and find the 2K. And Rogue only 2 rounds away from making it to the grand finals.
XSET, they are looking a bit shaky, and there's no two ways about it. All of the things we said about Rogue in that first map, the struggles of the connection, the confidence, everything XSET have done so fantastically in that first map, in every single map they played in the tournament before they last met Rogue. And Rogue in Chalet rebuilt the mental, restructured. And I can imagine that the 5 players Rogue has on the board are probably a little bit more relaxed than I know the support staff they have behind, who I've seen fretting throughout this week tournament. But at this point, with the history of the fact that these two teams, last time they played, Rogue took 4 of their defenses.
And they only need 2 this time around. It is looking like Rogue have set themselves up for success here, but we have to say it's Siege is a game of 2 houses. The first E1D pops. It is often followed up by a bit of aggression, but this time not the case. Rogue not receiving anything just yet, but just a couple of seconds of standing still.
Who is going to be the first engagement? That's the guessing game here from the side of XSET. It's a team that can use multiple. What's the theory? Deeplek plus a drone equals death. Well, look at that. There's a C4. There's the catch. It gets him!
The signs are true. Give the man an echo drone and he will find you a way to find those entries. Kino off the board. That's your heart breach. And now, again, Spoiled, he took some damage, but so be it. You find an important member of the XSET area. Hatches will stay closed.
Well, look at that. There's another drone. That one should get caught by the grenade. It's a roll and a push back. They might have found themselves still with some safety. Yep, Deepak protected it. So they'll be able to keep utilizing that in that aggressive swing position. But Cryan, hey man, what are you doing? Just chilling out on the top floor? Fair enough. Yoga's not too far away. That could turn into the moment here if we talk about the times that we saw around defined on the previous map by the fact that someone went unchecked. Well, there's another one, Cryan. He's going to open a breach one way and take the motion somewhere else. There's an echo drone hitting Diaz. Deepak's always watching, always offering the support and sort of saying no entrance. There's Cryan. He looks for the fight and he finds it! Cryan's knocking on the door. Spirits has to try and swing his way down. Gomez is going for the recollection of the kit itself. The sight is down below. They've locked the angle. Spirits is going to move in behind it. He's going to see if he can become a little bit of a surprise factor here, but nobody's offering anything just yet. There's a dance round, there's the reveal. He's concerned that the pillar player might get him, and he's very alone. Gomez is offering something from the side of Laundry. The kit's got its way inside the pop of the Echo drone, the drop from the far end. Spirits all that's left to keep us off map point, but he's not left long.
Another flawless round from Rogue. And I have to say, the confidence on this squad now is at an all-time high. The fact they just go outside. Deepak is spotting him. Deepak is sending out these pings. You know what? We just in spot. We're sending Cryan out the front door. And we make sure that we get that kill.
EU. It's been a long time since they've felt that sweet taste of success on a major stage. It's been a long time since they felt themselves in the final. And here, Rogue, they stand just one round away from it, from falling on the wrong end of a 7-1 to sitting on the right of a 6. One more round, Rogue. XSET, the energy you've had, all of the lessons learned, and all of the play that you've got to get you here, and have you pretty much only dropped one map. Now you got to see if you can try and funnel it into one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen.
Now we've seen them get 7 rounds in a row. It's not impossible for this lineup. However, Rogue are on a different level right now. The confidence that they bring is carrying them across the finish line, or at least really close to it.
I like how we didn't have the Spoit mouse cam.
Yeah, not yet.
But instead, the left-hand keyboard cam.
Important as well. Mechanical skill is both the mouse and the keyboard hand.
It's both the skill. Kino.
I just want to go close around the corner there.
Massively stepped up throughout this tournament up to this point. Oh! And there's Spoit! I talk about his mouse hand, but you got to pay attention to the rest of him. Rebuilds the door and sort of says no entry. You're barred.
Gets one. And that is going to be a 4v5. An early entry. Gomez off the board. No Faker, no nades, no gong 6. An XSET, they might be overwhelmed a little bit with the sound that's coming out right now, but also with the confidence that Rogue is using in every swing. As a wise man once said, swing or be swung. That's exactly the game that Rogue is currently playing.
It's an entirely different team to what we saw on the first map, and it's an entirely different couple of players to what we saw in the second. And unfortunately, from the side of XSET, they're suffering the same thing. Whether it's the heat of the series or the fire of spite, Rogue take another body. Just 3 more separate them from a seat in the finals tomorrow versus a Latin American team. Just 3 separate NA from falling out of this tournament in the semi-finals as the 3rd region place. XSET, they're going for the break over the side of Armory. They're going for the pressure. Cryan is underneath. Cryan gets most of Spirits. He's going to tuck himself in. He's not going to follow up, though.
Nitro.
He has no need, because he's got the Nitro. Spirit's gone. Yoga gone next. One more deal. Get to your feet. EU win. This room is alive. And so is Rogue.
From being down 1-7 on map 1, they rebuilt themselves over Chalet, a map they do not prefer at all. And now they dish out a 7-1 of themselves here in Oregon. They beat their previous record against XSET by 3 rounds. And Rogue will be our first grand finalists.
Now, commiserations to XSET. You have to give them credit where credit is due. They have played a fantastic tournament. But unfortunately, the demon they faced twice is Rogue, and I think, well, a big man has a lot of words. Ian Chambers, take it away.
Anybody want to hear from Leon Gids? Hey, Leon. You come here. Well done, brother.
Come sing with me.
The energy up here and down there is really something else. Rogue have just booked their place in your grand final. Leon, we stood here yesterday, and instead of asking you questions, I gave you the microphone. Should we repeat that?
Get in the bin!
All right, this roster is truly remarkable. You are doing wonderful things up here, and you are taking big moments by the horns. Now, what I want to ask you, Leon, is semi-final, you've been there before. Yep. You've finally broken into the grand final of a major. I want you to tell everybody here how that feels.
I've won many grand finals before, and I'm going to win this one as well.
You got it.
Yep.
So, it seems like there's a real energy between you and your teammates here in this roster. XSET, they give you a good fight. Was there any point where you thought, ooh, we're in a little bit of trouble here? Because I know that behind the scenes, hey, come on, guys.
I'd have to say, when we were 6-1 down on bank and we were going to a 3v5, I was kind of scared. But my boys, they pull through. They're so much better. I love them all. And I'm going to show them why we're going to win this whole event.
This crowd. Yes. Okay, here we go.
Hello, everyone.
You guys are all amazing. We appreciate your support, and go Rogue!
Wait, Spike, stay here. You've done tremendously well to get to this point, right? And we've spoken behind the scenes about what it means to you to be in front of a crowd like this, an opportunity like this, with a roster like this. You seem to be taking this in your stride. Have you got a big final win in you?
What did he say?
Have you got a big final win in you next?
Why would you go to the final if you're not going to win the whole thing, right?
Just remind everybody how old you are.
I'm 18.
18 years old, and he works the crowd better than me. I absolutely love it. Listen, do you want to say anything else, Leon, before we rock?
I think we've got to hand it over to the multiple major champion Kanto, to be honest.
Hey, what's up, guys? You like that? You guys better show up like this tomorrow. And we'll show up like today. We'll make you proud.
All right, this is too much fun, so one more time, Leon, for everybody here, I want you to, and I haven't done this yet, but for Rogue, 3, 2, 1, make some noise! All right, just quickly before I press the deck, there are audience here in attendance. When we go to the break, do not leave your seat. We've got something very special planned for just you here in Berlin, all right? But for now, to pick apart that amazing semi-final, Milos, please take it away.
Hello, pretty boy. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Rogue. They make it to the grand final. Europe in a final. My heart
So deserved.
can finally rest. So deserved, definitely so. Wait, where's Jacob? Where's Jacob? Jacob, come out. Come on. You've been trash talking the whole day. You gotta learn how to take it, okay? Don't be like Super. You need to know when to take it, not just dish out. So, how does it feel like to just be a bump on Sports Royal Road? Yeah.
It's all right. It's okay. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay.
Be all right,
We're gonna be okay.
We're still SI champions.
Yeah.
SI champions.
Yeah.
We're
I'm
okay.
sorry, I haven't seen TSM around for 6 months.
Vacation. They'll be back.
All right. I thought I was on copium, but it seems like NA has got the strong stuff, is what I'm hearing. Well, friends, we are back, and we love having fun here with everybody. Thank you so much for being such a fantastic audience, by the way. You're all so cool. So wonderful to have you with us.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about Map 3 in this series, because if you thought Map 1 was all XSET all day, every day, turns out Rogue can dish out the same on Map 3.
Yeah, I mean, it was so worrying for Rogue, right? They didn't give us an easy show. They didn't have an easy path to get here, but this was the map that proved they have the dominance. They're the team who deserve to be in the grand finals. What a performance, dropping just a singular round. This was such a good one from them. Their attacks look so clean, always pushing together. The coordination when they went for those executes, even just the very start of the game, Milos, quick headshots onto those roaming players, putting them in the bin. Oh, it was a great game of Siege from Rogue. A great game of Siege.
In the bin.
Yeah. What he said. Yeah.
Nice,
That's
Jacob.
pretty fair.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, you know what? Now, I'll dial it back a bit. It felt like XSET was doing a lot of things repeatedly or falling into the same couple of traps over and over again, which is the mark of a team that probably shouldn't be competing at a way higher level. It felt like they got smashed on the mental very, very early on. When you're down on an Oregon defense 0-3, that probably is already enough of a red flag. I think that was the right time for them to call their timeout, figure things out behind the scenes, but still, when you have Rogue explode on like dorms with Amaru, frag operators, you fail on the initial roam clear and then you fail to hold when they all come bursting in. It feels like the amount of defensive adaptation from Rogue or from XSET simply wasn't there.
I mean, I think they tried, right? Like round one, they had those 2 solo roamers. They really tried to, make a play, but they both got taken down. And I think X did a good job of like realizing, okay, well, it was still slow push from Rogue, despite the fact that our roamers died very quickly. So maybe we try to exasperate that. We bring our roamers in. We try to play a little bit more passive, 5 guys in the basement, and then the push just sped up from Rogue. They countered it perfectly anyways. It felt like they always knew what attack was going to work, how they were going to make things pound out against their XSET opponents. It always felt like they had the answers, Milos, no matter what XSET tried to pull through.
It seems like there's also one factor that you can't rule out, which is the audience here in
That might have
Berlin.
helped.
That might have helped a bit. Biggie T, we got some Benelux representation in here. I wonder if there's some people from the Benelux in here? No?
How poetic is it?
Are there any Dutch people in here?
Back there?
That's a lie. Dutch people don't exist.
There?
Any Belgians in here for like all 3 in the world?
2 dudes?
We got Belgians in here. Let's go. Benelux representation is what we're looking for. But
Very nice.
we made it through here for Rogue. But like we said, XSET went on a tear from groups to making it here. It's an immense achievement to get to the semifinal of a major that's as stacked as this.
Listen, they still put on the best performance we saw from any North American team, despite being mostly not North American. They still had the best tournament showing of their young careers. These are players that are still extremely new to jump into a server like this. Yeah, 7-1. The stats weren't all there today. I think the biggest lacking that you're seeing from this is Kino. They banned out his smoke, and in the past that's not been too big of a deal, but Kino is supposed to be the site player. He's supposed to be the one that when everybody pushes in and make that good execute happen, he's the one holding things down, who can be relied on to get a couple of those kills, make it so those executes aren't as effective. But unfortunately, I think the mental slipped away from him a little bit today.
I mean, obviously, the focus should be on Rogue. They did just win. I understand we got to talk about the winners, but as far as XSET is concerned, they went from quarters at Charlotte to semis in Berlin, so it stands to reason they're going to make the grand final of the next one, right? Right?
Maybe. Depends if they'll go up against an EU team or not.
Perhaps.
They're the only team to have actually, in North America, qualified for 2 straight playoffs at 2 straight events. It seems like they are the most consistent team because Dark Zero's not here, Strauss isn't here, Oxygen's not here. So someone kind of had to take the mantle of best North American team. And if TSM keeps doing TSM things, then XSET's probably going to be next up for a while.
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to the final, already having Rogan there. But like you're saying, this was a hell of a performance. XSET made it through. They made it to the semis. That's something to be applauded. Thank you very much, XSET, for being part of the major, for giving us a hell of a showing. It was a lot of fun seeing them, and we hope to see them at the next major. More hopes for North America. We know that the region, and I have to admit it myself, it's been on the up and up since forever. EU's the one that has to step up, and it's happened in this case. So as we close it all off, anything you'd like to say? Because this is it for today for you guys. We'll be swapping out in a moment.
This is it, and I think the point that you were leading into, Milos, is that this has kind of been a tournament of change. North America's been on top for the last couple of tournaments, right? One SI, one Charlotte. Now we're coming in, we're gonna see a new region on top. It could be Latin America. It could be Europe. One of those 2 regions are gonna win the grand finals. They'll both be there. That's tomorrow. Who comes out on top? It's gonna be a piece of Siege history, that's for sure.
Well, I guess that's our cue. When North America gets knocked out, we get knocked off the desk.
No, we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
True.
That's all I get. So let's recap that bracket real quick before we head to our break and just make it all clear in your minds. Rogue able to take down their opponents XSET 2-1. Rogue are in the grand final. Only one spot remains. That's W7M and FaZe Clan fighting for that one position. And for those, and I highly recommend you're sticking around to watch it because we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's W7M versus FaZe Clan, and make sure for all the audience in here in Berlin to stick around because there's something special happening on the stage, and we're going to need a bit of your help, okay? Is that clear? There you go. Thank you very much for that, gentlemen. Thanks so much for today. Let's take that break. When we come back, W7M versus FaZe Clan. Don't go anywhere.
right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Vinka, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
Final spot in the grand final to determine who will be our first European Siege major winners in a long time. Who's it going to be? Who do we think? I'm going to make sure that the teams are 100% ready as we get set up here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a rematch of the Copa Elite 6 finals. Please welcome to the stage. This is their big moment. It's W7M! This team in the group stages were described as absolutely terrifying. A roster that every opposition that comes their way looks to run a mile from, except for their opponents, looking to make history here in Berlin. Do they have what it takes to become the first ever two-time major winners? Give it up for FaZe Clan! Now this team truly believes that they can do something that no other team has ever done. Players in this roster that many describe as the best in the world. A semi-final that should deliver on every piece of hype that it promises. But before we get them up here onto the stage to shake hands, it's time for the face-off.
Bom, a FaZe, a gente tá com eles engasgados na garganta, então vai ser uma revanche e tanto. Bom, FaZe, a gente tá se sentindo em casa aqui em Berlim, então tenho certeza que a gente não vai sentir os próximos games contra vocês, então se prepara que a revanche vem forte.
W7M, they have a really good play style, and we'll have to stop all of them at the same time. Like, we have to play the best Siege. Hey W7M, I know you guys are sad that you lost the Copa Elite 6 finals, but don't worry, you're gonna lose it again.
Which of our two teams will book their place in the grand final to face off against Rogue? Will it be W7M or will it be FaZe Clan? Please shake hands, take your seats, and get ready. Lots of players that we know can handle the pressure here, Milos. This is a big stage, a big moment for both of them. Who will take it?
I need someone that can help me out here on the desk. We got experts. Ian, you're beautiful. Thank you very much, my friend. We are back in the Analyst Desk. Thank you so much for joining us at the 6th Major Berlin. I'm Milos Dometic, your host. With me is a fresh pair of equally fantastic analysts, ones that can take as hard of an L as it just went down. It's Fresh and Pengu. Welcome back. Welcome back, Trader, also coming in from NA. Also, what is this? Welcome back to the good region.
Thank you.
You've taken half an L today and half a W, right?
Yeah, I have.
You're from EU, but you live in NA, so you was the real winner.
I'm kind of torn, but the thing is, I'm a little bit Rogue biased because I love, Kenta Raketti. Of course, you got new Sports. So I gotta say, I'm happy Rogue won. Also, if you're in Europe, you gotta have a EU team in the final.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I watch Rogue for the plot. All you need to know.
You know what I mean.
All right. Well, let's talk about our upcoming matchup. It's all LATAM, all Brazil for this game. It's happened 1,000,001 times in Brazil, but we all know BR versus BR in Brazil is not the same as what it is here when you're on land internationally with all that entails. W7M versus FaZe. Let's talk first about the general story of this, because there is no bigger comparison than the old guard of FaZe that have been around since time immemorial, and W7M that realistically get their first ever experience here. The young gunners, the young kids that can do so much. They can be the FaZe of the future. They can make their own names, but they have to take down some people that they looked up to not long ago. So let's talk first about W7M Fresh.
Well, like you said, Milos, they're the new kids on the block. They're another part of this kind of movement of Latin American teams that are coming to disrupt the establishment. Them, Furia, there's a few of these teams that are coming through. And they've been absolutely wiping the floor domestically with Latin America. Obviously, Charlotte didn't go obviously as planned. They had to play from Mexico. It didn't go great. And I had a little bit of concern about W7M. I had a concern about their temperament and about how they were going to deal with things in terms of actually coming to this event. Because in Charlotte, their temperament, and they were angry. I get they were angry. But I was like, how are they going to deal with this event and everything that it entails? They've done it fantastically. They've just looked like they keep going from strength to strength to strength.
Not just that, but even during Chalet Major, a lot of teams at the event that would have skimmed it or played on stage, or in group stage rather, would say, these guys might not be here, but they are the strongest, or one of the strongest teams that we played against at this tournament, and that was them playing at 60%. And you mentioned they're wiping the floor domestically. They're taking the team like Liquid spot at this event, and future events possibly, and they have only really been in the scene for like 6 to 9 months. They're almost as big of a name as FaZe at this point.
And technically, both of these teams took the spot away from Liquid, if you're accounting for that last game day also, which is incredible, Liquid versus FaZe. After the tournament, go back and watch that in BR6. But now looking at FaZe Clan, you know so much about this team. Cameraman, that's kind of the one out there that we've known for so long, Pengu. Can this team make it today and make it to yet another grand final? They've had one not even a year ago.
I was going to say, I mean, they have had recent success, and they've had success in the past. Sure, they haven't won many events internationally, but they've been in grand finals before. Cameraman, Astro, they go so far back in time. I want to see them do it again. But I wouldn't be unhappy if a new squad were to do it, because honestly, there's something exciting about new dynasties. I hate that word. Let's not do it. No. I take it back. There's something wonderful about new storylines in the space.
Team next.
Oh, no. Next, they'll be coming out with a video. We're building a dynasty. No,
storylines, not dynasties.
What I will say about FaZe is that it's the experience that gets them through. Even if you look at their game yesterday, it was a real slogfest, and they basically relied on the fact that they had experience in these big moments, in these big games against massive opposition. That's what got them through.
All right, let's take a look at our map bans for this series and get really into the nitty-gritty of all of this. We got 9-map pool. We're going to see quite a few of those go away, 6 in total. Ban, and then we go Oregon Cafe. Oregon picked up by W7M, Cafe by FaZe Clan, and Villa are decider. Now, just to preface all of this, we'll talk about it in generalities, but we'll go back to Oregon in a second, which is the bread and butter of the region, has been for forever. Before LATAM was a region in competitive play. But overall, Jack, do you see anything, numbers, when you look at the macro of the maps?
I am very massively surprised by FaZe's map pick. Because the reason being is that W7M have a 6-map pool. They don't play Theme Park, they don't play Bank, they don't play Skyscraper. It's something that FaZe used in the Copa Elite 6 final to actually pick a Bank before, because you can only ban away 2 in the best of 3. So W7M, they banned 2 away. FaZe they banned Bank and Theme Park. FaZe had an opportunity to pick into Skyscraper, where they looked so good yesterday, and they didn't. They went away from that. So they're not going to play a weak map for FaZe for W7M.
It is surprising because they look great on Skyscraper.
Yep.
Didn't want to go there. And they looked okay, if not good, on Cafe as well yesterday against Furious, 7-4 victory. But they're willing to go there. So I'm curious if they know something that we don't, because these two teams play each other so often domestically that they know each other in and out like no one else.
Well, what if we talk about Oregon in this case and kind of factor in how the play styles between these two kind of shows up? And in general, do you see any differences between the two squads? Because we said FaZe Clan, the old guard, W7M on the other side, the new kids on the block. Is this reflected in games as well?
Honestly, when we talk about Oregon, I feel like it's quite a simple map, as we always say, right? There's a few ways to attack, a few ways to defend. FaZe Clan, they rely on these like niche operators, the Ying, the Nurk, the Gridlock, the Amaru, the Capital, etc. I feel like unless they're going to go absolutely crazy in Oregon, they don't have as much freedom to do those things. Whereas W7M, they rely on consistency and good fundamentals. Whether it's droning, knowing when to play aggressive, knowing when to play passive, having discipline those 2v1 scenarios, I can see Oregon heavily or somewhat favoring W7M.
Yeah, I think so too. If you look at FaZe as well, they've been pretty inconsistent on Oregon through the Latin American Stage 1, Stage 2. They've played it, and they've had wins and losses. Crucially, in the group stages, they won 7-4 going up against Sonics, and then got 0-7 on this map in terms of FaZe. So it's kind of, it's a polarizing map, whereas W7M, this is the map that they've held back. They've held it back, chose to not play it as often as they could. The last time they actually played it was in groups at the Charlotte Major. So the whole stage, they've not played Oregon to bring it out right now.
Is that a surprise, given how often you get to see the map in competitive play?
Arguably, yes. Right? I feel like Oregon is a map that if you made a team tomorrow, you would start with Oregon because anyone can really play it, right? Play it in rank, play it in scrims, play it in Pro League, etc. You're not going to be as good at it, of course, but it is a more linear map than others.
And we said this the same thing about, it kind of gives the same vibes as yesterday when G2 picked Clubhouse. If you've been saving a map that's Oregon Clubhouse, every man and their dog know how to play Oregon and Clubhouse. So it's not necessarily a map that I would be hiding away. I wouldn't be rushing to hide it away.
All right, then what are we expecting for this? Because a lot of teams end up turtling incredibly hard if they're not sure how to run in Oregon. And if you're against an experienced team like FaZe, they'll know how to break that sort of bunker defense every single time. You got so many ways to bunker bust. But will it be more fluid of an Oregon, you think?
If I was in the zero right now, waiting to boot up, I would say to my teammates, guys, these guys are going to roam. They're going to play dynamic. They're going to play aggressive. We need to expect spawn peaks. We got to take it slow and try to find those opening kills, play the 5v4 advantage.
Yeah. And that's the big thing to watch out. And it's for both of these teams. We said it yesterday about FaZe, but we've also said the same thing about W7M, is how dynamic they are as teams. The pacing of the round, suddenly there'll be an explosive round. Then there'll be a nice, slow, what almost looks like a European default round, where it goes down to a kind of 30, 40 seconds to go, and you're like, we don't know who's going to win this. And then it'll go fast again. They really do vary up the pacings, both of these teams, which is why LATAM kind of stylistically is such a fun region to watch.
What are players to look out for from both of these squads that really have to show up today?
Right,
W7M first.
Overall, I feel like KC and W7M has been just absolutely monumental in some of these rounds, some of these matchups. And in general, relatively consistent player as well. I also feel like statistically for W7M, it's hard to look at them and go, he had a great game, he had a bad game, because it really is everyone gets a turn at some point for them.
W7M are one of those teams where there's only the quote-unquote hard support player, the Fairmite smoke player at GDN. He's the only one that's actually going negative for them. It's not about anybody stepping up, because they all just do their job and that 20% more, and that's their real strength.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's time for us to kick off our game. It's all LATAM, all Brazil, W7M versus FaZe Clan. There's no break for this one. We're getting straight into the action. We got a great game. We got great casters, too. It's Steph, Marta, and Mandy. Enjoy.
Woo! Thank you, Gassan. It is time to determine who are the kings of Brazil. One of these teams are going to the final. Is it the old? Is it the major champions of FaZe Clan looking for a repeat? Or is it the young gunners at W7M ready to show us what they're worth? Are you feeling ready?
Yeah, I am. I'm feeling real excited. And for all those at home, whether it's day, whether it's night for you as well, I hope that you're joining us on this wild ride.
It has been quite the campaign for W7M on your screens right now. You can see they are ready to go. FaZe Clan, of course, coming from the November Major last year in Sweden. They tasted victory, and they're looking to do so again here. Let's kick off on Oregon. It is time to get into our final semi-final.
It's all LATAM now. Oregon picked for W7M, but can they deliver against FaZe?
Well, let's get stuck into it. To kick us off, it is W7M's map pick of Oregon. W7M know what it's like to play Oregon. Oh, sorry, haven't played a lot of Oregon recently, so this is going to be a bit of a fresh one. A bit of a fresh opportunity. The Thinker ban. Gotta respect that.
Everybody liked that. The Thinker ban, of course, to come out. Taking out KZ's pick of choice, typically on the attack. Another one to follow through.
Hey! Not quite as much hype behind the Ying. We have seen a lot of Ying play. These executes have been chaotic. And these teams, they are pure chaos. W7M, what are they going to follow up with? Bit of a Valkyrie.
Some interesting bans coming out. The attack, Thatcher being left in, all your hard breach as well.
Is Mira going to make it through? She will. It is the Kaid ban. So Thatcher perhaps not quite so necessary.
Although Azami's been left in for the defense as well.
Ooh.
Lots of interesting operators being left in for both halves here. We've got all of your anti-wall denial on the side of the attack. We've got your Maverick. We've got your hard breach on the side of the defense as well. We've got the Azami alongside the Mirror. All your site construction. There's everything on the cards currently for both these teams.
FaZe taking us downstairs to kick it off. This has been a stronghold on the defensive side. But W7M, they know what it's like to push themselves further than anyone thought possible. W7M have been fighting all year long to carve their names in history, to elevate themselves to the level of these Brazilian teams like FaZe Clan, like Team Liquid, like Ninjas in Pajamas, like Team One. Major champions of the past, 6 invitational champions, Pro League champions. W7M are on the outside looking in, but for a shot at their very first major final, they must take down their hometown rivals.
FaZe starting us out on this basement bomb site, looking for a roam through the ground floor. Cyber and Bullet holding on to small tower. Looking for any early entries on this side of the map, but not to be met by anyone. A push from W7M starting over on this lobby side.
Oh, nice attempt there on a spawn peek. Oh, what is that? Immediately traded. And this is pure chaos. FaZe Clan win out the early trades.
JV now making his way through the green hallway, starting to get his way into meeting. The hatch left soft but hurts.
What?
He's in the site.
Yeah, he's straight on in and he's found another one. 2v2, W7M bringing the heat. Nice on an early. Nice eyes there for Herds onto the 2 defending players, but a great spray from Souls. JV to push down the laundry stairs. Not even a minute has passed, and he finds himself in a 1v2. Sprayed on out. Can't quite deliver the goods for Souls. What can this nade do? Could open it up. Takes a bit of damage, but still survives. JV himself is on such low HP, walking dead into a crossfire. Is he going to use that second nade to clean up? FaZe are not going to give him anything. They've gone 6 to clear the magnet. A nade to follow up. This is so well played from JV, but the magnets are going to make this a hell of a lot more difficult. He's walking straight into the meat grinder, and that's Souls. Nice attempt there from W7M, but FaZe Clan lock in the first round.
FaZe starting us out on the defense, of course. An excellent roam. Contesting every point of entry, we saw Cyber, although he didn't meet anyone in small tower, he's able to get the trade onto the attacker of GDN coming through lobby.
A lot of excitement in the crowd for these teams, and you can't blame them. Latin America plays such an exciting brand of Rainbow Six. They never cease to amaze us with their passion, with their energy, and with their raw skill. And that's what we have known Brazil for years now. And now we are in the age of Brazil. Who will be the representative from that region in our grand final? Who has the best chance to take down the hometown favorites of Rogue?
Well, it's not over yet. It's only been 1 round in what's going to be a very long best of 3, I can imagine, between these 2 LATAM teams. W7M still wanting to be part of this conversation as FaZe take us up to their next bomb site of choice.
Now, we've talked a lot about the W7M playstyle. You absolutely love it, Mandy.
I do.
They bring a brand of Siege like no one else, even within Brazil.
They absolutely do. W7M, they're everywhere all at once. We were just chatting to Helby there in the green room as well, and he went, these guys are a nightmare to play against when they're attacking. FaZe, of course, starting out on the defense, they are susceptible to this chaotic roam clear that W7M always seem to bring. Herds starting out on this rappel.
Yeah, waiting for some information on site. Could go for a wall bang. Is there a player on the other side with a drone? Is he waiting for some timing? Oh, FaZe actually still has one of those default cameras outside. W7M too preoccupied to take it down. That's going to be potentially detrimental.
Quick entry, though, for KZ, making his way in through Armory, starting to pressure out into the side, and Herds follow through as well. Volbs, they're starting to surround the site like vultures, but he could be in a bit of a pinch. Bullet looking for the run out.
2-hit jump out prepped. Still just baiting information at the moment, baiting out for the picks W7M have taken. Fairly meager map control and are waiting for that FaZe Clan aggression. Gaining some more information before they send it themselves. A peek there, perhaps ill-advised from, I believe that was Cyber in the hallway down below. This man has been carrying FaZe Clan through the 6 major so far.
But look at this pressure from W7M. The wall now being opened up at the site, suddenly under a bit of pressure. Herds will start to utility dump, clearing one of the shields in Attic. FaZe now under the pump, and KZ to take out Astro.
Nice big pick onto one of the anchors. Cameraman lit up, but he uses that Kona station to heal up. But doesn't matter, apparently, if the nade follows through. He's down on the ground. Volp's doing some good work, but here comes Bullet. Jumps quickly out of small tower. And just like that, FaZe Clan have turned up the heat. Cyber to get revived by his own Kona station as well. W7M on the back foot.
The Salvation Station coming in clutch for Camera, now back in this game. 3-on-4 situation in favor of FaZe, and only 50 seconds left to go. Not much utility left in the hands of W7 either. Some bolts, some flashbangs to follow through in the execute.
They're going to have to make it count. JV on the entry, baiting out. Going to use some smokes to cover as well. He doesn't have that diffuser. It's on GDN. Cyber here on the long angle. He could be so pivotal. He peeks on through. But JV takes him down, looking for more now, walking through that smoke. Soul's in a great position. But FaZe Clan, the advantage is gradually slipping away, but there's Bullet. And he sprays them all down. FaZe Clan up 2-0.
FaZe holding on to that bomb site for dear life. The wall was being opened, but they were disciplined. They didn't take the fight to W7M. Astro went down, Cameraman almost as well, but the Kona station to save him, and now with that man advantage, able to play out those trades and clean up W7M.
And it is a much needed strong start from FaZe Clan. In a way, they went into this tournament with a lot of expectation because it's fairly fresh in everyone's minds. What happened 9 months ago in Sweden? These guys were by far and away the best team, and they won Major. Since then, though, they've been looking for a bit of redemption, struggling at 6 Invitational, and of course, struggling to even make it to the Charlotte Major. They had to sit out. They were unable to go back-to-back. Now, on the up once again, but there's a lot of stakes for them this tournament, not only to be the first team to make a 2-time major championship, but also their chances of making 6 Invitational currently are very grim. They're going to need to do as well as possible during this event.
FaZe taking us over to a bomb site that's quite peculiar. They're taking us over to the dining and kitchen rather than going to meeting, which seems to be more in fashion these days. Doing a hard hold onto small tower, aided by the Kiva barriers. Cyber, of course, will be the one with those in hand. W7M, though, will begin their roam clear over on the other side of the map instead, taking the path of least resistance.
Wow. What a setup here from FaZe. That Azami Kiva barrier. Oh my god. Thread that needle, Cyber.
Hertz starting to make his way in through Astro as well. Volbs has gone down now, and they're left in the man disadvantage, but giving away lots of estate now are FaZe. JV a little bit wary that there might be a player in Big Tower, but he's fallen off, and now W7M have full top floor control, but that's not where the site is.
it's decent for W7M to make that control, but my question is, what are they going to be able to do with it? Where is the vertical game?
Well, the vertical game is gone. Volps, he was the first to go down, and now the only thing they have in their hands for vertical is those hard breach charges. Herds is going to be the one to place them down. Look for some of that vertical.
It's a far cry from the sledgehammer, what you can do with those hard breach charges. Ooh, and KZ's nade shut out. Takes a little bit of damage. That C4 peeked up by cameraman. Oh, just dancing around in the showers hallway. The second nade to go on through. Oh! Cheeky angle there from Souls, I believe, that is below Bullet now, contesting those vertical lines of sight. He takes a bit of damage, throws out an impact. KZ is so low HP, but this is such a messy vertical battle.
Look at this from FaZe, relentless on the vertical pressure, not willing to give W7M anything in this round. Now a minute and ticking away for this roster.
What's the plan here for W7M? Once again, the fire goes out. The smokes to follow, no doubt, shortly. And the plant's going down. GDN, he snuck downstairs, but Bullet's in the perfect position to deny this. W7M have got to lock it in with the vertical play. As that diffuser goes down, the onus on FaZe to retake. But now W7M, they have evened up the man count, and they are continuing to fight back. They are devastating. It's all on Bullet now. He's had a decent tournament so far. Hasn't died yet this game, but that is surely about to change. What a great attack from W7M.
W7M, they won't go down quietly. They won't go down without a conversation in this game. FaZe might be 2 up, but, well, that doesn't rattle them at all. A beautiful attack as well onto that top floor. Even though they had lost out on the sledge, they were able to make that vertical pressure with the hard breach charge, convert their way into that kitchen hatch drop. And how perfect was that from GDN? He drops the kitchen hatch drop, but he doesn't plant in the default spot. The reason why being he knows he can get wallbang from security if there's a player in the hallway. So he goes into an unexpected spot, plants there, and from there is way closer to the next gunfight. It's just so well played from the support player of W7M.
And that's exactly what we need from W7M. They lost the first 2 rounds on their attack, started slow. We need them to break through on these more defensible bomb sites. Now FaZe go back downstairs. W7M need to have a response.
Quick replay as well. Look at that retake. Shut down completely from FaZe. JV to clean up too, and now FaZe taking us back to this basement bomb site. Now, the last time they played this, Hertz, he snuck his way into the bomb site as he usually does. That's his MO, to take down the victims on the site, but not this time. FaZe looking for something slightly different. They've opened up some more holes into Elbow. They've opened up the meeting hatch ready for this roam clear drop as well. It's much more extensive from FaZe, holding on to this site pressure. Cyber, he's afraid of Hertz. Of course, Hertz outside of Blue Bunker, trying to make his way in straight away.
Oh, and the E1D from Lion signals aggression. A couple of players on the roam spotted out as they try to make their rotations. W7M, they might have telegraphed a rush, but it could well be a bait. At the moment, it looks like map control is on the agenda, and JV's already in lobby here.
Gone 6 rings out. FaZe now in a bit of an impasse with the roam clear of W7M.
Look at that, 5 players already rotated back to site. Do FaZe really concede so easily?
This is an interesting one for FaZe. W7M, they seem to have scared them off this roam perceived pressure that Herds is placing on the players of FaZe, and look now, just sitting in the site, waiting.
Great play from W7M. That's the thing about this team. Because they love to play aggressively, they're so hard to predict. Because they're not always aggressive. Sometimes they pretend to be aggressive and instead decide to take the map control. And it has allowed them to do it in just such phenomenal time management. Add to the fact that FaZe Clan themselves have opened up a lot of these hatches, and it just gets easier. Now W7M have the man advantage, and Herds is just going to send it on through. How does he win that fight? FaZe Clan can trade back the pick, but that is such a significant amount of damage done already.
Cameraman, though, looking to get aggressive on this meeting hatch, and the shots will connect onto Volps. Now FaZe clawing back. Even man count between them. Time ticking down, but still plenty of options here for W7M. It is not over just yet.
The onus is on W7M to decide where are they going to mount this push. They only have the 3 players left, and FaZe have actually retaken Blue Bunker.
This is some great control, great read from FaZe as W7M look to do this back take, a smoke to go out, the execute to follow.
Very nice start there from W7M. Souls doing the best he can to duel with the Roni, but he's now on site and he needs to have an impact here. Starts to push on forward, close to the doorway, sees one player, takes him down, but it's got to reload. A tiny magazine, 16 bullets, and he makes every single one count. It's now a 2v1 taken out GDN. 1 versus 1 to clutch up for W7M. A flashover and the plant begins. Bullet, what's he going to do? Is he going to wait and play the post plant? Starts to move on forward. GDN, he gets the call. He's baited off the plant and then he goes for the push, but Bullet is more than ready. FaZe Clan save that by the skin of their teeth.
Herds, he almost put a thorn in the side of the W7M attack. FaZe, they were really rattled by that. The IGL of W7M making a big call for a solo play. He finds 2, but he couldn't find any more, and the rest of W7M out of sync with that push. Meant that FaZe, they were able to recompose, they were able to retake the map control as that backtake had been telegraphed by W7M. And by retaking that position, playing those crossfires, FaZe, they were able to get straight back into it, not rattled at all by that play in the mid-round.
And a big part of that was that aggression from Souls. Really brought that back into the realm of possibility for FaZe. Significant lead starting to dawn here. FaZe Clan have been comfortable on laundry supply. They've gone back now to dorms, where they won previously. It's really only that tertiary bomb site that's caused them any strife.
10 seconds to insertion.
And that's exactly right. FaZe now looking to repeat a relatively similar roam. The Kona stations to 8th anchors on the side, while 2 players start over in the small tower position. W7M, last time it was a little bit messy going to that top floor. The execute was almost fruitful for them, but FaZe were cool, calm and collected on those crossfires. And W7M will have to press the attack a little bit harder if they want to be given anything.
Spawn picking again from FaZe. They're keeping up this aggression. They don't really want to play a 5v5 in the late round, it seems. Even if they lose a player in this aggression, they'd rather go into the late round, taking out some of FaZe's critical utility.
But look at this from W7M. They could be playing right into the hands of these FaZe roamers. 2 of them still holding on to this west side control. KZ even to rendezvous with one of his teammates. And this roam clear, will it be fruitful? Will they even give up the small tower control? GDN putting pressure on the side, but for what?
Well, Cyber has managed to actually fall back here. Using, once again, these keeper barriers to lock off that showers window, give him more mobility, but the drone is elusive. And FaZe Clan get a lot of information based on that position.
But hang on a minute, look at this from W7M. They've fully pivoted over to small tower. What on earth is their push going on here?
Insistent on taking full control of down below, despite the fact that FaZe is holding on with everything they've got. A good early pick, though. Gets the numbers on the W7M side. It's Bullet who needs to hold his ground in kitchen. And Cyber from the hallway as W7M start to push on forth.
Herd's taking a little bit of damage and an engagement, and Bullet will take him down. W7M now back, even man count. They only have small tower control. There's not much in their hands for now.
And isn't that why this is just so good for FaZe? They've put themselves in a strong position, conceding ground, but only when they make it even.
And now W7M, they have to come up with something new, a brand new idea. Will they pivot back over to Master? Yes, they will. They've put enough control on that double window, and Volps, he's able to clean up Souls. Bullet to take down JV, though, and once again, we're at an even Steven in the man count.
And guess who's got a C4? Bullet. Does he have the info, though? Volps brings the numbers back into W7M's favor, and Bullet still below, still with the C4. Actually going to pre-place that underneath the double window. Unsure where FaZe, or rather where W7M are intending to mount their push.
But there's only 28 seconds for W7M. If they don't get this right on the first time, the kick could go down, and it could be disaster for them. Astro holding on. A cheeky position for him in the site.
This is why Bullet has to have an impact with that C4. Where is the jump in from W7M? KZ moves forth from the concrete position, and the plant is going down. Astro needs to win his one, but he loses it out. It's now all on Bullet. Don't even think he blew his C4. It doesn't matter. W7M and Execute to roll over FaZe and get their first attack on a Dorms.
That is the W7M that I know and love. I don't know about you, but that was their usual MO, if you ask me. Starting out, of course, on that small tower push, looking to put the pressure on FaZe. It caused 3 FaZe players to drop down into kitchen, try and contest them. Meanwhile, GDN, on Master's side, he was already 2 steps ahead. He'd opened up that breach, anticipating that W7M would rotate back over, make that pressure work in the late round, and FaZe, they were rattled by that. They couldn't keep up the pace with these W7M strats.
Isn't that beautiful the way that W7M read their opponents and force their opponents to play how they want to play? W7M force those rotations, force those movements, and because they have such fantastic gun skill to back up that game sense, they always put themselves in those advantageous positions, and great fist pumps at the end of it as well.
And I think that's just so well aided by the IGL of Hertz. You don't often see the IGL of any team being on this flex solo entry role. And what that means is that Hertz is consistently thinking about a 2-pronged push. He's consistently thinking, I can put pressure on here and I trust my team to do the other side. And we can switch around. We can use the pressure from both ways. And by being in that position, it really enables him to create a flow in the team like none other in this major.
And we also know that W7M, they can bring a lot of energy when the moment calls for it. It's been Hertz, the man on your screen right now, who's been really at the forefront of that against Elevate. He was rowdy as can be.
W7M starting their map clear and, of course, putting pressure around every point they possibly can. Hertz solo making his way into Big Tower while the rest of his teammates make their way in through Master. Oh, some shots almost connect, but FaZe now realizing there's no attackers coming to their side and now starting to rotate over.
Well, this is the dangerous thing for FaZe. It's a game of rotations. And if W7M can force that movement from these FaZe players into positions where W7M are happy with, okay, cameraman, he just runs straight out the Big Tower. Hertz is also not able to retrade that. That's not something you see every day.
W7M now, though, they've been given this top floor control essentially in their hands. The Master entry, good from them.
That drone is right next to Astro. Surely that's a miss drone. What is Astro going to be able to do with this position?
The rest of W7M, though, they've taken this map control, and this time they have Volps in their hands. This time they've got vertical pressure to clear out that site, flush away those anchors, and look how perfectly positioned the rest of the W7M players are for this. KZ and JV holding on to that top floor control, making sure that Volps can get his business done before they hit the site.
What are W7M going to be able to achieve with that vertical pressure, though? Looking for picks, looking for players, but you can see FaZe have fallen back significantly.
And it's well played from them as well. They're playing adjacent to the site rather than in it because they know they're going to be pressured out of the vertical. But there's that Souls running right below the vertical of Volps, I think it is. Of course, these FaZe players don't give up anything. Cameraman taken very low now. The execute has to follow through soon.
Oh, good nade. Souls still survives, still contesting the player with that nade. The second one, he managed to survive as well, finally. Volp sprays him on down, and the E1D, the final, goes through. Cyber on for a flank. Can he make another play? Volps immediately trades him on back, and FaZe are falling like flies. KZ in the bomb site.
Planning the bomb now. What are FaZe going to do?
Oh, that's what FaZe are going to do. Cameraman with the flank upstairs. He's found the double, and now it's a 2v1 on the retake. KZ needs to reload. Oh, what a shot! Can he lock it in? Oh my God! Here goes massive W7M. How do you get away with that?
I'll tell you what, W7M are here to play. 3-3 now in their attacking half. Not rattled by FaZe. In fact, at the end of that half, it looked like FaZe that was rattled by W7M. It felt like they were entrapped in the tempo, in the flow that W7M had set in that lobby. They never knew what they were going for. They had an idea, and then it was all falling apart as the W7M players came around from each and every side, and now going on to their defense. W7M.
There are no questions about where the momentum lies. Look at Hertz. He's only getting started. And KZ very happy about that one. I shudder to think what he was shouting to his opponents across the stage.
Laundry Supply will be the first bomb site of choice for W7M, going on to their defending half.
I've got to ask you, Mandy, is it out with the old and in with the new? Or is there a shot here at a two-time major championship, the first in history?
It's a tough one. I don't think I want to answer that one just yet. I want the players to tell me in the lobby.
Well, at the moment, they're not giving us any clue because it is split even 3 rounds apiece. Neither team forging a significant lead over the other. These two teams are the best that Brazil has to offer. We've seen that. We've known that for quite some time. They faced off in the Elite Six Grand Final, and FaZe took it there. In fact, every single time these two teams have played each other in a best of 3, it has been FaZe the victors. The only time W7M have ever taken out FaZe Clan, it was in stage 1. And it was a single best of 1. They're looking to get some revenge on the team that has represented their region for so many years.
Just a small pause here in the lobby for W7M. I had a cheer in the crowd. Thank you, crowd. I appreciate all of you.
Look at that. Herds wants to hear it. Make no mistake, the players can hear when you guys give them a bit of noise.
Well, you asked me who you think is going to win.
Oh.
Should we ask the crowd instead? Yeah?
All right, let's give it a crack. Let W7M know if you want them to take this match. It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's all right. It's all right.
What about FaZe Clan? Dead even, if you ask me.
Dead even, just like this lobby at the moment. Looking at a few replays, once again, W7M, they've been so dominant in this second half of the attack. As soon as they were able to get into the tempo of FaZe, as soon as they were able to confuse them, get in their heads, if you will, W7M was all them.
Like I said before, I shudder to think what they're shouting across the stage. These have been very tight rounds. 2 of them come down to a 1v2. 2 of them down to a 1 versus 1. And we're getting back into the game right now as well. The momentum is on W7M's favor. They've just won the last 2 rounds in a row. And now FaZe Clan themselves are on that attacking side. W7M, can they carry this momentum down into the basement for their first defense?
And W7M playing a slightly different philosophy to what FaZe brought. They're leaning into the mirror pick. JV now holding 2 in his hand, as well as a very aggressive shield being held by KZ over at the double door of blue. Looking to push forward that defense onto FaZe.
Looks like the only repick is from the Hibana onto the Nomad, leaving no dedicated hard breach operator. Now, there's a good chance that Souls on the Fuse has got that secondary hard breach. We're going to see in just a sec. There you go. He does. I don't know about you. The Fuse is an unusual one to me. What's the idea?
Well, this is the beauty of FaZe, this team. They essentially have, you've got Cameraman. He's always solid in his play. He's always the support for this team. You've got Bullet, always the first entry for this team. But aside from that, you have 3 other players that can flex onto just about anything in the operator pool, including Astro, of course, the IGL of this team. And what that means is that every single one of their attacks is dynamic. There's a big focus on problem solving. And I can only imagine that for this basement attack, you really don't need all 3 hatches open, depending on the type of push that you're going for. They only need to open the hatches that are mission critical to that push. And now, immediately starting out on this blue pressure, of course, KZ was the one on the other side holding the aggressive shield, and FaZe will soon be met by a bit of resistance.
Oh, but look at that. The mirrors fall victim to Cyber's Twitch drone. It's a huge boon to their side.
W7M, though, still holding on set. FaZe making their roam clear slow and steady. They don't want to make any mistakes, making sure that there are no W7M players on this ground floor doing their due diligence with the drone. Cyber, he's gotten some big value out of this Twitch drone.
What's this from FaZe? Getting into the map, finally starting to build a bit of a push, but with the heavy anchorage set up from W7M, FaZe is going to have to do everything they can. Here comes the fuse, and here's what he was picked for.
Well, Volp's realizing that bad times are headed his way, and he needs to get out of E-Box. KZ somehow, in the midst of that, takes damage from that. And FaZe, like you said, taking their time. It's measure twice, cut once for this roster. They don't want to make a mistake. They know approximately the positions of these anchors. It's nothing too special on the side of W7M. It's just about executing it right this first time.
FaZe is still worried about this roam. We know full well that there's nobody from W7M looking for it. And FaZe really need to focus their attention on site, because here's GDN. Shotgun in hand. The grand finalists skin on it. And he's ready to join them, but FaZe Clan, I'm gonna fall for that one. A double kill for Souls. You can ban the Thinker, but you cannot ban this LMG. And it is dominant. The first flawless round of the series.
And just look at that from FaZe Clan. They are so calculated in their push. No one stepping out of line, no one going for the aggressive play, not until their teammates were right by their side, ready to match the tempo, ready to match the rush onto that site, the flurry of kills that came out. W7M, they weren't ready for it.
No, they weren't. It really just came down to Souls on these rear stairs, punishing the over-aggressive GDN, preventing the refrag as well. I mean, he just didn't stop. W7M just kept peeking him. They didn't give up.
Yep. Refrag after refrag doesn't work against yet another LMG in the lobby. You could ban out Thinker, but you can't ban out the second LMG on the fuse. And now FaZe looking to attack this top floor. Bomb side W7M, they're not going to retry it whatsoever. They want to do something new.
We were a little worried for FaZe going into the defense, thinking that W7M had not only won that clutch, but had won 2 rounds in a row. They kind of got that momentum back on their side. Now FaZe has squished that thought. W7M are now the ones trying to find their footing as they go upstairs.
Ooh, cheeky from Hertz as well, looking for the spawn peak.
Imagine the reaction he'll have if he lands this. Risky. Oh, very safe way to play it.
Doesn't want to give his life up now, but cameraman, he's brought something a little bit special on the Amaru. What's he going to do with this? Small tower, that's not where you use the Amaru.
The Kid Storm's window, the Kid Storm's hatch. What's the play here? Maybe we'll only see in the late round, perhaps. For now, a player that's been a standout this event for FaZe, it is Cyber, and he's got an important job now clearing out this site utility, namely the mirror windows, which otherwise can be very difficult to deal with.
FaZe looking to do a master-centric clear for this top floor attack, not looking to do attic at all unless Cyber tries to go for something. JV holding on to tier 3 here. What impact can he have? It doesn't seem like much as FaZe aren't playing into his hands. They're going for this master control instead. Of course, the wall has already been opened up for them. That's one step done, but something also for them to worry about.
The good thing here for the position of JV in Big Tower is because that attic rotation is there between that and Big Tower, he has a way in, but here it is. Surely this is too early.
Send it. Someone in the crowd just said send it. Cameraman, it's time
He
to
does,
go.
and he sends it indeed. He finds one, finds a double. Oh my God. Cyber's gone nuts, and cameraman re-peeking the position. A flashbang to go over, shutting out JV. Flashes himself in the meanwhile. What's JV going to be able to do with this? Attempted retake now for W7M as FaZe Clan have stolen the site. What is JV going to be able to do on this retake? Can't land the shots needed against cameraman. The Amaru all too good. GDN got the world ahead of him. FaZe Clan once again. They got 5 rounds to 3.
And W7M now getting a taste of their own medicine on the defense. All of their attacks were oddly paced. It was explosive in the late round, but so is FaZe's. FaZe, they don't give an inkling to W7M in any way. They don't, they're drones, they're barely visible. W7M have no idea what FaZe have gone for the past 2 rounds, and both times the execute has been explosive. It's rattled the defense of W7M, and I can only imagine that the philosophy has to change for them. This anchor hold onto the site, trying to play the crossfires, is never going to work against a team as flexible and as fluent as FaZe, and especially not against someone like Cameraman on that Amaru.
And Cyber, of course, who made his impact felt pushing in from Trophy. Supported the perfect timing with Cameraman. W7M on the back foot. They've taken their tactical pause. They've had a bit of a chat. They need to get that momentum back because they are yet to win a defense.
And W7M looking to take us back down to that basement bomb site. Not changing their philosophy though, still holding on to that mirror, the shield as well on GDN and FaZe. They were so successful in that last round, in that last attempt of this bomb site. And W7M have to show for it.
It's crazy, isn't it? W7M have picked this map. Oregon, FaZe Clan already asserted themselves ahead. And FaZe Clan, the last time they played this map was against G2 in the group stage. They went 7-0, lost to G2. W7M, on the other hand, well, they haven't played this map in months. The entire of stage 2, they haven't played Oregon. They've been saving it up for a rainy day, saving it up for a special occasion such as this. And now, when it comes to it, when they're fighting for a spot in the final, they just don't seem to be able to deliver.
FaZe now beginning their attack onto this basement bomb site. 3 players actually spawning over on the construction site. Is this a rush? Astro's got the Gone 6 out.
Tells you something, doesn't it? That every single round FaZe Clan play it slightly differently. No fuse, no meeting clear yet. W7M have 2 players ready for this rush, though.
Yeah, just look at that. They know exactly what FaZe are going for. Now, W7M, they have a better read on FaZe. They know they like this explosive take. The Gone 6 follow-up, but ooh, I don't think it actually connected onto the barricade.
Well, my magnet did catch. Okay, the nade did not destroy the barricade. I believe it did destroy the barbed wire, though. W7M can feel pretty safe now that that barricade is not up, but FaZe have taken some decent map control.
And just look at this from FaZe as well. They know that they've got all the W7M players trained on the site. Now they've put the pressure there and they've realized, okay, they've given us the map control. Let's take it now in this mid-round. Roam clear, not even needed.
Looks like W7M completely forfeiting and seceding any part of the map, similar to what they did before. But it's going to take a bit of time for FaZe to realize that.
Now, something I've just realized on the side of FaZe is that they have no hard breach. So they cannot open any of those hatches that go into the site. They can only open vertical, which can't be done in the basement. And the option's actually quite low from here as well. If they don't get a hatch open, it's just going to be a flood down each stairs. And if W7M can pick up on that, all they need to do is hold on to 1 stairwell each, and there's nothing more.
Yeah, this is a very unconventional push. Oh my god, JV. What a shot. How are you going to deal with these mirrors, FaZe? It just feels like W7M are in the driver's seat for this round.
And they have nothing to do with these mirrors. There's no Hibana, there's no Ace. They've only got, well, 2 sets of nades, actually, it's quite a lot, to try and nade out this player. But with the anchor setup they have, look at these Womizes, look at these ADSs protecting this mirror window.
It feels like the only way in the world that FaZe win this round is if they hit some unreal shots. Astros hit 1, but, oh, he does get a second. Volps can make sure that there is a trade. It's only a 2v3 now, which means a single engagement going W7M's way makes it impossible now for FaZe. Finally, W7M find a defense.
A miscalculation from FaZe, not bringing any hard breach, slimming their options to get into the site, and W7M punish them for it. They sit tight, they hold the anchor positions, knowing that FaZe had nothing to deal with it. And with that, they can take away another round.
W7M going to need your energy to pull through this. They're going to have to defend another bomb site now, though. Laundry supply is locked. They seem to be resilient to the pressure. FaZe Clan making some critical mistakes in the operator repick. They had to dedicate to that rush. No hard breach, didn't really give them a choice.
W7M take us up to this top floor bomb site. GDN starting his way out in Trophy with a shield as well. So far, so good for W7M, starting to get back into this game, starting to get the flow, but was it really W7M back in it, or was that a misplay from FaZe? We're not sure, but in this round, W7M will have to prove to us that it was all them.
You can see a significant roam down below from W7M, and there's some information already from FaZe. So these mute jammers somewhat less effective because Cameraman snuck his drone under this table right next to JV. Getting past those mute jammers, past that information denial that FaZe have set up. But we're seeing Cameraman once again on this Amaru.
Oh. FaZe, it just feels like you never know what they're going to go for. And Cyber is actually going to be the first to take out KZ here on this Armory Rappel. Putting the pressure from every other side, and the W7M play starting to feel wary that their site might be under pressure.
And this is the hard choice, isn't it? You've got these two roamers below, but at what point do they feel like they need to rotate back? Even if they do, they're pretty well cut off here. Look at this position from Bullet. He's so wary of the jump out, and he's also preventing the rotation at bottom white.
FaZe, they look like they're setting themselves up for success. Either that or looking to punish the mistakes of W7M. Players, they cannot rotate back to the side now, and Cameraman kicks it off. Cyber to follow with the second onto Volps.
He's done it again. Cameraman, and it's a flawless round. You blink and you miss it, I guess. FaZe Clan immediately retaliate. And those Dorms attacks with the Amaru are so oppressive.
It's just so masterfully played from FaZe. They put the pressure onto the players below, but not only that, they get into the perfect cutoff positions for it as well. You have the player at bottom white, you have the player on the kids rappel to cut off someone coming up white, coming through the rotate. Same thing with the armory rappel in as well from Cyber. Every other way that those ground floor players could have tried to rotate back up was shut out by FaZe. And in tandem with the pressure on the side, they were able to choke out W7M. It didn't feel like FaZe had really pressed that attack all too hard until they found a pick that let them in, and Cameraman, he used that invitation and he went straight for it.
He just loves that SMG-11. In close range, the quick game down sides time. Knows exactly what to push. That's a scary thing about FaZe, isn't it? You never know if they're just going to Amaru straight into sight.
And that's just such a dance that we have between these two LATAM teams. On both times that these teams have attacked, it's been them that's setting the pace. It's been them that's actually causing problems for the defense. The defense has to problem solve the attack. It's the other way around.
Yeah.
In this particular matchup, we often say that the attack has a problem that they need to solve in the defense. They need to dissect the map, but in fact, it's all being thrown apart.
W7M going to try and get aggressive. Herds on this spawn peak. We need that energy that Herds brought during the Elevate game. We need the fire that W7M have brought throughout the BR6. They've been dominant within their own region. They won 8 games in a row in Stage 1. In Stage 2, they were almost as dominant. Back-to-back Brazilian champions. But within the Copa Elite, it's always been FaZe Clan that come out on top. It feels like this is such a pivotal moment for W7M in their careers. How long can they stay the bridesmaid and not the bride?
Cyber, though, taken low in an engagement over on this satellite window. W7M, they're still holding on to this top floor control, and FaZe looking to reconvene all of their players to this big tower push. Oh, look at that Rotero drone, takes out everything. The Kona station, the Kona station still stands somehow. 3
Salvation
ADSs,
stations.
Salvation station.
Too good, I guess. That's a lot of util clear, though, isn't it?
Astro as well, using the Ossa shield to enable this minimalist push into the big tower. W7M will have to recall their players through Attic if they want to get control back inside, and Souls now getting the wall open puts JV and Herds under pressure, but W7M, they seem to have a pretty good read on this push, trying to deny that entry.
There's still an Evil Eye on site as well for W7M, so that helps out the retake. It also helps out plant denial potential. And this pivotal player of JV is still in this pinch position. He can do a lot of damage at the sandbags.
Well, if this is the phase that we know, something explosive is about to happen, and that might be it. The grenades flow through, and it's perfect from Bullet.
Double trouble, the nade and the Rotero. JV not going to survive. When is this entry going to come through from FaZe Clan? They've got map point here on W7M's own pick.
And Bullet, he's being so patient, waiting for his team.
And KZ as well on for the flank. Cameraman is watching this. FaZe Clan have the read. They know exactly what buttons to press. And here they are in the 5v3 execute. Where is the response? There it is from W7M, and they stand tall. It's a 2v2 as the young gunners have got to step up. It's on Herds, the hype man himself, and his trusty support GDN on for this retake. Moved up towards that diffuser, trying to bait out a push, but there it is from Bullet. One bullet is all that he needs. FaZe Clan have looked so good on Oregon, and they are barreling their way to another major final. It's a done deal. There's nothing GDN can do. FaZe Clan are going to go one map up in the semi-final.
FaZe, they look very poised and happy with that one. A very clean, well played Oregon. They matched pace with W7M, in fact, overtaking their pace, throwing them off guard. There was nothing that W7M could do.
In a form like this, FaZe, I'm sure they believe they can take on anyone. And they put to bed, for now, the question of who stands tall at the top of Brazil. But they got to find one more map to lock it in. W7M, where are they? They need to get back into this series, and they need to do it fast.
W7M, though, they still have 2 maps to try and bring it back and close their way into the grand finals. Not over just yet, but what they need is this mental reset. They need to go onto FaZe's map pick next.
And that's the tough thing, isn't it? We're going to Cafe next up. W7M, they've shown some Cafe this tournament. They've shown just how good they are, but FaZe Clan have dominated on Oregon, and W7M need to fight back right now. We'll go to a break. Stick around.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad. Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yavle.
First
South Korean team who are progressing to the semifinals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Welcome back, friends, to Berlin. We continue with our major. And our second matchup of the day, best of 3 series. Map 1, Oregon, a classic one for this all BRBR matchup is done. A lot of action on the server, not gonna lie. Expected.
Yes, I mean, obviously, right? But I said I didn't expect that many like gimmicks on Oregon. We saw a couple of them, Jack. It wasn't just one round where FaZe did something weird. It was like every single round.
You wasn't vibing with the fuse on the laundry pick, was you, whatsoever?
Yeah.
Until he walks down tower stairs and gets a free K with the LMG.
Yeah, I was like, Jack, why would you pick fuse in this scenario? And I went, maybe for the LMG, and then 3K. And I was like, yeah, LMG's pretty good.
And do you know what? I bet W7M are really regretting that choice.
Yeah, there's so much that you can ban out now, but it seems like LMGs is the way to go. We got a clip already, and you guys requested it, so go ahead. It's all yours, Chaka.
So the one thing that we're setting up, and the one thing that we love about FaZe, is the pacing of their attacks. The previous round to this, they'd just done a full clear, got down to about 45 seconds, then done an execute, maybe even a little bit less than that. I think it was maybe about 30 seconds on the laundry. A minute 30 here, the Romara into the site, cameraman getting a double kill, there's another kill coming in off site, and it's just a 3-2-1, fast execute. So they're going slow into fast, and they change it up. And the one thing that does is it keeps teams guessing.
Yep, that it does. And they do it time and time again, not just one time, not just twice, but 3, 4, 5, 7. They continuously do that throughout the entirety of the game. And if you're W7M and you're not super experienced either, what do? Do you play passive and hope they rush you? Do you play aggressive and then maybe they play slow and they get opening kills? It's so hard to play against because normally in these games, you take about 2 or 3 rounds to feel out your opponent, but they can't.
You kind of feel your opponent out, and you kind of just like, we know whether they're going to rush. We see the signs. With FaZe, you have no idea what they're going to do. And it makes them so hard to play against because you're always second-guessing yourself.
This reminds me of FaZe Clan in 2018 even. We're going way back in the day because back, for example, remember Consulate. That was a map in the pool. I really enjoyed having Consulate. But the way that FaZe played all these maps, even different iterations of the roster, at that point when Cameraman had just stepped on for the first time with the squad, is that segmented. You get pick, fall back, get pick again, rounds over, confusing their opponents. And it seemed like W7M could not properly respond to it. What was those things that they really needed, that were missing, that could allow them to break down FaZe's momentum for a moment?
I mean, Jack and I spoke about what would Rogue do in the finals if FaZe were to make it through. And I think Jack said it well. It's like, play your own game, right? Yeah. You don't let them dictate what you should be doing. You try and force the pace onto them, right? Whether it's playing super aggressive yourself, shutting down the entries, or playing passive together, guaranteed refrags. Essentially, you got to make sure that whatever FaZe is doing isn't working every single time.
I think what you've got to do is actually meet fire with fire. There was a few rounds where W7M looked a little bit more default, quote-unquote default, is when teams, and we saw this yesterday with Fury, is when they go up against FaZe, another LATAM team, they kind of have to play the role of the non-LATAM team, and that's what FaZe is so good. You get kind of dragged into playing their game. W7M just need to focus on their game, which is aggressive, which is explosive, and not worry too much about who their opponent is.
I do agree. I mean, the very final round from FaZe was extremely surgical on that meeting attack. Flank was covered, plant went down, 2 trades went through, and sure, W7M almost brought it back, but again, FaZe's fundamentals are also strong when it comes down to it.
And it's something we talked about in the pregame, which is the experience that FaZe Clan brings into all of this, and all together in comparison to the new kids on the block. On the other side, W7M getting their first appearance here internationally, technically in Charlotte, but that was, a lot of asterisks around it as it all happened here. But it was still an impressive showing from the squad, and we'll get to see the match summary 7-4 for FaZe Clan. Of course, K's really on top of the team, but you need a concerted team effort to take down someone like FaZe.
I mean, I did speak up about KC, before the first map started, but Volps yesterday was really the story of W7M. Today, Volps had a bit of a slow start. Of course, we got more maps to go, but across the board, I feel like player by player value, FaZe just gets a little bit more out of their players than W7M so far.
And that's to be expected, right? It's because, you know, they have been around a long time. This is a team that, you know, everyone's got their own story about people like Cameraman. You know, from an event that they attended, you know, 3, 4, 5, however many years ago. You know, you can say I was there in Milan when he actually got on the camera, right? But if you look at the actual experience of this roster, the amount they trust each other, there's no wonder that there's more of a complete team performance coming out of them, because they have just been around the block that little bit longer.
All right, then map number 2, Cafe Dostoevsky in this series. Again, a classic map and how things have been going in the meta game. Still kind of figuring out how it all fits with Azami and Aruni and how they combine here together. So what are your thoughts? Do you expect this to go one way or another? Any numbers that can help out of that?
Well, we actually saw the Sledge and the Azami and the Arumi band away yesterday when FaZe played this map. So wonder if we're going to go something a little bit similar and a little bit away from the default. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more oppressive. But the big thing to watch out for, again, it's just the same thing for me, is how can W7M cope with FaZe's pacing on the attack? If they can cope with that, they'll be fine. If they can't, then I think this could be a quick 2-0.
The way I saw it was that W7M had to win Oregon to win this series. Because Cafe is going to go one way, in my opinion, and that's FaZe. You can ban one attack on a defender, but FaZe, they can play 5 or 6 different ones, so many different styles. So they got something up their sleeve.
Very quickly, we've got to go to break. Map 3, yes, no?
No.
Yes. Yes. I love the Jeopardy. We'll disagree. We'll agree to disagree.
Sure. Maybe we'll get Villa. Maybe not so. Put your hands together. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, that'll be the continuation of the new kids on the block. W7M versus FaZe Clan.
Welcome back, Berlin. It could be over in just one map. FaZe Clan have taken down W7M's own map pick. And now we find out who truly are the kings of Brazil. Mandy, W7M came in as one of the tournament favorites. They were looking like hot property from Brazil, but they've got a lot of work to do to climb back out of this one.
They absolutely do. FaZe, they look in their elements. They look like they're setting the momentum, the tempo. Everything is going their way. And W7M, they're trapped in what FaZe kind of brought.
W7M, to carve their name in history, they must fight back on Cafe. For this dream to stay alive, they must stay in the running. FaZe Clan are looking to do what no team has ever done before and win 2 majors. To get there, they're going to have to finally put to bed the question of who reigns supreme in Brazil.
Ying to be the first band to go out on the side of FaZe, of course, has been very potent in this particular major, picked often.
Hey, that's a good one. You don't see that ban every now and then. Cyber, little smiley face.
Valkyrie's well taken out, the third one to go through. What will be next? Will it be Mira, will it be Kaid? The crowd can tell us.
We're going to see that mirror slip through. It's up to FaZe to decide. Oh my, all right. So there's a lot of operators left in here, Mandy. A lot of big hitters have slipped through.
Well, of course, the Twitch being taken out, that was Cyber's pick in that last particular map, and he was very, very good with it. That being taken away does mean that your Thatcher has been let through, all of your hard breach has been let through as well. Same thing on the defense. Although Maya's gone, you're still holding on to your Mirror. You're still holding on to Azami. All these kinds of very potent picks now for the defense have been left in. And FaZe starting us out on this ground floor.
And we get the Tachenka again. I love to see Tachenka make his appearance. It's Cyber, of course, who has been such a phenomenal player for FaZe this tournament, hasn't he? But there is one thing that has slipped through that ban phase. KZ, one of the most monstrous players to come out of Brazil. He has his Finker.
He certainly got the Finker, but can he use it to good effect? Cyber, of course, opening up that bottom white doorway, looking for some cheeky spawn peeks onto the side of W7M, immediately pressing that defense. A bakery hold. This is quite a special one as well. The shield instead facing the small bakery window, directly contesting it, does enable the player behind the counter to take much easier fights onto the double door. They don't have to worry about being backstabbed anymore. And W7M, they're bringing the Monty to try and deal with it.
Yeah, you don't often see Monty. GDN got that in his arsenal, but it's going to be difficult to clear this position. And the Monty might be able to walk on in, but is it going to be an adequate tool to deal with this oh-so-complicated setup?
But look at this from W7M. They're starting to shape their push around the bakery, aided by this Monty. Grenades as well in the hands of some of these attackers. KZ, he will throw one out and actually get the down onto Bullet. He takes him down. The first pick of this map.
A big one as well. Smoke meant to be time delay. Well, hasn't even been a minute, and Bullet is out of the game. W7M immediately rotate, completely forfeiting the ground that they have gained to now invest upstairs. JV right around the corner from Cameraman, who makes the swing. But W7M double down. And we start to slip the lead. FaZe desperate to claw something back.
Now Volves, with the sledge in his hands, can get to work on that second floor. The rest of the FaZe members forced off the site if that vertical pressure were to come through. But Cyber, he starts to get aggressive, taking the fight onto white stairs, but it doesn't matter, it hurts. Just take him down. And W7M now 5-2 in the lead.
This is exactly what W7M needed to kick off Cafe. It's FaZe Clan's map pick. W7M got the L handed to them on Oregon. Well, they expected to prosper. The gamble, it didn't work. Now they have to start strong here. Really send a message to FaZe Clan that they are not going to go down easy. Souls can't quite land the shots he needs. And on the re-peek, Volps very happy about that one.
Astro now left in the 1 versus 5 scenario. Crossfire being held through this hallway. The player at the bottom brown stairs and the bottom red as well. He's going to be met by a world of resistance. Any second now.
JV to lock it in. W7M breathing out a sigh of relief. They get a flawless round to kick off Cafe. And this is what is so scary about this up-and-coming roster. Their attacks, especially on Cafe, are phenomenal.
Well, that's been the story of the series so far, right? It's all been the attack. It's all been the way that they assert the pressure onto the defense, make them worry, and then have the defense have to problem solve mid-round, decide whether they're actually going to try and contest the roam clear, whether they're going to fall off, because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. We can see here all of the FaZe players trying to look for the timing to get aggressive, even contesting the vertical, but it didn't work against W7M.
And look at this from Volps. Not only landing the kill, but he sprayed that body down, taking it out on FaZe. Bit of frustration, no doubt, after Oregon. And what has got to be the call after they lose that map, after they go down in threat of elimination, after everything they have achieved, after the heartbreak that they felt in Charlotte? They've been placing their hopes on this major to be their opportunity to make a name for themselves.
FaZe now setting up their defense onto Reading and Fireplace, their second site of choice, holding on aggressively with the keeper barriers inside of Piano as well, looking to directly contest that roam clear from W7M, but W7M, of course, on the attack. We say time and time again, the one setting the pace. What will they bring this time?
Well, they have that Monty once again. Yet, it's hard to really pinpoint the impact of it last round. It felt like W7M just got so many picks and spiraled their advantage even before that Monty had an impact.
Volps, the first point of contest, opening up these hatches with that sledgehammer. Seems like a clear through the top floor will be what W7M go for, but if it's their usual MO, of course, they're going to have another point of pressure. Herds making his way up the red stairs, starting to use these footsie holes against the player inside of Piano. But it doesn't seem like Bullet is going to fall for it just yet.
Bullet playing this perfectly. He's feeling that pressure, though, and he does spray down JV. No refrag as of yet, and he starts to fall back. Volps, though, a good nade onto Cyber, and this top floor is starting to be taken now by W7M.
And look at that. The Monty trudging his way forward now through the right hallway, but met by no one, as in fact there's a player that's fallen back into Freezer instead. Hurts to follow through, just checking down a flank drone for his dead teammate of JV to watch. And top floor control still not conceded on the side of FaZe.
How long are they going to hold on for, realistically? It's quite aggressive.
Well, the thing is, it's going to be very difficult for Bullet to fall off in this position, isn't it? There's someone on the roof. There's someone cutting off Souls as well. If he wants to get out, he's got to go through the white, rotate, but the entry is starting to come through. Souls, he can hop off the balcony, but what about Bullet?
Ooh, Bullet. Well, he's made use of his impact grenade to deal a decent hunk of damage on the GD, and he does fall back. Astro elsewhere, though. He's the one who's taken down. Oh, and the cutoff from KZ. Perfect timing coming through Garage. And that rotation has been punished. There's only 2 players left from FaZe. They know they need to bring this man advantage back to an equality, especially with that Monty on the board.
And just look at that, a perfect pinch as well coming from W7M.
Oh
no,
what?
This is a bit of a run out from Cameraman, taken down by the air jab. Now they know there's only 25 seconds, but only Souls is left up to contest the site.
Yeah, and Herds has this position on lockdown. Doesn't quite land the first spray. That gives an inkling to Cameraman, who turns the corner with the shotty. Hell in a Cell on the stairs, but finally he has been taken down. This diffuser still not planted. GDM's gonna force it on, but KZ, fire up.
And that's the beauty in the way that W7M play with their food. They start out on the roam clear, but KZ, he's a step ahead. He knows that these defenders, they're going to use that ground floor to rotate back up the brown stairs. He knows that's going to be the point of contest, because once the site execute comes through, there's a big push for that retake. So by being the thorn in their side, by being a step ahead of that roam fall off, and trusting in his teammates to make that push through, to flush the defenders into his cutoff. It was perfect from W7M.
And that's why it's been such a dominating start here on Cafe. FaZe Clan took a bit of a gamble picking this map, knowing that W7M have been undefeated on Cafe. 5 wins, 0 deaths, plus 16 round differential. They win most of their attacks, they win most of their defenses. They're just damn good on Cafe. They took down Elevate 7-3 just yesterday. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, I mean, Cafe, we have seen them win before. We saw them also win it yesterday. But when you're taking a team to a map that they are so perfect on, it's such a gamble.
FaZe looking to repeat this basement bomb site. Bullet, he's playing a little bit more cheeky this time, not behind the shield, knowing that those grenades are going to follow through early, and instead getting his ready up and contesting the window straight away.
You can just see these teams, the way that they wait for this aggression, the way that they patiently feel it out. It creates these openings that then the teams capitalize upon. W7M now on the full clear, the full roam clear. Got a lot of work to do here.
And this is well read by W7M as well, right? Last time they attacked this bomb site, they directly hit Bakery. They're able to find picks there. And look at that, FaZe. They've dedicated so much of their utility to this anchor hold that, in fact, there's barely anyone roaming. They've gifted the map control to W7M, and now they're taking it.
Yeah, and they're taking it with ease as well. A minute down, droning up now the middle floor, and Hurts not lacking at all in confidence. He's going to check a little bit as well with the Gemini. But you're exactly right. I mean, this is going to be a very different kind of attack from W7M. They don't have the Monty. They've got that ace. My question is, where is the primary point of ingress going to be when they start executing onto site?
But now they can push through this mid-round. They have Volps on the side of the sledge, of course, very proficient on this operator. And they even have early intel going into this execute. They have so many options on the cards. It's time for this conversation through the mid-round. Herds, what's he calling for the team?
Yeah, what is the call? Because for FaZe, the call is that we're feeling a lot of pressure right now. Vertical lines open. Now, we know that W7M have a hell of a lot of information.
And look at FaZe, they've been pushed completely off the site, having to play these adjacent positions. Only a player inside a coffee, but that player is going to have to be pushed out soon. He can patch up some holes with those keeper barriers, but what of it? A grenade to follow through as well. It doesn't connect. He can hold on to coffee, but for how much longer?
And he's sealing up that vert. Still Herds peeking, looking for a pick. Already cleared a lot of these keeper barriers. Just 40 seconds left, and we're still in this 5-on-5.
Oh no, and that could be disastrous as well. FaZe, they're using the smoke canisters to deny this freezer push. It has to be something else from FaZe. The site control is still theirs.
W7M have got to make an impact here. Time ticking away. They don't have much information. They haven't cleared everything. Cameraman down and out. But FaZe do not stop fighting. It's only Cyber and Astro left in the 2v2. With 2 players down as well, but KZ, he's going to have to pick up that diffuser as soon as possible. And Cyber will do his best on the vertical game. Got to reload. It's a 1v1. Is KZ safe from the vertical game? Surely Cyber can find him. He doesn't have any info. And now he's got to retake. It's all onto Cyber. KZ knows that it's a 1 versus 1. And he has info now on the back of that air jab. Cyber reveals his position twice, and KZ's fallen back as well. Cyber's got to make it on through, but look at how far back KZ has found his position. All the way outside of Bakery. Cyber, there's just 15 seconds left. He's got to send it, and with that, we know that there's no chance. Oh, wait a second. No way! He's got on it! Is there going to be time? Is he going to make it? Cyber, he lands the clutch! I can't believe it!
And FaZe, they can take a round here on this defense. We thought it was all W7M, but in the end, flushed out. On that attack by the smoke, the bomb went down, but Cyber using that Oryx Satch, the perfect piece of gadgetry to win out that clutch for FaZe. If it had been anyone else, KZ would have won that.
I mean, it was by a factor of 30 milliseconds, or 300 milliseconds, just a split moment in time. He landed that perfectly. Oh my goodness, that's something.
Now FaZe taking us up to this top floor bomb site, looking for more success off the back of that momentum. Winning out that clutch, that puts something in their minds, in their hearts to keep going. This is a series, it really is.
Certainly as FaZe finally get their first round here. It's been so difficult. W7M are such a confident attacking-sided team, and FaZe historically struggle on their defense.
You speak about confidence for W7M, but look at this hold from FaZe, playing not just a line of sight, a rotate hole inside of that backstore open, as well as holding onto the cigar control. There is nothing but confidence in this lobby.
And FaZe can't have that momentum on their side as well. On the back of a clutch like that, W7M, I mean, what happens in the comms? In that moment of celebration for FaZe, it's a moment of realization for W7M. I cannot believe we just lost that. And that's when you need to keep the mental strong. You can't go arguing about things that you can't change.
This attack onto Cafe, of course, always slow, trying to make their way up to the roof. The first point. Onto those rappels inside, but here's a C4 ripped onto this white room rappel.
Oh.
Almost connects into KZ, but he's able to get away with his life.
Oh, have a look at that. FaZe Clan looking to get aggressive onto this position. The C4, they've also made a rotation outside of garage, and KZ forced to hard watch it instead of play actively on his position.
And Cameraman, of course, he's still holding on to this rotation, wary that KZ might use it against him, and he might. He gets on the camera. Oh, can it see the rotate? He gets off it. It gets back on it. Okay, thank goodness. Cameraman on the cameras, of course, able to spot out this push.
All right, so FaZe, you've got this nice little setup in piano, and you wanted to clear it with the help of the player on the white window, but if Astro gets a little bit too aggressive, you might not need it. It's a repel position from JV. A nice support there from the Kiba barrier on the white window.
The grenade to follow from below. Oh no, we'll walk right into it. He doesn't, but KZ, he can find the first pick.
Yeah, FaZe are starting to crumble here on this hold. Astro low HP as well makes him very vulnerable to any more nades. Fortunately for him, it's just the one left. But Bullet now downstairs on the roam as Herds has pushed his way into reading.
But Herds, he seems to know. Look. He's looking right at the doorway where Bullet might be pushing from. No, he's not, actually. He's looking at the rotate, wary of this roam that is happening on the ground, on the second floor. But what's happening on the top floor at the moment? Where is the rest of W7 and what have they been able to achieve? Because really, Cigar was given away to them. They could execute if they wanted to.
Oh, the game of cat and mouse is won by Bullet. Hertz goes down, the last remaining nade as well. You can see Bullet wants to jump out this window. KZ completely unawares, it seems. But W7M have found it in. You know what? There's only 20 seconds left here. The jump out. Oh, no, he can't land it. What an embarrassment. It's the only cameraman left. He makes it a 1v2. But that diffuser is going down. GDN has to fake it, has to relocate. Cameraman could very well win this clutch. He just has to land the clutch onto the first kill. JV taken out. It's a 1v1. We have seen FaZe win these unwinnable 1v1s before. But GDN, nerves of steel he must have as cameraman rounds this corner. GDN, does he know about the position? Shots exchanged both ways. Cameraman now with the shotty. Does he have any idea where he is? He rounds the corner, jumps over the top! Cameraman, the 4K and the 1-on-3. FaZe Clan, what a reply.
Oh, FaZe Clan, they are still in this. Every time it feels like W7M have a grip on the site. 2 clutches now in a row. The attack slipping out of the hands of W7M.
And at this point, what do we have to say for W7M? It's desperation. They started so strong. They know how to attack this map. They know that they are one of the best teams to do it. Cafe, they have been flawless on all stage long. And FaZe Clan here, a clutch and another clutch. 2 in a row, back to back, to bring FaZe even on the scoreline. W7M, realistically, they can't afford to lose any more attacking rounds.
Now take us down to Reading and Fireplace. Another bomb side by FaZe. Holding on to that top floor control, aided by the Oryx, aided by the site construction, the vertical lines through the floor from cameraman as well. W7M, it's nothing like this last map has been. That last map was all about the attack. It was all about what W7M could do to this defense, but they don't have it in this series. Here, we can see FaZe matching the pace of W7M. They know that W7M take their time to get on the site, they give it to them, but they're fast on the retake, they're aggressive on it, waiting for that right timing to jump on it, and W7M aren't rattling them at all.
No, in fact, quite the opposite. It feels like with every clutch that FaZe gets, W7M fall back into their shells. They feel further rattled. With every advantage that slips between their fingers, the question raises, whose fault was that? Who's to blame? What can we do about it? We can't afford to lose another map here. We will be out of the tournament. W7M have higher expectations. They refuse to go out this early, to go out to FaZe Clan.
W7M now starting their attack on the top floor. Volps realizing that one of the lines of sight he has onto backstore is actually cut off by a Kiba barrier. He needs to nade it out. And Nate does follow through, and perhaps he has this line of sight for him now, but W7M, this entry is going to be very tough. A player still in Pixel, contesting the window rappel.
Oh, Hertz doesn't quite land the shot that he hoped for. He's got that player trapped in the corner, but he's not able to nade it and hold the position at the same time.
Pings going out. W7M a nade to follow through to try and flush him out. The player on the white rappel, though, he doesn't connect shots. Okay, Z.
How do you let him get away with that? I mean, W7M have taken the ground, but that's pretty rough. Letting FaZe Clan get away, letting Bullet get away with his life. Astro doing a little bit of damage there on the long angle with the Evil Eye. W7M feeling a little bit rattled. Haven't been able to convert these advantages.
And just look at this cacophony of utility in that top floor, holding onto that Cocktail's side, the info to come through on long bar as well, and even a player inside of backstore, which Volps is trying to cut off, but he can't. Cyber instead, he takes a flight, he can find 2, but not before being traded back by GDN.
These mistakes, W7M, they never make them. What is going on? The pressure it's getting to them, and the experience of this FaZe roster is letting them get away with things that they just shouldn't be able to. Another one for Souls. There are cracks in the armor for W7M, and oh no. Let's hope that they can at least refrag out this position. Souls, what's he gonna be able to do? Another one! And he is a menace in this position. GDN now a 1v4, but this is not an enviable position at all. Another flash to go through. Completely blind his Souls. But Astro still has the information from this Evil Eye. And there's just no time left. GDN is a dead man walking. FaZe Clan 3 rounds straight, and to add embarrassment to injury, they will hunt him down. Cameraman, oh, okay, there you go. Doesn't matter for W7M. FaZe Clan have won 3 rounds in a row.
And just look at that from FaZe. Pressing that defense against W7M. They knew that W7M was stagnating in that top floor. They knew that the utility was starting to get to them, and they had to problem solve. And in that moment, where the comms were flurrying, where they were thinking about what they could do next, we even saw W7M, they sent some drones down into the second floor, maybe considering changing their push, but by the time that they thought about it, by the time they collected all their intel, it was too late. Cyber, he found the timing on that push through long bar and takes down 2 players from W7M.
FaZe Clan have brought an extra fire today. W7M take their tactical pause, a much needed one at that. The team that we're seeing today is not the promised one that we saw all year long. There's been so much hype behind this roster. The new Kings of Brazil, people have been saying. One of the tournament favorites. The most unpredictable and aggressive team that we have seen for quite some time. And yet here it is. They must get back on that horse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
FaZe now actually taking us over to mining and dining. Now, I love this bomb site because every time I see it played, I go, ooh, this is a bit exciting, something new. Cyber, of course, being the site, actually not even the site construction for this lineup. There's actually nothing other than the Aruni punches to construct this site at all. That fascinates me. I wonder what FaZe have got up their sleeve.
It's his last-ditch effort now for W7M. If they can't make good use of that tactical timeout, if they can't capitalize, it's got to be over. You've got to say it. FaZe Clan historically struggle on their cafe defenses. W7M typically flourish on their cafe attacks. And today has been an entirely different story. They must put everything they've got into winning this final round of attack.
And can you imagine what was going on in that tactical timeout for W7M? They probably didn't even think that this would be the bomb site. They probably thought, oh, they're going to go back to another one that we've played. We've seen it before, but actually, they haven't seen this at all. W7M, they start their attack. But someone playing aggressive inside of Piano, that's Cyber. A fortress inside of this room, contesting the repels.
Oh. And Cyber continually aggressive on that position. One of his ADSs has been taken down, though, and now he's concussed as well. Moves forward aggressively, worried about someone on the south windows, but now he's lost his cover from the west windows. And now he must continue to push. The player on the rappel does a lot of damage, and KZ manages to survive. Cyber on the jump out, can't find the second. W7M, their best chance of winning an attacking round has finally come about.
But just look at Astro, who's starting to get aggressive on this hatch drop. Do they know? Have they droned him out? There's a drone on top red. Someone peeking their way through the hatch, but can they slip through the cracks here?
Well, you know what's scary about this? We have seen so many rounds where W7M have seceded these advantages. And FaZe, they will take every inch you give them and stretch it out to a mile. This 2v4 become a 2v3, and the lead is slipping. W7M cannot let FaZe get away with it anymore.
And just look at what the FaZe players have done now. They've gone aggressive, they dialed it up, but immediately pull back into the site. Just instill the fear, the worry into these W7M players that someone might be getting aggressive, but in fact they're not. They're just waiting for that second timing, for the right moment, learning the dark arts of Siege, and that is timing. And W7M starting to press the attack, undecided what they're going for, but hatch being open now, it looks like it could be a fireplace execute.
The longer that W7M wait, the more comfortable FaZe will be when this eventual execute comes through. W7M have to play for these refracts. They have to find these positions, but they don't seem to have a clue where FaZe are. Here comes the spray. Volp's above. He knows the position at Astro, but what has Souls been able to do? Herds now drops onto the site. He's in train. Oh, sprays down. Can't quite land the shot. Oh, Souls, how does he win that? 1 HP in the 1v2. GDN and Volps, they have to land this right. The plant is going down with Volps to cover from above. Souls unable to deny this plant. W7M. They have a response. They finally even up the scoreline.
And thank goodness for that. Finding their tempo. Now going to Ryan 7 on the defense. They needed that. 3-3 once again. Same thing as last game. Deja vu even. Well, once again, it's all about the attack. That's what we've seen in this particular matchup against them. Latin America, they play just such unique Siege in that instance. No other region has got something quite like this.
And this is where I start to get a bit concerned, Mandy, for W7M. While they did manage to even that up, FaZe going on to the attack now. It is their favored side on this map. And what's more, FaZe chose Cafe. They knew that they would be playing it. And if there are any counter strategies for the setups that W7M have been playing, FaZe will be ready to deploy them right now. W7M have revealed this VOD of Cafe quite a few times, twice already at the Berlin Major. And so FaZe Clan, I'm looking at them. They should be in the advantage here. But W7M can't let them They can't afford to lose any more rounds. They've got to march forward and keep their heads up. Keep that momentum going. Herds has got to be yelling some crazy things to get that momentum back in.
This is a very extended roam as well from W7M. They don't want to give FaZe any of this map control too early, roaming all the way in the top floor. Hatch closed off so that they could get themselves back into train if needed. Astro, though, the rest of FaZe, immediately putting pressure on that ground floor, putting pressure on the site, giving W7M something to worry about.
Yeah, look at this angle from JV as well. A very long one. An ambitious target for him to hit outside. Cyber keeping illusion of JV at play, rather the mute of Volps at play on the white stairs. FaZe not actually going to look to clear the map. They're just going to send it in. Bakery is free.
Well, it doesn't look like W7M have fallen for this just yet. They know they still have the vertical control in their favor. The vertical, it can see the breach, it can see a freezer push, it can see whatever you need it to. And so W7M know as long as they hold on to this, eventually FaZe will have to clear them. Cameraman starts to make his way in through Pep. And is there any W7M player that is looking their way?
Oh, that's so well played. The drone to spot the Electric Claw, the Maverick to quickly take it out. Now Cameraman can get a breach on the wall. He's actually going to grab that charge, and he just manages to get it off before the Claw will deploy. And that's a beautiful way to breach the wall.
This is just some masterful siege that we're seeing. Everything, the macro game, the rotations, even down to the micro, is insane.
That said, Volps kicks it off with a C4. Astro to push into the site. He's aggressive now inside of Prep. Could be inside and just 1 volt. And there he is, live drone to head as well, trying to hunt down, overwhelm the site. A player doing the dishes, taken down. Astro marches on forward. Can he find another one? JV wins the critical fight. And FaZe try to recompose. W7M will not let go of this site.
But just look at what Volps is doing. He's above with the shotgun, the hatch is open, and although Bullet, he can start to get control into Freezer, it won't be held on for long.
And FaZe need that. Every pick they can find. Soul's putting that diffuser down, but is W7M going to be able to retake it? They have the numbers advantage. They have positions to make it work. Oh, Souls, what an angle. The double! FaZe Clan bringing it back from the 2v4. Souls down and out. Volps, 1 versus 1 on the Bullet. He lands a shot. Can he land another? 1 bullet is all it takes for FaZe to secure an advantage, but W7M put their hopes on the young gunner himself. He sprints up in the hallway. You can't afford to waste any more time. Shotgun out, Bullet lands the shot he needs. FaZe Clan once again take the lead.
And just what a gorgeous attack as well from FaZe. They knew that the site control was being pressured out. Immediately putting the pressure onto Bakery, getting that wall open, enabling the entry. In the meantime, because they'd opened up white so early on in the round, it forced JV and one of his teammates to hold on to that crossfire for the entire round. And even though W7M had the vertical, it didn't matter anyway, because when the retake came through, FaZe were ready with this beautiful crossfire that they had. Souls and Bullet to double down, and went out the round for FaZe.
Every single one of these FaZe Clan members steps up when called upon. Souls had to do it all alone in the site. He had to cover himself to plant that diffuser. Bullet had to win out in the clutch. And every single time, you can rely on FaZe to do just that.
Next bomb site now. Reading and Fireplace for W7M. They don't want to repeat. They want to try something new. Do something different. Aided by those keeper barriers. Even the Capcan pick on GDN, he's been given the license for that 1.5x scope to go and frag out, do as he pleases.
And this Reading Fireplace bomb site has been the blessing of many, but also the curse. W7M have so much riding on this. You speak to them and you know that they are not satisfied being second best.
Now, this is a really odd defense, though, from W7M. They're really not holding onto that top floor all so much. They're just enabling themselves with their guns, holding onto individual pieces of pressure. Herds, of course, the first point of contest, but someone's watching his window.
Yeah, doesn't want to repick that one. Would not be advisable against Bullet. What is the play for FaZe, though? They always like to tease out the idea of pushing direct. They're also going to pressure this roam above. Once again, a strong hold setup in Piano. W7M in precarious positions. Not a lot of protection for Herds, playing aggressive, but JV, he's holding on. Look at this advanced position from Bullet. Astro recomposes for FaZe, but Bullet's in a real pinch. Hasn't been taken out.
And this is very tricky now for FaZe. Bullet is in a very tough spot. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Someone just around the corner inside of Pillar. Meanwhile, getting verticaled out. The pressure from all places of W7M involved. He takes the fight onto Cyber. He can win that one out. But there's still a player inside of Piano.
Yeah, and Herds doesn't want to reveal his position. He doesn't want to push forward aggressively. But FaZe Clan, they're so proficient at playing these watertight attacks. They don't let anything slip between the cracks. KZ, though, gets in the advantage. JV taken down. FaZe Clan have the numbers advantage, and they're marching towards the site once again. KZ has got to come back. Herds in train. But FaZe Clan are planting now in reading. Bullet to cover. He covered to perfection in the round just past. Now it's going to have to be a retake.
Astro's so low on health, trying to find a player outside of Y, but it doesn't matter. Herds, he comes around for the backstab.
This is where it comes down to how they play the 2v1. W7M have so much talent, but sometimes the pressure gets to him. And the shotgun can't land its shot. It's all on Bullet! Once again! He delivers the clutch that his team needed. How many times can FaZe steal the round from W7M?
It does not matter what you throw at these FaZe players. You can throw a lineup of completely fragging operators on the defense, but it doesn't matter because FaZe are there. The individual prowess of every single one of these players. We speak about this FaZe lineup. Bullet, the most solid entry, consistent, always showing up for this roster.
And just look at this 1v2, the pre-fire.
Bullet, of course, he deserves to stand up for that one. What a huge clutch.
All right, FaZe. You've made me think this might be doable. Map 1, it was close, but FaZe were the clear better team. And here on map 2, it's inches where they are stealing these rounds away. W7M, they've lost that fire burning inside them. They're looking dejected. Where is the W7M that we saw dominate stage 1 and stage 2 of the BR6? Where is the W7M that topped their group here at the major?
W7M, they're being taken down by the old guard currently, actually trying to do this top floor hold instead. Now, I could be wrong here, but I don't think we've seen them do this yet. Architecting this piano hold, castle barricades, keeper barriers, whatever it might be. Looking to try and get creative against this FaZe roster.
Yeah, it's been so difficult for W7M to lock in any defenses. Tried 2 different sites now and lost them both times. And like you said, now trying a third, it feels like they can't find their comfort. They can't find anywhere they're confident and rattled.
The lion scan rings out. Wary that Herds may be looking for a runner. In fact, cameraman just around the corner. He would have been punished for that one.
Yeah, just teasing out the aggression at the moment is Herds, and he rotates far away from that run-out position. FaZe attacking the top floor. It's very repel-centric. And the player to clear here is KZ. He's in this aggressive position, but look at that. Player on the new hatch straight up swings him. Is lucky to survive. Oh, Astro. Big pick. That's the X-Factor roamer of Herds taken out.
Now FaZe up in the man advantage. Grenade to follow through, taking Volp so low. And Astro, he can collect a second. JV taken down. Now W7M, Casey, he's looking for something aggressive.
There's no 2 ways about it. He has to have an impact here. Finds one. Puts Astro's reign of terror to an end, but he's got to land another one here. Takes a bit of damage to Souls. So claustrophobic are W7M. FaZe pushing them into a corner.
Retaking this position, and Piano, though, shut down by Cyber.
Oh my god.
Now the one for FaZe as well, Souls. GDN now in the 1 versus 5. Takes 5 to the window, but it does not matter. Cameraman, he can take him down.
And it's FaZe match point. Cafe has been theirs. They have been relentless on these attacks. Barely broken a sweat. So much time have Astro and Cameraman been on this team. For so long have these guys been gunning to put their names up with the greats of Rainbow Six, like the G2s of old, like the Empires of old. FaZe only ever won a single international tournament. And here in Berlin, they will gun for a second. And it looks like they may well make it to that grand final.
The W7M, they still want to be in the conversation. They will not go down without a fight. Holding on now to this ground floor bomb site of Kitchen. Playing an extended hold into Bakery, as well as opening up any lines of sight onto Red. Now, last time they did this, it actually ended up coming to their demise. The retake coming down Red was too funneled, and in fact, FaZe, they were able to play the post plan perfectly.
Oh, no second chances now. W7M, 3 failed defenses, and they have to win 3 straight to push overtime. Kitchen cooking will be potentially the site that FaZe attack in what could be their final round of this match. But look at the lineup that they've brought. They're looking for something a bit special.
Big roam clear coming out actually from FaZe. We've got the Jackal in hand. The Fuse as well to aid with that vertical pressure once it's given there. Gridlock looking out those flanks, of course, and FaZe, they look poised to get this map control early, but really, W7M, there's not a whole lot of resistance for them. Most of them sitting on the site, simply waiting for the onslaught of FaZe to come through.
We need to see that fire from W7M. It's what they do better than anyone else. They know exactly how to make those timings work, how to make those aggressive plays count. And when they don't have that, they lose their identity. They lose what makes them W7M and what makes them so terrifying to play against.
W7M, when we met them, they told us that they would not stop until they lift the trophy. This brand new roster, almost relegated, might be taken out here by the old guard, showing up for possibly their second major win if they can propel themselves into the grand final.
And FaZe have so much experience, and that's the difference between these two teams. W7M, a relatively new roster. FaZe Clan, one of the oldest rosters in Rainbow Six, and one of the biggest names in esports. And here come the Fuse pucks.
Just look at this mid-round control that they have. The Fuse pucks to clear anything in the site, flush out the anchors. We've just had to see JV sprint his way out there, averting the crisis. And there's so much in the hands of FaZe at the moment, and a whole minute left to go. W7M players forced off adjacent to the side instead.
W7M cannot afford to let FaZe... Okay, Souls. Cannot afford to let FaZe get away with a 5v5 execute. Here comes a flash. Volps tanks it and moves forward. He's got to land this shot on the player outside Bakery. But FaZe, they fall. Bullet taken out. JV, oh, he doubles it up. And he goes aggressive upstairs. This is what W7M needed, a resurgence. They will not go down easy. Cyber, he's taken out. It's a flawless round. W7M cannot let this thing die.
And what a beautifully timed defense as well. In the beginning, they'd given everything to FaZe, handed them the map. But W7M knew that they just needed to find the timing when FaZe were looking to convert that mid-round into the late round. And although FaZe were able to push them off the anchor positions in the site itself, JV, he was able to get aggressive onto the players pushing horizontally instead, knowing that that's the FaZe MO, that they put pressure from one place and then try and pinch from somewhere else. But this time, W7M had the read onto it, took the fights, and now they're still in this game.
And there's so much at stake here for W7M. To see a Brazilian organization win a trophy is something that very rarely happens. Team 1 did it a year ago in Mexico. And Team Liquid won a Pro League Finals as a Brazilian roster, but not a Brazilian organization. Same thing for FaZe Clan with the major in Sweden. And I know for a fact that that counts to these proud Brazilians of W7M. They want to see that name light up the stage. And they will not go down easy. They know FaZe so well.
Just something that I love about this FaZe roster is just how flexible they are. Astro, Cyber, Souls. Those guys can flex onto just about anything. And look, we can see Cameraman, he's on the Nomad. Astro, he's hopped on the Zero as well. And really all they need was a set of nades from the side of Bullet and really from Cyber as well to try and flush out these anchor positions. And aided by those SAM cams going to site, if W7M play such an anchor-centric, stagnated, static hold once again, they could really fall victim to this combination of intel and grenades. It could be disastrous.
It's early for FaZe. And once again, it's so repel-centric, it's so patient. They don't have to get overzealous. They know how close they are to locking it out. But they are a measure twice, cut once team, and every time they strike, it is with such precision.
Astro now deploying all of his SAM cams into sidebar 1. What intel can he find from these SAM cams? Where are the anchors of W7M so far? Holding on to this pixel position, backstore. But look at this from Cyber. Immediately getting to work on the second floor, getting ready for that intel to come through to play those grenades. We've been seeing Cook 1, it follows through. Oh, GDN takes a lick of damage, and a second one.
Oh.
Perfect from Cyber.
JV goes down. One of the star players on the Young Gunners. It's been the rookies' season, but the rookies are feeling what it's like to go against some of the best in the business. There's Herds, fire up, mate, but Bullet, he's made his nade count as well. FaZe Clan once again in the advantage.
They have expended all their utility, though. The rest has to be on gunfights. And Herds, he can take the first. W7M, even the man count.
There's information for FaZe that one player below. And so Bullet pushes on forward. There's Volps in the freezer. And he does the damage that his team needed. FaZe Clan only have 2 players left. But look at this positioning from Souls. We've seen bigger clutches before. But he's got to wait. He's got to fall back. W7M holding on. But look at this creep up from Astro. Caught out by Volps once again. It's all on Souls. The flank is not there. It's a 1v1. It's all up to Souls to lock in the grand final for FaZe. And now he knows it. Baiting out the plant. Volps, he's found 2 already, and he has to land this last one. Souls is going to lock down this diffuser. No, it's a bait. He shoots the C4, and he must try again, but it's not happening. Close, but no cigar. W7M, one more round until overtime.
W7M are still in it. FaZe, once they had expended that utility, it was all on the gunplay. They had no choice. They had no more hard breach, both of them being used on the hatch. They just had to funnel through those doors. And W7M, the young gunners, so sharp, able to take them down in this mid-round when they had nothing left in their arsenal.
Huge impact in the mid-round from Herds. At FaZe Clan, you can never count them out. Even when Volps took down 2 players, you still can't count out anyone from FaZe. Final chance now to lock it in regulation for FaZe. If overtime strikes, W7M will be very happy to oblige.
Now this is what I like to see from W7M. Herds on the Vigil, KZ on the Azami. This is looking like an exciting hold on the top floor, isn't it? Of course, the bomb site being Reading and Fireplace, but they don't want to give up that vertical pressure straight away. Azami barriers going inside of Piano. The Vigil going to make it very difficult to clear and drone out that top floor for FaZe.
And this is the guts that we needed from W7M. We need them to play their game at their pace. Bring these aggressive operators, make an aggressive hold, because FaZe are so good at these slow and steady, methodical pushes. W7M needs to create chaos.
FaZe shaping around the map now. Cameraman wary of some of these runouts will put down some Nomad charges to protect himself. Volps, of course, looking to get aggressive onto him. Now this is the roam clear part for FaZe. Will they search for Herds? Will they contest him? And how quickly can they do it? Because he could be a real nuisance here on the top floor.
Clearing piano is the first step, and you see Cyber's drone go out, spot the player in the pixel. It's KZ. He's got a shield to protect him and Herds to support as well from inside bar. Long lines of sight open. And the key is to enable the fallback here from KZ.
Well, KZ might have fallen back, but Herds certainly hasn't. Still sitting inside the bar, undetected for FaZe.
Oh, when's he going to do it? Just to wait for that jump out. There's no Claymore on that window. He doesn't know it. But Cameraman is watching intently.
And actually, Volp's deciding to fall off instead. W7M starting to give up this top floor, but do FaZe know it? They don't seem like they do. Still, drones need to go through, grenades, all this utility being expended.
Oh, no!
And he actually takes up Cameraman with him.
That's not the grenade that they needed. Herds spotted, taken down. So at least FaZe Clan can even up the numbers. KZ still at large on the top floor. These C4s, they land absolutely nothing. KZ's got to have an impact. There's a player right around the corner, and Cyber wins it. It's now a 4v3. W7M are on their last legs.
There's only 50 seconds for FaZe. They need to convert it still, and the diffuser still outside the building as well. Maybe it has to be on frags. GDN being pressured out. Going to the bottom white stairs, but isn't there a player there as well?
Souls finally gets that diffuser, but is it too late? He's got to rappel up. This is going to come down to the wire. If FaZe can't lock it in and kills, Cyber pushing forth, and he once again shines as the brightest star. Volps, he's taken out. It is all on JV. FaZe inching closer to victory. Major champions once before, with their eyes set on it once again, but JV will do his best to make it possible. Brazil is their kingdom, but the world is their oyster. FaZe Clan will look for a second major trophy in Berlin.
And FaZe just looking so dominant in the serve. The old guard taking down the young gunners. W7M, it wasn't their time.
Old man still got it. What a phenomenal performance. And we will see them once again, 9 months after raising the trophy in Sweden, competing for yet another here in Berlin.
FaZe, they reign supreme in the lobby for Latam. Closing it out against W7M, and the heartbreak for these young gunners, but we know that they're going to be back. They're going to be back and better, stronger. But for now, FaZe, it's all about them in this grand final.
There's no question who stands at the top of Brazil. And let's hear from the horse's mouth. Let's toss it over back to Ian on the stage.
Wow, there you have it. FaZe Clan booked their spot in our grand final. And tradition. Cameraman is here. Took him a while. He was just putting his shoes and socks back on. Composure. I mean, last time we chatted, we touched on the fact that you are looking to become the two-time major champions, right? You are one step away right now. Are you even thinking about that?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I know you guys are on the EU side, but we are here for a good game, a good match. Hopefully, it's going to be a show.
W7M came into the playoffs, you know, with a lot of momentum. A lot of people were calling them a terrifying team to come up against. You know, you handled them, I'm not going to say easily there at all, but you took down a giant.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the most consistent team in LATAM. They're in a very good shape. They're just this much to be in a major finals and to be like a sixth invitational champion. They're awesome. They play really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And commiserations. An incredible run. Now, you touched on it there, and I think we have to talk about it. This is a very Rogue-friendly crowd, right? And they're going to be very loud, very, very loud tomorrow. How much do you think that could potentially cause you problems?
I don't think that would cause any problems to us. We are here to play. We're here to have fun. You're just going to give us more fuel, and that's it.
So you're saying that there is nowhere, right, that Leon is going to be standing here at the end of the night tomorrow and saying, get in the bin?
No, of course not.
Well, congratulations, and we cannot wait to see you in action tomorrow. Round of applause for FaZe Clan. Now, can I just do something really quick? Do you mind? At my wonderful desk, Milos, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fresh. So we've got a wonderful crowd here, and before we throw down to our analyst desk, who's winning tomorrow now? We know the grand final. I just want to check real quick. Is it FaZe Clan? Just want to double check. Is it Rogue? All right, well, I cannot wait for it. Milos, down to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian. You know who the real winners are? In the words of Mr. Big Tim, Ace of Pyrite, the viewers are always the winners.
Always.
That's the one that we're looking for. A great game set up for us tomorrow in the grand final. FaZe Clan versus the hometown heroes of Rogue. How good is that?
It's very good, and especially because that Rogue that had a poor showing this morning, then they really clutched up, showed up. FaZe didn't have a weak showing at all. They were clutched the entire way through.
FaZe is just that team that they're just getting better and better over the tournament. They've been here before. They've done this before. They've looked scary good throughout the whole tournament, group stages, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then they're going into the final tomorrow, Milos. And I cannot wait. It's going to be a war between these two teams because stylistically they're so similar. There's a lot of similarities between these two teams, and they will go to war.
And that's the tease we're looking for tomorrow. We're going to focus on Cafe Dostoevsky, map number 2 for FaZe Clan here against their opponents. And we got a highlight, actually, that was requested. So, gentlemen, we're going to pull it up on the screen and have a chat about it. What are you trying to show with such clip?
This was one of 4 clutches that FaZe Clan got this game, which was the very first clutch of the map. And it was basically, it was to do with it was the Oryx play. That's what we wanted to highlight. It was the Oryx play, getting on that 7-second defuse. It was so close, that defuse timer. And FaZe, in these massive moments, that's where they show up. That's where the experience counts, is when, generally, I actually think W7M, performance-wise, controlled that whole game.
Yeah.
Controlled the whole game pretty well and should have come out the winners.
I mean, half the rounds at FaZe 1 were off 1v1s, 1v2s, etc. 4 of the rounds, yeah. And that's like, W7M won those rounds, then lost them. On your screen right now, the triple kill from Cyber dashes across the round, gets it on, what, 7.12 or something like that? It's extremely close.
So close.
Let's see it here.
It's like a 10th
We're looking at,
isn't it?
0.29. Yep.
Wow.
That's
so
where
close.
Like Park and I, when we cast, always say Oryx is the fastest operator in the game. Is that ever relevant? No, except this instance right here is the one instance where only Oryx could win the round.
Imagine an operator whose entire ability that is, I went to the gym and I'm faster than you. And that's the skill. 0.29 is what matters. Usain Bolt, maybe he can follow up on it. Wild, I know maybe we're operating. I saw Corey here, so maybe there's something to look for. It's a hell of a game, isn't it?
I was just reeling off that clutch because that was the one that determined the rest of the pace of the game. And W7M, that is where the inexperience showed a little bit. It wasn't just one clutch that came out. The next round there was a 1v2, and that was the ball was rolling, was on the clutches. And I think if you were looking for a differential between the two teams, we said it was the experience of FaZe and potentially the experience of W7M that was going to cost them, and that's exactly what happened in Cafe.
It was, and also W7M, after those first 2 clutches didn't go their favor, they looked like they were a little bit frustrated in the server as well. They're pushing forward alone, sprinting into gunfights.
Lost the flawless round,
Lost the flawless round, immediately on the round swap as well. It's tough.
Well, let's take that moment then to thank W7M for joining us here in Berlin for the major. They've done incredibly well. This is the new kids on the block, and they were able to make it so far into the tournament. That's pretty darn impressive. Now, our bracket update. As you see, FaZe Clan 2-0ing W7M, closer than a lot would think, actually, with just the score would say. 2-1 Rogue versus XSET gives us our grand final. Rogue versus FaZe Clan, classic. EU versus Brazil. You've been in quite a few of those situations in the past. Pengu, I was going to ask you, how do you think this will go? Just tease us through it.
I mean, I've lost some of them, and I've won some of them. But the thing is, usually when you play against LATAM in Europe or in North America, typically you find the victory. When you go against LATAM, I lost my pen. In LATAM, that's where things go sour. I feel like Rogue has the crowd. I mean, obviously they have the crowd, right? I think that's going to matter so much for them. They're an emotional team. They feed off that energy. And right now for them, it's extremely positive.
Yeah, we said this on day one, is that Rogue are only going to get better and better with the crowd. They went against the crowd, actually, on quarterfinals day when it was against G2. They overcame that, and now they get the support. And you see them loving it. You see, crying in particular. Every single time he gets up and looks at the crowd, somebody is screaming his name. And that gives them, it's really hard to explain what it does to a team, but it gives them energy. It gives them that extra 1%. I guess you're probably in a better place to explain it. But when you feel that everybody is with you, it just goes so well.
You didn't get to feel that when you were knocked out a couple times, but that's a story for another time. Moving on, though, our schedule for tomorrow. It's actually quite simple. Actually, there it is, our grand final day. We open at 4 p.m., 1600 local time. And then, of course, moving on to the Rainbow Six panel. Ooh. The future of Rainbow Six. What's happening for the next few months, additions, and looking into the future of what this game will bring us. A musical performance. All right.
Love those.
Musical performance in a theater. Yes, Fresh will be coming on the stage and singing in a cloud.
I'll warm the crowd up.
We're all looking forward to it. It's not it, but
that's not happening.
You definitely should be coming in and watching it because it'll be something special. And finally, Rogue versus FaZe Clan. Best of 5. Winner takes it all. Simple as that. I cannot wait for it. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you, Jesse and Jacob, of course, for having been on the desk. There were wonderful casters today who are now taking photos with the one and only Easy, our observer for our last game, who's
there he is.
A hell of a man. Shout out to our observers that make the games run, the production team. Thank you so much to all of you here in Berlin for being such an awesome crowd. Thank you, Ian, our players, and we will see you tomorrow.